Hello to all my dear followers. Today, I'm very excited to bring you the first season of the fanfic, What If Naruto Was Forced to Marry Hinata and Temari? As always, if you want a second season, let me know in the comments. And if you have any ideas for future fanfics, please share them as well. Now then, enjoy.
Chapter 1. The Arrangement. Far to the west in the shinobi world lies the Land of Wind. It's a harsh land defined by hot temperatures and vast deserts. Some of the people of Wind live in a city called Tsunade where they have acclimated to the environment. Tsunade is one of the 5 major hidden villages and is home to shinobi, who make up a good portion of their population. The village is ruled by a figure called the Kazekage, who is elected by the daimyo and the village council. However, Suna currently has no Kazekage since the previous one was killed by Orochimaru. Disguised as the Kazekage, Orochimaru lead the village to betray their ally nation, Konoha. However, they were defeated and now find themselves having no Kage and under scrutiny for betraying their allies. In the heart of Suna lies the Kazekage Tower, where the Kage conducts his daily business, as well as where council meetings are held. Currently, a council meeting is being held to discuss the aftermath of the failed invasion and what should be done in light of it. On this council sits the village elders, clan heads, and one of the top jounin of the village. Baki was the top jounin, and he was currently trying to ignore the arguing between the members of the council while reading Temari's report on what happened in Gaara's fight during the Konoha invasion. "This is why I hate council meetings," he thought. He flipped through pages of the report while listening to people twice his age bicker like children. Arriving at the page that told of how Gaara was defeated, he was intrigued when it said that he was defeated by a single genin. Continuing to read, he was surprised to see that it wasn't the prodigy Sasuke Uchiha who defeated him, but a clanless orphan by the name of Naruto Uzumaki. Reading faster, his interest rose as he saw that Gaara was defeated while transformed as the Ichibi by Uzumaki summoning the boss of the Toad clan, Gamabunta. "I was unaware that Master Jiraiya has taken new apprentice," thought Baki. The last one he had was over 15 years ago and became the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze the Yellow Flash, he thought, rubbing his chin. He flipped the report to the last page and froze seeing the picture attached. Naruto had bright blonde hair and was wearing an orange jumpsuit while showing a wide grin to the camera. He had an odd feature of whisker marks on his face, but that wasn't what gave Baki pause. There's no way he couldn't be, he thought, deep in contemplation. When he arrived at Naruto's information, which included his date of birth, he was convinced of his theory. Baki was trying to make sense of this information when a shout brought him out of his stupor. Looking around, he saw one of the council members standing up, clearly angry, and saying, "Temari is one of our most promising shinobi. We can't just give her away to Konoha and make ourselves even weaker. What do you propose we do to prove our sincerity to Konoha then?" another member asked. "By giving one of our most valuable shinobi to them, we show how much we want to make amends, while also gaining the alliance of the Uchiha clan through this union." "But will they accept such a deal?" Lady Chiyo, a village elder, asked. "We also have to wonder if we even want to be associated with the Uchiha, seeing as how the last one is reported to be arrogant and doesn't have very strong ties toward his village. He could even desert his own village, and then this whole alliance through marriage would fail." On that note, the council once again devolved into discussion and arguments. "It looks like they're trying to unite our villages through an arranged marriage," thought Baki. "Not a bad idea, but it sounds like they're having a hard time choosing who to use." The gears started to turn in Baki's head, and he was struck by an idea. "It's a risk and it has a chance to backfire, but this has a big potential payoff for both of our villages," he thought. Clearing his throat, he got the attention of the table to present his idea. "I might have a solution to the problem that we have," Baki said. Seeing that he had the attention of everyone, he continued, "Marrying Temari into Konoha is a good idea, but I don't think we should use the Uchiha. Instead, we should use another shinobi by the name of Naruto Uzumaki." Seeing their confused looks, he started to pass around the file containing Naruto's information. After a few people read it, they started to talk, and one member said, "Why should we marry Temari to a clanless orphan who seemingly has no talent?" Baki then replied, "While his file says he is nothing special, I have reason to believe Konoha might be hiding his true potential." Seeing their interested looks, he continued, "In the first match of the Chunin exams, Naruto beat out a fan favorite in Niji Hyuga, who is said to be an unrivaled prodigy in the Hyuga clan. With the council members raising their eyebrows, Baki then said, Temari has listed in her report that after the invasion started, Uzumaki was the one who single-handedly defeated Gaara. The council members gasped in shock, and Baki continued, in the report Temari said that she saw Naruto make over 1,000 shadow clones to fight Gaara with. One of the elders stood up and exclaimed, preposterous. No one has that amount of chakra. Baki raised a hand and countered, I believe it. His file has shadow clones listed as one of his jutsu, and I personally saw him use several in his battle against the Hyuga. Also, Uzumaki is his last name, and they were famously known for having a ridiculous amount of chakra. Lady Chiyo spoke out, while it is true the Uzumakis had a lot of chakra, the clan is basically extinct, so he could still be viewed as clanless, and a union between him and Temari does not seem very enticing. Baki argued, yes, but he did more than just show shadow clones. Gaara ended up using the feigning sleep jutsu and transformed into the Ichibi. Following this, Naruto used a summoning jutsu and managed to summon the boss toad Gamabunta. There was silence for a while, and then an elder said, that means the Uzumaki has signed the toad summoning contract, which is currently with the toad sage Jiraiya of the Sannin. Baki confirmed, the latest report I have states that Jiraiya has taken Naruto out of Konoha on a mission, so it seems that Naruto is his new apprentice. This leads me to ask the council, who was Jiraiya's last apprentice? No one seemed to know until Lady Chiyo said, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Everyone looked wide-eyed, and Baki nodded his head. Yes, Jiraiya appears to be training a second Yellow Flash, and seeing as how Naruto summoned the boss toad at his age, he is just as talented. Now, keeping in mind that Namikaze was Jiraiya's last apprentice, take a look at the picture of Naruto Uzumaki from this report. Baki handed the report to Lady Chiyo, who went pale as soon as she saw the picture, passing it to the next council member that exclaimed, he looks just like the Yellow Flash. The room broke out into shouts, each member trying to look at the picture and getting shocked when they saw it. Once everyone calmed down, Baki took the report back and spoke. I believe that Naruto Uzumaki is the son of Minato Namikaze and the sole heir of both the Namikaze and Uzumaki clans. Therefore, I propose that we choose Naruto to be the husband for Temari to secure our alliance with Konoha. Everyone thought for a moment until a council member asked, I think this is a good idea, but will they accept the arrangement? If they're hiding his true identity, would they even want to marry him to someone from another village that might split his loyalties? Baki nodded and replied, I'm not completely sure, but I believe they might take the deal. For one, we are offering our best kunoichi in Temari, who is also the daughter of a Kage. Also, this will benefit them, as any offspring made from the children of two Kages are almost guaranteed to be exceptional. Finally, it is in Konoha's best interest to have an alliance with us, as if Suna falls, then Konoha could be surrounded on two sides by IWA. The council started looking around and nodding to each other in approval. Then Lady Chiyo spoke up and asked, okay, this sounds like a good plan, but what should we ask for in return, since it feels like Konoha is gaining all the power from this? Are we also sure that the points against the Uchiha don't apply to Uzumaki as well? Council members started to murmur to each other until Baki answered, we can add a clause to the marriage proposal saying that one of their children must be married back into Suna, and we would be able to start another clan that way. We also need to be wary of adding too many stipulations in our favor, since we lost the invasion and are paying reparations. We don't want to give Konoha a reason to reject our proposal and retaliate against us. Baki waited until everyone was finished discussing and then continued regarding the Uchiha. It was stated that he does not have great ties with his village. Naruto Uzumaki is the opposite of him. He fought against the Ichibi by himself to protect his village and the people in it. After the invasion, Gaara has appeared to have calmed down considerably and does not have near the amount of bloodlust he did before. I asked Temari and Kankuro about this, and they said that when Uzumaki beat him, he said that he fights for his precious people instead of himself. Baki continued, this changed Gaara's way of thinking, and he seems to want to protect his people instead. Everyone in the chamber was surprised that Gaara changed his ways and that Naruto was the one responsible for it. So you see that since Naruto fights for the people close to him, that he would protect Suna if his wife was from here and has close ties to the village. Also, with a second Yellow Flash protecting us, our enemies would think twice about attacking, especially IWA, who is our biggest threat and fears the Yellow Flash. Baki finished. The council started to think and whisper to each other, and when they finished, Lady Chio said, "I think we are all in agreement and should vote for this plan of action." Baki nodded and then started the voting process. Once it was finished, the votes counted out to a unanimous yes. Baki stood up and then stated it's settled. With Konoha's approval, Temari Sabaku will move to Konoha and marry Naruto Uzumaki. To the east of the land of wind, past the land of rivers, lies the land of fire. A lush, vibrant land that has trees taking up a majority of the land. In the land of fire lies the hidden village of Konohagakure. Just like Tsunade, this village is full of shinobi who live under the rule of the Hokage. However, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, has just died in a confrontation with his former student Orochimaru. The third Hokage had been ruling for almost 13 years since his successor, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, died fighting the Kyuubi. Now Konoha is currently leaderless until Jiraiya returns from his trip to retrieve Tsunade Senju, the slug Sannin, who is supposed to take over as the fifth Hokage. Even so, a meeting has been called in the Hokage Tower to discuss a certain message that recently arrived from Tsunade. In the halls of the tower, you could hear the tapping of a cane as an old man walked towards where the meeting was being held. He had bandages wrapped around his head and part of his body even covering one of his eyes. His name was Danzo Shimura, and he was one of the oldest living shinobi in the Konoha, being the teammate of the late third Hokage. With a frown on his face, he pushed open the door to the meeting room and stepped inside. Looking around, he saw that the entire shinobi council had already arrived, but the civilian council side was completely empty. Raising an eyebrow but staying silent, he moved to his seat and took his place at the table. He then looked to where the Hokage would normally sit and found it empty, but the Hokage's two advisors, Hamura and Koharu, were seated to the sides of the Hokage spot. With Danzo taking his seat, the whispers in the room quieted down and Hamura nodded and stood up. "Seeing as how everyone is present, we shall now begin this meeting," he stated. "Normally we would put off possible meetings until we have the Hokage available, but we received an urgent piece of news to discuss, and Lady Tsunade won't be here for a few more days according to the latest correspondence from Lord Jiraiya." Everybody nodded and he continued, "I will let Shikaku inform you of the message we received from Suna and what this means for us." Hamura then sat down and Shikaku, head of the Nara clan and Jounin commander, gave a sigh muttering something, but then stood up to speak. "We recently received a message from Suna to discuss the conditions of their surrender. They have an interesting proposal to pay reparations and I can see the value in it, but we need to discuss the terms here among ourselves first." He was about to continue until Tsum, head of the Inuzuka clan, interrupted. "Wait, if we're going to be discussing the terms of surrender, shouldn't the civilian council be here as well? Not that I'm complaining they're missing," she added with a chuckle. Shikaku nodded and added, "Yes. While they would normally be here, there are some village secrets that are bound to come up in this meeting, and I would like to keep them as contained as possible for now. We will still have to inform them of the decisions chosen, but we can use other reasoning to explain our choices instead of spilling the secrets they don't know." Some of council members looked surprised at that, since there was only a handful of secrets that the Shinobi Council knew but the Civilian Council didn't. They quickly composed themselves and Shikaku took that as his sign to continue. "Beginning with the standard items, they have promised to pay a certain amount of wealth, jutsu scrolls, as well as having open trade and a non-aggression pact with us. It's not an absurd amount of tribute, but it is reasonable for the damages we sustained in the attack. Where it gets interesting is the main item on the list they are offering us." Pausing to see he had everyone's attention, he said, "They are offering us a marriage contract with Temari Sabaku as the bride." Everyone but Danzo looked shocked and started to whisper to each other. When everyone calmed down, Danzo spoke up. "If they are offering their best young Kunoichi, who is a daughter of a Kage, then I assume they already have a groom picked out that they want for this union." Shikaku sighed and replied, "It's troublesome, but yes, they have picked out a shinobi, and they want Naruto Uzumaki." When he said this, everyone was stunned into silence for a moment until Choza, head of the Akimichi clan, spoke up. "Why would they want him, and not someone like Sasuke, Uchiha, or any other clan member?" The council members started thinking until Shikaku answered for them. "I'm not 100% sure, but I have a pretty good idea about why they chose Naruto. First, they may have tried not to be too greedy and asked for someone like the Uchiha, since we would not let the Uchiha clan have strong ties to another village and give them the possibility of the Sharingan, like one of the clauses in this contract that I will go over later. The council members discussed this and agreed that they wanted to keep the Sharingan to their village as much as possible. Seeing that he had everyone's attention again, he said, "This brings me to the second point and the main reason they may have picked Naruto. I believe they may have uncovered Naruto's true lineage, or at least part of it." At those words, the council became laser-focused, and Shibi, head of the adhering clan, asked, "What exactly do you believe Suna knows about Naruto?" Shikaku started scratching his chin and sighed before answering, "I am almost completely sure they know he is truly an Uzumaki, instead of just being named after them. He is well known for using shadow clones, and was reported he used over 1,000 in his battle against Gaara. This has surely been told to the Council of Suna, since all 3 of the Kazekage's children survived the battle and most likely reported the results." No one spoke until Hayashi, head of the Hyuga clan, replied, "You think they know more than just his Uzumaki lineage, don't you?" Shikaku nodded and said, "Yes. If they only knew about him being an Uzumaki, then it wouldn't be as big of a deal. Suna would have either asked for someone else like Sasuke Uchiha, or might have had Naruto just be an option and have other shinobi we could choose to be a groom. Since they asked specifically for Naruto and provided no other names as options, I believe that they know, or at least strongly suspect, who Naruto's father is." Everyone's face darkened, and Inoichi, head of the Yamanaka clan, spoke up, "So you think they know that Minato is his father? Do they suspect he has the Kyuubi sealed in him as well?" Shikaku shook his head and said, "I'm not sure, but I don't think it would matter to them either way. Having the son of the Yellow Flash as a possible ally would trump all other concerns, especially considering how close IWA is located to Suna and the animosity between the two countries." Shibi then asked, "So assuming that the reason they want Uzumaki for the marriage is because of his lineage, what clauses have they put in the contract for their benefit? They would want to get something else out of this union, or else they wouldn't take such a big gamble on an unconfirmed hunch." Shikaku answered his question, "The only major clause is that they want one of the children from this union to be married back into Suna. I'm sure they would want the child so they can use them to start a clan of their own. Even if they think they could be wrong about Naruto's father, then Suna would still gain a strong bloodline in the form of the child of an Uzumaki and their own Kage's daughter." Seeing that everyone understood the contract and reasoning, he asked, "So now that we know what Suna is asking for and offering us, we must discuss what to do with these terms and whether we accept them." While the discussion was ongoing, Danzo had thoughts going through his head of how he could take advantage of the situation. "I failed to get the Kyuubi Jinchuriki for myself to train as a weapon because of Hiruzen's interference. However, this presents a new opportunity to obtain the offspring of 2 Kage for Konoha's benefit, not to mention the other boons we gain for having such a strong kunoichi in our ranks. I just have to find a way to keep the Jinchuriki loyal to our village instead of having too many priorities to Suna." Pondering this, Danzo began to craft an idea of how he could keep most of the power for Konoha. Taking control of the conversation, Danzo spoke up, "We should accept." Seeing that the council stopped talking and listening, he continued, "Temari is arguably Suna's most promising shinobi. She is reported to have the strongest wind affinity Suna has seen in many years and has shown to be a very dedicated kunoichi. Then there is also the fact that she is the daughter of the last Kazekage, which makes her practically royalty, and could also have the potential to pass on the magnet release bloodline." Everybody started nodding their heads, agreeing with his points, and Danzo said, "As for the issue of relinquishing a powerful child from the union to Suna, it is a negligible point. For starters, they lose a powerful asset in Temari, which hurts them in both strength and politics. It will also take many years before the child can be sent to Suna and become part of their shinobi force, not to mention the amount of time it will take for a clan to be built up." Looking around to make sure everyone is following, he continued, "Meanwhile, we only gain from this deal. To start, we get a powerful kunoichi right away who would make a good addition to our forces. We also get the prestige of having the Princess of Suna in our village, as well as the revivals of both the Namikaze clan and Uzumaki clan. Finally, we can have the clans built up much faster than Suna, since our clans would have a generational head start and have the possibility of more than one child to grow them with." With these points made, the table fell into discussion again, with several members agreeing with what was said. Finally, Choza asked, "I see the appeal, but it could also take several years to have any meaningful payoff. Do we still think it's worth it if this takes several generations for us to see results? Danzo tapped his cane and replied, I do believe the results are also worth waiting for. We could also have the process speed up by adding a clause that states Temari must be with child by a certain age. Since she is older than Uzumaki, maybe by the time he is 18 she would be required to be pregnant. This would mean that it would only be about 5 years before they could start rebuilding the clan. With the possibility of multiple children, the effect could increase greatly before too many generations. Before the room could once again fall into discussion and whispers, Shikaku interrupted saying, I noticed you said clan instead of clans. I assume that you didn't just misspeak and you have a reason for it. Danzo remained stoic and nodded saying, yes, it is true that it would take a while to rebuild a clan. Not to mention too, like we are suggesting for Naruto Uzumaki. That is why I have a proposal which could alleviate this problem. The solution is to have Naruto Uzumaki take a second wife, one from our own village. This would let him build both clans at once, while having a wife from Konoha would strengthen his ties here so he is not as prone to have more allegiances to Suna. Silence permeated the table until Tsum growled out, I don't like it. Isn't there a way to revive both clans without Naruto needing to take a second bride? Also, how are we supposed to explain to people that he needs to take a second bride without exposing people to the truth of Naruto's lineage too early? Ignoring her temper, Danzo answered, he could revive both clans with one wife, but it would take considerably longer and have a much weaker potential. It also places a much larger strain on Temari to have enough children to populate both clans and have an offspring to marry back into Suna. Tsum begrudgingly simmered down and Shikaku took over saying, with the issue of Naruto's lineage being revealed too soon, we have options there as well. We don't have to reveal the betrothal contracts to the public until later, so we could put off the knowledge of Naruto's parents until he is strong enough to protect himself. Master Jiraiya has told me that he wishes to take Naruto on a journey for a few years after Tsunade is settled in a little while as Hokage. This would give Naruto several years training under a Sannin, and he should become strong enough to protect himself and his family when we announce his lineage and betrothal contracts around his 16th birthday. Tapping his fingers on the desk, Inoichi spoke up, if we're delaying revealing the marriages, should we even bother with choosing a second bride right now? Shikaku shook his head and said, no, we should go ahead and choose now. Not only will we need to inform Suna of our choices for this alliance to work, we also need to know because Temari will be moving here upon completion of the deal, and we don't need her to have a head start on securing Naruto's allegiance over our choice of bride. This will also give Naruto and his brides time to get to know each other and hopefully make the marriage process run smoother when it becomes time. Adjusting his glasses, Hamura asked, so we are informing Naruto and his other bride of the situation. Would this be in our best interests? Shikaku answered him, yes, we should inform them of what will be happening. Temari will already know and she shouldn't have to keep the secret from the other two. Also, this will give them time to learn to get along and also plan out their future together before they are required to be married. Danzo waited a moment before speaking up. Seeing as there are no objections, we now must choose who will be the bride from Konoha. It is best to choose a girl from a clan instead of a civilian since they will be an integral part in founding one of the clans. Therefore, they need to not only know the inner workings of clan politics but also potential sway in political circles. Seeing no one step forward, Tsum replied, I don't think it can be from the Inuzuka clan because there is too big of an age gap between Naruto and my daughter Hana. Agreeing with her, Shikaku turned to Inoichi and asked, what about Ino? She's the same age as Naruto and could possibly work. Inoichi sighed and shook his head. Sorry, I don't think that will work. To start with, she really doesn't like Naruto. I often hear her say how annoying and loud she thinks he is. His face then turned into a grimace before continuing. She also has a crush on Sasuke Uchiha and is a huge fangirl of his. That could not only cause trouble with Naruto but possibly with Temari too, since she might take offense to a fangirl sharing her husband. While this was happening, Hayashi was deep in thought. This could possibly be the answer I've been hoping for. If I marry off Hinata and make Hanabi the clan heiress, then they will both be safe from the seal. It would also play into Hinata's strength since she might not be well suited to lead a clan. She is adept at clan politics and could play a supporting role very well. He then got a smirk on his face thinking, it would also give the Hyuga clan a powerful new ally that has close ties to us. His smirk turned into a soft smile and thought, this would also make Hinata very happy and fulfill her greatest wish even if she does have to share. Coming out of his stupor, he noticed that everyone had stopped talking and was looking at him in slight confusion. He perked up and straightened his back. Raising his eyebrow, he questioned them. Yes, Shikaku mumbled, troublesome. Then spoke up, every other member has given reasoning on why they don't have an available member eligible to be a bride. As I recall, you have a daughter the same age as Naruto, so what do you have to say for this arrangement? Hayashi cleared his throat and replied, yes, my eldest daughter, Hinata, is from the same age group as Uzumaki. Considering this, I believe that she would be the best choice for this arrangement. Seeing that most of the council was slightly shocked he would agree, he continued, as you may know, I have another younger daughter, Hanabi, who could take the place of Hinata as heiress. She has a more aggressive personality than Hinata and would make a better choice as a future clan head. However, Hinata is well versed in clan politics, even more than Hanabi, and would be a good choice to assist in starting a clan. She is also much more gentle and soft-spoken, which can help to support Naruto and Temari in the future, both of whom have been seen to be loud and boisterous. The council started talking amongst each other and discussing the advantages of this before agreeing that this would be the best choice. Shikaku spoke up, we believe Hinata would make for the most optimal pairing. Are you certain this is what you wish to do, Hayashi? Hayashi nodded and said, yes, I think this is the best course of action and approved the choice. He brought his hands together before continuing, I will have to speak to the Hyuga Council and obtain their approval, but I don't anticipate them denying it when I tell them of Naruto's true lineage and the plans we laid out here today. With Hayashi's words, the table fell silent once again. Seeing that no one else had anything to bring up, Koharu stood up and spoke. If that is everything, then we will write up the contract and prepare to send it to Suna as soon as Hayashi gets approval from the Hyugas and Lady Tsunade arrives to be informed of our decision. Upon everyone nodding, Koharu finished. Then this council meeting is finished. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the Land of Fire, a group was traveling on the road back to Konoha. At the head of the group is an excitable blonde kid wearing a bright orange jumpsuit with a wide grin on his face. He would run ahead and then walk back, trying to get the other members of the group to go faster. Come on, he whined. We need to get back so Bachan can heal my friends. Trying to tug on his master Jiraiya's sleeve, his idea was shut down by a fist on his head. Courtesy of Tsunade. Calm down, brat. We'll get there in just a few days. Going at this pace, she exclaimed. We don't want to waste any energy by running when there's always a possibility of an enemy ambush. She then got a sour look on her face and shouted, and stop calling me Bachan. Naruto grumbled and said, I only call you that because you hide your true age with a genjutsu. Tsunade developed a tick mark at this and was about to shout again when Jiraiya interjected, Naruto, you shouldn't criticize a woman's looks or her age. They are sensitive to it, and it could lead to a lot of pain for you if you say the wrong thing. He then got a perverted look on his face and added, if you want to know all the right things to say to a woman, then you should read my book series Aika Aika. Chiming in, Shizune, apprentice of Tsunade, spoke up, Master Jiraiya, you shouldn't be corrupting his mind with the content in your books. The pet pig she was holding, Taunton, squeaked out, oink, oink, in agreement. Yeah, pervy sage, Naruto shouted. I don't want to read that smutty trash you write. Feeling insulted but not backing down, Jiraiya countered. It's not smut. It's adult literature that has romance and passion with a side of spicy scenes. He calmed back down and continued, it's fine though, you'll understand when you're older. Plus I have a wide female viewer base that is only growing larger. Who knows? Maybe your future wife is one of my readers, he exclaimed with a laugh. Looking skeptical, Naruto replied, I doubt it. Sakura-chan hates those books and always complains when she sees Kakashi-sensei pull it out, so I doubt she wants to read it. Sighing but not wanting to fight Naruto over the issue of his misguided affections for Sakura again, Jiraiya merely stated, we'll see. Trying to steer the conversation in another direction, Shizune spoke up, so Naruto, what are you planning on working on now that we saw you were able to do the Rasengan? Naruto started scratching the back of his head and sheepishly replied, I'm not really sure. Turning to Jiraiya, he asked, pervy sage, what should I be working on? With a tick mark, he shouted, stop calling me that. Calming down, he answered, I have an idea, but it will have to wait until we get back to the village. I plan on telling Kakashi and he can help you with it. Piping up before Naruto had a chance to complain about not learning it now, Tsunade said, I know what you can work on in the meantime. Seeing Naruto turn to her with an expectant look, she continued, you should work on being able to make your Rasengan one-handed and without the use of a shadow clone. Naruto didn't look too excited and asked, why should I bother to do that when it works just fine like it is now? Feeling miffed but deciding to answer, she said, because it will help you in battle, obviously. Not only will it save you chakra, but it will also save time that you would spend making a shadow clone. Plus, there is always the chance you won't have both hands to make a shadow clone anytime you need it. Thinking it over, Naruto nodded and shouted, you got it, Bachan. Thank you. I'll get started right away. He started to run ahead of the group again, but before he got too far, Tsunade called out, also try to decrease the time it takes to make a Rasengan. In battle, every second matters. Don't overwork yourself either, because I don't want to have to heal you from chakra exhaustion. Turning around, Naruto saluted and then started to practice his jutsu. Tsunade sighed and said, he gives me such a headache. I hope he doesn't give me as much trouble when we get back to the village. Jiraiya laughed but said nothing. Meanwhile, Shizune gave her an uneasy smile. Tsunade sighed and shook her head, saying, I have a feeling I'm going to regret taking the Hokage hat. Chapter 2. The Start of Change. Kotetsu and Izumo were spending their day like any other day, guarding the gates of Konoha. Nicknamed the Eternal Chunins, they could be seen gatekeeping Konoha almost every day. They almost never took any other missions because they enjoyed the safety and peacefulness of their current job, despite the boredom. Normally, they didn't have much to do besides check people in and out of the village, but today they would get an interesting group arriving in the village. Trying to stay awake, Kotetsu was looking around for anything of note. Peering past the entrance of the village, he saw a group of travelers heading towards them. Shaking awake Izumo, who had fallen asleep a while ago, he straightened up and tried to see if he could make out who was in the group. It wasn't until they got a little closer and he could make out some bright orange that he broke out into a little smile. With the village gates in sight, the orange figure started running until it arrived in front of the check-in desk. Grinning and waving his hands, Naruto greeted, hey guys, I'm back. Did you miss me? Chuckling, Kotetsu answered, well, it's certainly been quieter without you here. Looking at his paperwork, he asked, so you and Master Jiraiya are back from your mission? By this time, Jiraiya had caught up with Naruto and confirmed, yes, me and the kid are back from a successful mission retrieving Princess Tsunade and her apprentice Shizune. With this, Kotetsu and Izumo noticed the two people in the back of the group. Shocked, Izumo stuttered out, hello, Lady Tsunade. It's been over a decade since you've been in the village. Grimacing, Tsunade nodded and replied, yes, I'm back against my better judgment, and here to stay for the foreseeable future. Kotetsu took out papers and said, well, just sign these papers so we can get you checked into the village. Jiraiya and Tsunade started to sign them in while Naruto stood bouncing in place waiting for them to finish. As soon as they finished, Naruto started tugging on Tsunade's sleeve, saying, come on, Bachan. We have to go to the hospital now so you can heal my friends. Tsunade bonked him on the head and exclaimed, stop rushing me, brat. We can walk over there at a pace normal people do. Naruto nodded rapidly and turned to Jiraiya looking expectant. Jiraiya noticed and told him, go ahead, kid. I'll catch up later. Turning around and running off, he shouted, I have some research to catch up on. Naruto scowled and mumbled under his breath, yeah, right, you just want to peek on women. Turning around, he called out to Tsunade and Shizune, follow me. I'll take you to the hospital. He then started to run off in another direction. Shaking their heads, they started to follow after him, telling him to slow down. Jiraiya slipped in through the window of the Hokage tower into the Hokage's office. Contrary to what Naruto and the others thought of him, he actually did have work to do. Walking to the pictures of the previous Hokages, he stopped at the third Hokage's picture. Looking downcast, he spoke, it's hard to believe you're really gone, old man. Shifting his gaze to the picture of the fourth Hokage, he said, you would be so proud of your son if you could see him. He doesn't have your innate talent, but he has more than enough guts and potential to make up for it. With a small smile, he finished, I think he might even be able to surpass all of us in time. While he was lost in thought, the door opened behind him. Hamura walked in and was surprised to see Jiraiya in the office. Composing himself, he spoke, "Master Jiraiya, I didn't know you were back." Turning around, Jiraiya nodded and answered, "Yes, we just arrived back in the village." Hamura adjusted his glasses and asked, "Since you've returned, does that mean you were successful? Is Lady Tsunade here with you?" Jiraiya nodded and replied, "Yes. Me and Naruto were able to convince her to return and become Hokage. She is with Naruto at the hospital right now, fulfilling a promise to heal his friends." Hamura remained stoic but told him, "Very well, but we need her to return here as soon as she's done. Not only do we have to induct her in her new role, but we also have an urgent document she needs to look over and approve." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and asked, "What document are you talking about?" Walking over to the desk and shuffling through some papers, Hamura answered, "Suna recently sent over a message to discuss the terms of surrender." Finding the papers he was looking for, he handed them to Jiraiya and continued, "We found the terms acceptable with a few additions of our own, and we plan on implementing them as soon as Tsunade approves and sends it to Suna." Jiraiya started looking through the documents and his expression became more serious as he read further. When he finished, he brought his hand to his chin and thought for several minutes. Finally, he turned to Hamura and asked, "This already has the full approval of the council?" Hamura nodded and said, "Yes. Everyone approved it after a lengthy discussion and the addition of the marriage contract with the Hyuga. If need be, we can explain to you and Tsunade the reasons that we thought this was the best course of action." Sighing, Jiraiya shook his head and replied, "No, that won't be necessary. I can see the clear benefits both Suna and Konoha get from this deal. I just wish I was able to give the kid a choice for his future." Showing slight empathy, Hamura said, "I understand, but this is the best thing we can do for both our countries. He might be restricted in his love life, but this could be a good opportunity for him as well. Not only will he be able to get more help in his shinobi career through this, but he will also gain political prestige, which could bring his standing with the village up considerably." Smiling slightly, he added, "Also, even though it is an arranged marriage, it will give him something he always wanted, a family." Chuckling, Jiraiya started smiling and answered, "That's true. It will make the kid happy to be able to come home to someone once he gets over the initial shock. Having such a prestigious union will also help him in his goal to become Hokage." His grin then grew perverted before speaking, "Not to mention having two beautiful girls for himself, princesses no less. It makes me jealous of his luck." Pinching the bride of his nose, Hamura sighed out, "I had almost forgotten how perverted your character was. I'm surprised you didn't skip coming here to peep on the bathhouses instead." If it was possible, Jiraiya's grin grew wider before he replied, "Who's to say I didn't do both?" Bringing his arms up for a hand sign, he spoke, "After all, shadow clones are Lord Second's best invention." Dispelling his clone, he received the memories of a bathhouse and flew back with blood shooting out his nose. At the Konoha hospital, there was a sense of peace and calm. Most of the critical injuries from the Konoha invasion had been taken care of, and there were not very many new admissions due to the decrease of missions lately for village security. This atmosphere was quickly broken, however, when the front doors opened and Naruto ran through the door to the reception desk and started yelling, "What rooms are Sasuke, Rock Lee, and Kakashi-sensei in? I've got Tsunade Bachan here, and she needs to start healing them." The receptionist started to glare at Naruto and was about to tell him off when a fist collided with the top of his head. In pain, he looked and saw Tsunade glaring at him, saying, "Knock it off and be quiet, brat. This is a hospital and you shouldn't be disturbing them." She then turned to the receptionist and said, "He is right though that I'm here to provide healing for patients. So please give us the room numbers he asked for." Shaking away her stupor at seeing Tsunade Senju in their hospital, she stammered out, Right away, ma'am." Shuffling through some papers, she found what she was looking for and replied, "All 3 patients are on the 2nd floor, and here are their room numbers." Once Tsunade memorized them, she nodded and said, "Thank you. We'll be on our way then." Grabbing Naruto by his jacket, she started to haul him up the stairs, with Shizune following close behind. Once they arrived outside of Sasuke Uchiha's room, Naruto broke free and opened the door. When he entered, his smile fell at seeing Sasuke laying in his bed asleep, seemingly trapped in a nightmare. Walking forward to his bedside, she commented, So this is the last Uchiha. Turning to Naruto, she asked, you said his brother put some kind of genjutsu over him? Somberly, Naruto nodded. Yeah, Itachi did something with his Sharingan and then Sasuke collapsed. Itachi also beat him up pretty bad before he put him in the genjutsu. Trying to look hopeful, Naruto asked, you can fix him, right? Tsunade sighed and said, I can fix his physical injuries just fine. Honestly, they should have already been fixed by the hospital. Looking down and grumbling, she muttered, looks like the medical department has let themselves go since I've been gone. Straightening up, she turned to Shizune and bellowed out, Shizune, when we're done here and I've settled in as Hokage, I'm going to reform the hospital and you're going to help me. Trembling a little bit, Shizune stuttered, why yes ma'am. Turning back to Naruto, Tsunade continued, as for the mental damage he sustained in the attack, that's much more complicated. Grimacing, she said, I can wake him up, but I can't do anything for what he's already gone through and seen in the genjutsu. Looking downcast, Naruto nodded and replied, okay. Just please do what you can, Bachan. Tsunade nodded and started using her mystical palm technique over Sasuke's head. After a few minutes, Sasuke opened his eyes and started to sit up in his bed. Cheering, Naruto exclaimed, you did it, Bachan. He's awake. Looking at Sasuke, he continued, I got Bachan back to the village to help heal you and the others. Seeing Sasuke not react, Naruto's smile dropped and he asked, Sasuke, what? Before he could finish, the door to the room opened and everyone but Sasuke turned to see someone with a head of pink hair at the entrance. Naruto brightened and said, Sakura-chan. Look, Sasuke's woken up with the help Odash. Ignoring Naruto, Sakura ran to Sasuke and threw her arms around him crying, Sasuke-kun, I was so worried about you. I'm so glad you're awake. Feeling sad and dejected but throwing on a fake smile anyway, Naruto exited the room quietly. From her place at the bedside, Tsunade frowned when she saw it but didn't say anything. She instead continued to heal Sasuke's physical injuries and talk about what he would need to do to recover. Outside of the room, Naruto was sitting in a chair with his head down. He had his head down in quiet contemplation. Even when I brought a healer just for Sasuke, Sakura-chan never paid me any attention. Scoffing lightly, he thought, now I'm not sure if she'll ever be able to see me over her precious Sasuke. Before he could fall too far in his self-deprecation, a soft voice brought him out of his thoughts. Enen Naruto-kun. Looking up, he saw Hinata, heiress of the Hyuga clan, standing a few feet away from him in her trademark beige jacket. Jumping up a little, he put on his fake smile and said, Hi Hinata, what are you doing here? Looking slightly skeptical at his grin but not commenting on it, she answered, I am here to bring FF flowers to my friends in the hospital. I've already taken some to Lee and Kakashi-sensei. She felt slightly ashamed at stuttering so much but tried not to let it show. Naruto ignored it, however, and just replied, That's awesome, Hinata. You always are so nice to everyone. Looking away a little, he mumbled, even to someone like Sasuke who won't appreciate it. Hearing him but decided not to bring it up, Hinata asked, So I heard you went on a mission. Since why you're back, does that mean it was successful? Naruto nodded and grinned, saying, Yeah, me and Pervy Sage just got back. You should have seen me. I beat all kinds of bad guys and even learned a new jutsu. Practically bouncing in place, he continued, Maybe sometime I can show it to you. Blushing at the thought of spending more time together, she poked her fingers together and squeaked out, IOD like that. Before anything else could be said, Naruto felt a hand grab the top of his head and a voice admonish him, You should exaggerate so much, brat. Turning around, he saw that Tsunade and Shizune had come out of the room while they were busy talking. Tsunade glanced at the new arrival before addressing Naruto. Well, shouldn't you introduce me to your little friend here? Naruto nodded and replied, Bachan, this is my friend Hinata Hyuga. She's super strong and has these awesome eye powers that let her see through stuff. Turning towards Hinata, who was blushing and being called super strong and his friend by Naruto, he continued, Hinata, this is Bachan. She's like some kind of old, drunk, gambling, doctor lady. As soon as those words left his mouth, he was hit hard on the head and sent crashing to the floor. Tsunade huffed before exclaiming, How many times do I have to hit you before you learn to think before you speak? Feeling slight sad that Naruto was hurt but understanding he brought it on himself. Hinata gathered her courage and asked, "Naruto, why are you calling her Bachan? She can't be old enough to be your grandmother." Recovering, Naruto sprung back up before putting his hand up and whispering to Hinata, "She might look young, but she's really over 50. Her name is Tsunade, and she uses a genjutsu to hide her real age." Turning red at the close proximity, but focusing on what he said, she stammered, "Tita Tsunade, the S-slug Sannin." She bowed before saying, Aye, it's nice to meet you, Lady Tsunade." With a slight grin on her face, Tsunade replied, "It's nice to meet you too, Hinata." Turning to Naruto with a stern look on her face and puffed out cheeks, Hinata admonished him, "You shouldn't make fun of a lady's age and should show Lady Tsunade the respect she deserves." Shocked that she spoke back to him like that and didn't even stutter, Naruto answered, "Okay, I'll apologize." Bowing to Tsunade, he said, "I'm sorry for my careless words, Lady Tsunade." Seeing Naruto apologize to her like that made Tsunade's mouth gape slightly. She recovered and then chuckled before saying, "I like this girl. If she can make you behave like this, then I can see her potential." Just now realizing what she had done, Hinata buried her face into her jacket with an eep, trying not to faint. Cute, Tsunade thought. Glancing back at Shizune to see that she was having similar thoughts, she speculated, "The brat not might have the affections of the girl he wants, but I can see a keeper right here." Trying to finish her duties, Tsunade cleared her throat and said, "As much as I'd like to continue chatting, we have other patients to see, don't we, Naruto?" Nodding his head rapidly, he exclaimed, "Yeah, let's go see Kakashi-sensei now so you can heal him too." Bounding ahead, he stopped to turn around and yelled out, "See you later, Hinata," before continuing on. Raising her hand slightly, Hinata squeaked out, "BB bye, Naruto-kun." Arriving at Kakashi's room, Naruto pushed open the door and entered with Tsunade and Shizune in tow. Seeing Kakashi on the bed, Naruto was brought back to memories of Wave and when Kakashi fainted from chakra exhaustion. Shaking off the feeling of déjà vu, he gestured to Kakashi and told Tsunade, "Here we are. Please fix my sensei, Lady Bachan." He finished with a grin. Tsunade shook her head and said, "I don't know if I should be happy for the slight improvement or not." She then put on a thinking expression. "Then again, I could always get that girl to straighten you out again." Chuckling at his betrayed expression, she went to Kakashi's bedside to perform the mystic palm technique again. A few minutes passed in silence with Shizune patting Naruto's back to comfort him until Kakashi groaned. Kakashi opened his eye and looked around the room. When he did, he saw a lady with a lot of cleavage hanging over him and, further back, his student Naruto with another woman holding a pig. Blinking, he mumbled out, "I must still be out of it. Although this is one of the weirdest genjutsus I've been in." Huffing, Naruto spoke up, "You're not in a genjutsu, Kakashi-sensei. Me and Pervy Sage went and got Lady Bachan here to wake up you and Sasuke." Shaking off the grogginess, Kakashi noticed who the woman tending to him was. "Lady Tsunade," he said, attempting a bow while still in bed. "Thank you for healing me and my student." Waving him off, Tsunade told him, "Relax. I was just doing a favor for the brat here." Nodding, Kakashi turned to Naruto and said, "You have my thanks, Naruto. It looks like your mission with Master Jiraiya went well." Sheepishly, Naruto muttered something that sounded like, "You're welcome." Then he grinned and exclaimed, "Yeah, the mission was amazing. We managed to beat Orochimaru and Kabuto and bring Lady Bachan back here to be the 5th Hokage." If it was possible, his grin grew even wider, and he continued, "Pervy Sage even taught me an awesome new jutsu." Head spinning at the revelations but seeing Tsunade nod her head, Kakashi settled for an eye smile and asked, "Oh, and what was this awesome new jutsu you learned?" Pumping his fist into the air, he exclaimed, "It's a super cool rank jutsu called the Rasengan." Kakashi's mouth gaped open and he thought, "The Rasengan." Naruto learned the 4th Hokage's original jutsu, and learned it only a month, seeing as how that was when he left for his mission. Grin widening at seeing Naruto go on about how cool the Rasengan is and how he struck Kabuto with it, he thought, "Naruto, you really are your parents' son." Eye smiling and interrupting Naruto in the middle of his speech, Kakashi asked, "So can I see you make the Rasengan?" Naruto looked over at Tsunade, who nodded and said, "It's fine. Just don't hit anything with it and dissipate it when you're done." Scratching the back of his head, Naruto said, Okay, I'll show you Kakashi-sensei, but I made a shortcut to performing the jutsu. Making a shadow clone, Naruto then held his hand out and the shadow clone started to compress and rotate chakra. After a second, a Rasengan was formed in the original Naruto's hand. Looking to Kakashi, Naruto smiled and then held the Rasengan out to show him. Nodding, Kakashi smiled and told him, "Good job, Naruto. I'm proud of you." Blushing, Naruto said a quiet thank you and released the shadow clone and Rasengan. Kakashi motioned for Naruto to take a seat, and when he did, Kakashi asked, "So you use a shadow clone to assist you for the jutsu?" The clone looks like it is rotating your chakra with both hands while both you and the clone are compressing the chakra at the same time. It's a very out-of-the-box solution, but just what I'd expect from you. Naruto nodded excitedly and replied, "Wow, Kakashi-sensei. You got all that from just one look." Calming down, he continued, "I've been trying to do it one-handed like Pervy Sage and Lady Bachan told me, but I can't seem to get it. I did manage to bring the time that it takes to form down to about a second though." Thinking for a moment, Kakashi told him, "I see. Well, I might be able to help you with some advice. First, you shouldn't try to go straight into forming it one-handed right away. Focus on getting the rotation done by yourself first so that your shadow clone only has to use one hand to help you with the compression." Pausing to see that Naruto understood, he continued, "After that you can focus on doing the compression by yourself and you shouldn't have to use a shadow clone. If you still need to, you can practice doing it faster when you finish, but after having completed all these steps you should be much quicker at molding the chakra anyway." Naruto nodded and exclaimed, "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. This helps a lot." Tilting his head in confusion, he asked, "How do you know so much about the Rasengan?" Kakashi smiled and said, "Because I know how to use it, of course." Seeing Naruto's stunned look, he elaborated, "Minato-sensei taught it to me." Blinking in confusion, Naruto asked, "Who is Minato?" Hearing a slap, he looked back to see Tsunade had face-palmed and Shizen had a deadpan expression on. Meanwhile, Kakashi just chuckled and answered, "He was my sensei, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage." Naruto jumped out of his chair and yelled, "What? The fourth was your sensei?" Before he could speak anymore, Tsunade sent him crashing to the ground with a fist to the head. Admonishing him, she said, "Be quiet, brat. This is still a hospital." Getting up and dusting himself off, Naruto muttered a quick apology. Kakashi just sat with a smile and said, "I never told you about him being my sensei?" Shaking his head, Naruto answered, "No, I would remember something like that." With an aloof look on his face, Kakashi replied, Must have slipped my mind." Seeing their deadpan looks, he tried to divert the conversation. "Anyway, this means I can help you with the Rasengan. Also, after I get out of here, I have some other training ideas that you might like." Grateful, Naruto smiled and said, "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. I really appreciate it." Interrupting, Tsunade spoke up, "All right, brat. It's time to go. We still have one more stop to make." Naruto nodded and said, "That's right, we still have to go see Bushy Brows." Turning to the door, he told Kakashi, "Okay, Kakashi-sensei. I'll see you later for that special training." With an smile, Kakashi answered, "See you later, Naruto." Walking down the hospital hall, Naruto was about to open the door to Rock Lee's room before Tsunade stopped him. When she caught up to him, she spoke to him in a stern voice, "Naruto, it's rude to keep barging into everyone's room like you have. You're supposed to knock beforehand." Naruto had a look of understanding before saying, "Oh yeah, right?" He then proceeded to knock on the door before slinging it open and yelling, "Hey, Bushy Brows." Tsunade deadpanned before muttering, "I guess I should have mentioned he has to wait for them to invite him in as well." Straightening up, she went inside the room where Naruto was talking wildly to Lee, who was laying on the bed listening intently. Naruto then gestured to Tsunade before saying, "This is Lady Bachan. She's the amazing healer me and Pervy Sage went to get to heal you and the others." Lee looked over to Tsunade and greeted her warmly, "Greetings, Lady Bachan. I thank you for coming to have a look at me and get me back into fighting health." Straining to keep a straight face, Tsunade greeted him back, "Hello, Rock Lee, but my name is actually Tsunade Senju." Seeing that he understood, she continued, "Anyway, due to the extensive injuries you've received, I can't actually heal you right now. Rather, I'm going to perform a diagnostic jutsu to survey the damage done and what we need to do moving forward. Lee nodded, and then Tsunade turned to Naruto saying, "This is going to take a while, so you can go ahead and take the rest of the day off." Naruto grinned and replied, "All right, Lady Bachan, you got it. I haven't had Ichiraka ramen in a month, so I'm going there straight away." Starting to leave, he told Lee by bushy brows, "You're in great hands. Let's have a spar when you get out." Nodding excitedly, Lee replied, "Yes, Naruto. I will have to fight you with the full power of my replenished youth when I recover." Waving, Naruto left and started rushing down the hall. Turning a corner, he stopped before he ran straight into a man wearing a green spandex suit. Recognizing him, he greeted, "Hi, bushy brows, sensei." Going around him, Naruto started running off again, shouting back, "Sorry. Can't talk. I have to eat the food of the gods." Giving Naruto a thumbs up with a wide grin showing shining teeth, Guy bellowed out, "Yash, Naruto. Keep embracing the flames of your youth." When Naruto disappeared around the corner, Guy continued on to Lee's room, wide grin still on his face. Tsunade was in the process of examining Lee when she heard a knock on the door. Inviting them in, she saw that it was Mike Guy. "Ah, Lady Tsunade," he said. "I've heard you were back in the village." Looking at her examining Lee, he inquired, "So are you here to check on the condition of my most youthful student?" Not pausing her work, Tsunade nodded. "I'm getting a basic diagnostic done, so I can know his condition in greater detail." Grinning but not bothering her work, Guy sat down in the chair to wait for her to finish. After 20 minutes had passed, Tsunade sighed and stood up saying, "Well, I've checked everything I can for now. I'll have to get a Hyuga clan member to check for sure, but I believe he has bone fragments stuck throughout his arms and legs, not to mention the muscle and tendon strains from opening the inner gates." Fixing Guy with a harsh stare, she asked, "Why in the world did you teach him such a forbidden technique?" Guy leveled her with a determined look and answered, "I would do anything to help Lee achieve his dream of being a splendid shinobi." Shaking her head, Tsunade replied, "He won't be able to be a shinobi at all anymore with this kind of damage." Hearing both Lee and Guy gasp, she continued, "It will be almost impossible to remove all the bone fragments while repairing your body and keeping you alive." Looking up at her with tears in his eyes, Lee stammered, "BB, but being a splendid shinobi is everything to me. Please, Lady Tsunade, there must be a way." Nodding his head fiercely, Guy agreed, "Yes, Lady Tsunade. Surely there must be some medical procedure that can help Lee." Exasperated, Tsunade pinched her nose and exclaimed, "I'm not a miracle worker." Quieting down, she explained, "Look, the only procedure that might work has a 50% chance of survival at best." Seeing their defeated faces, she told Lee, "Listen, you have to ask yourself if your dream of being a shinobi is worth dying over. I can perform a much safer surgery to heal you to almost 100% so you can live a full life with a much easier career." Not getting an answer from either of them, she got up and started to leave, saying, "Just think it over and decide what you really need to do for yourself." She then left the room, closing the door behind her. Leaving the hospital and heading towards the Hokage Tower, Tsunade felt more tired with every step. Walking through the doors, she muttered, "Maybe I can finally sit down and have some sake." When she got to the entrance of the Hokage's office, she paused and thought, "Right, this is my office now." Shrugging it off, she entered after ordering Shizune to go find her some sake. Looking around the room, she saw she wasn't alone, however. Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu were sitting in chairs around the office while Jiraiya was leaning against the window. With the door opening, all of them turned their heads toward her, giving her expectant looks. She walked past them to the Hokage's seat and sat down, mumbling, "Of course it wouldn't be that simple." When she finished settling in, Koharu spoke up, "Lady Tsunade, it is good to see you again. I hope your time out of the village has given you a new appreciation for your return here as Hokage." Raising an eyebrow at what she was insinuating but not feeling like arguing, she replied, "Yes. I hope to lead this village to the ideal that my grandfather, the first Hokage, envisioned for us." Interlocking her hands and putting them on the desk, she asked, "However, why are you all here right now?" "I was under the impression I wouldn't be starting my Hokage duties until tomorrow." Taking over, Hamura said, "While it is true that you officially begin tomorrow, we have an urgent document you must look over and approve before any of that." Blinking, Tsunade looked at Jiraiya, who had a defeated look on his face, and Danzo, who was looking smug. She knew it wouldn't be anything she liked. Getting the papers he was looking for, he handed them to Tsunade, who took them with a sigh. She started to read, flipping through pages faster and getting progressively angrier. When she finally finished, she threw the papers back on the table and yelled, "What is the meaning of this?" Danzo didn't flinch and replied, "It's the conditions for the surrender of Suna. Tsunade, it's Lady Hokage or Lady Fifth for you." Danzo, Tsunade said with a stern glare. Frustrated, Danzo spat out, "Of course, Lady Hokage." Continuing on, he said, "These are the terms that the council has agreed upon to seek reparations from Suna." "I know that," Tsunade shouted. "What I want to know is why you went behind my back for this deal, and why I should take that kind of insubordination." Danzo shook his head and answered, "We didn't go behind your back. You aren't even in office yet." Seeing Tsunade's frustrated look, he had to suppress a smirk before he said, "You are free to deny it, of course, but this has the unanimous support of the council. Rejecting it would put you on the bad side of the council at the start of your reign. Not to mention you would have to come up with another arrangement that would benefit the village more than this one." Tsunade turned to Jiraiya, hoping to get some help. She was disappointed when he shook his head. "I've already tried to think of another way out, and this is the best option we've got." Offering her an apologetic look, he saw her slowly nod her head. She asked him, "So there's nothing we can do?" When she said that, Jiraiya grew a slight grin and replied, "Well, we can't stop the marriage, but we can help out Naruto with some of the things he needs for it to work." Understanding what he was saying, Tsunade turned to the advisors and grinned, saying, "That's right. Temari will be an important guest here, and she shouldn't have to stay in a hotel room for an indefinite amount of time." Seeing their quickly falling grins, she continued, "Not to mention the living conditions her future husband is living in. What kind of message would it send to Suna if we kept their choice of groom living in his run-down apartment?" Gritting their teeth, they asked, "What do you propose we do then?" Jiraiya interjected, saying, "We should build them a house, of course. It should be pretty big considering the size of the family you're wanting them to grow." Grin widening, he said, "In fact, it should be built near the old Namikaze compound, since it will eventually be inhabited by their family." Looking to Tsunade, she nodded and said, "That sounds agreeable. We can have them live in the house now and have the option of the compound once it is fixed up later. That area of the village also has extra space where we can build the Uzumaki compound when we need to as well. The fact that it is close to the Hyuga compound is just a bonus." Trying to argue with the points Koharu brought up, "Are you sure we should have them living together? After all, isn't this arrangement supposed to be kept secret from the public?" Waving the concern off, Tsunade replied, "We can always just make up an excuse that Naruto is watching over Temari. Plus, that part of the village doesn't get much traffic from civilians anyway, and it's not as if they have to shout out their living arrangements to everyone." Reluctant to give in due to how much money it would cost, but knowing they were defeated, Hamura sighed and said, "Very well, we will start arranging it right away." Nodding, Tsunade signed the papers and gave them to the advisors to send to Suna. As the advisors was leaving, Jiraiya called out to them, "And get Tenzo to help work on the building. We need to have it finished as soon as possible." With a slight nod, they left the room. Satisfied that everything went the way he wanted, Danzo stood up to leave and said, "Good day, Lady Hokage." Gritting her teeth, Tsunade spoke, "Goodbye, Danzo." As soon as he left, Tsunade slumped back into her chair. After a moment she spoke, "I'm not even Hokage yet, and I've already failed him." Jiraiya shook his head and argued, "You didn't fail him, Haim." Seeing her disbelieving look, he continued, "You were put in a position with no possible way to win. All you could really do was find any advantage you could." Sighing, she put her head in her hands and said, "I know that. I just wanted Naruto to be able to live a normal life. Not have to get stuck in an arranged marriage and be used for political plots." "I understand what you mean, but Naruto was never going to have a normal life," Jiraiya countered. Seeing her glare, he held his hands up and explained, "He gave that up as soon as Minato sealed the Kyuubi inside him. Not to mention he would always be used to restore both the Namikaze and Uzumaki clans." When she appeared to slump even more, he reminded her, "Even if it can't be normal, it can still be a happy life. We can find whatever advantage we need to help him fulfill his dreams." Plus, one of his dreams is already coming true in having someone to come home to. Seeing Tsunade perk up some, he continued, even if it might not be ideal now, he could always come to love both those girls and have their love in return. At this, Tsunade's face broke into a small smile, remembering the Hyuga girl she met earlier at the hospital and her reactions to Naruto. This might work out better than I thought, Tsunade thought. With Tsunade's mood lifted, Jiraiya tried to divert her attention. Not to mention the obvious benefits of marrying two beautiful girls. Why? Just imagine all the possibilities. Ignoring the rising temper of Tsunade, he kept speaking, "Do you think they would let me observe them for my research? Just think of all the ideas I could get from watching their kinky three-way dash." He never finished his sentence because Tsunade had hit him with a chakra-enhanced punch, launching him out the window and into the distance. Grumbling, Tsunade sat down and said, "That pervert never learns." Rubbing her forehead, she sighed. "Not even in office yet, and that brat is already giving me problems." Slamming her hands down on the table, she yelled out, "And where is Shizune with my sake?" Meanwhile, Shizune was walking back to the Hokage Tower after finally finding the right kind of sake Tsunade liked when a shiver went down her back. Gulping, she entered the tower having a bad feeling about meeting Tsunade. Chapter 3. Who's my husband? The sun had begun to rise over the wide desert in the land of wind. As the light began to grow brighter, people in Suna began to leave their houses and start their day. For most, it would be just another day. However, for a few, today would be the day everything changed. The Kazekage mansion was located just a short walk from the Kazekage Tower. This mansion used to be home to a family of 4, but with the death of the Kazekage, now only his children lived there. In one of the bedrooms laid a 15-year-old girl with slightly long blonde hair. She was laying on her bed snoozing with a small smile on her face. That smile stopped when the sun began to hit her face and she opened her eyes with a groan. Taking a few minutes, she began to slowly get up. Walking over to her bathroom, she began her morning routine. After several minutes, she exited with her hair up in her normal 4-ponytail style. Afterwards, she left her room and began to walk downstairs to the kitchen. Knowing it was her turn to cook, she thought about what she wanted to eat. Pancakes sound pretty good, she thought. After that, she grimaced, anything has to be better than whatever it was Kankuro made yesterday. I still don't know how he was able to both burn and undercook something at the same time. He wouldn't even say what it was supposed to be. After deciding on pancakes, she gathered all the ingredients and began to mix them. She then started cooking them and let her mind wander. Meanwhile, Kankuro had started to smell the pancakes from his bedroom and, getting hungry, started to head towards the kitchen. Upon entering and noticing Temari, he threw his hands over his eyes and yelled, "Ga sis, I don't want to see that." Temari was brought out of her thoughts and looked down at herself wearing a large black shirt and some purple simple panties. Getting angry, Temari shouted back, "Oh, calm down, you big wuss. It's no big deal. Besides, it's not like you'll ever get to see a woman like this anyway." Feeling indignant, Kankuro argued, "Hey, that's not true. I'm plenty popular with the ladies." Smirking, Temari countered, "Oh yeah, name one girl that likes you." Seeing him open his mouth, she interrupted, "And it can't be one of your puppets either." Frustrated, Kankuro was about to answer until he heard light footsteps coming near him. Freezing, he turned and saw Gaara enter into the kitchen. When Gaara entered, he looked to Temari and Kankuro and gave a small smile. "Good morning, sister, brother," he said. Kankuro, still not used to Gaara smiling or being nice, stammered out, "Gigi, good morning, Gaara." Temari, however, gave a much softer smile and replied, "Good morning, Gaara. Go ahead and take a seat. The pancakes are almost done." Nodding, Gaara took his seat while Kankuro quietly sat down in the opposite chair so Temari would have to sit between them. After a minute, Temari brought the pancakes and plates to the table and then took a seat herself. Drooling, Kankuro was about to grab a plateful of pancakes until Temari slapped his hand, saying, "Stop that. Let Gaara go first." Pouting, Kankuro let Gaara get his share. Afterwards, he started to reach for them again until Temari slapped his hand again and grabbed her own share without saying anything. Kankuro grumbled and grabbed the last of the pancakes, mumbling, "Why do I have to go last?" Temari heard him and answered, because you tried to kill us with your slop of a breakfast yesterday. Plus you would probably take most of the pancakes and wouldn't leave any for me or Gaara. Not knowing when to quit, Kankuro replied, well, maybe I should take most of them. Looking at the stack you have, it won't be long until you get fat. As soon as the words left his mouth, he found himself on the floor, courtesy of a fist to the head from Temari. Angrily she shouted, excuse me. I am extremely healthy from my shinobi lifestyle. I have the perfect figure any man would drool over. Kankuro laughed and said, oh yeah? Then why don't you ever have any dates or boyfriends? Temari was about to smack him again when they both heard a soft snort. Looking over to Gaara, they saw he was looking away slightly with a small smile. Straightening up, they both gave a soft smile and began eating in peace. When they were almost done, Kankuro spoke. Oh yeah, Temari, your birthday is in about a week. What are you wanting to do? Shrugging, Temari replied, I don't really care too much. I'm fine with just doing some training in the morning and having a meal together later. Before Kankuro could reply, Gaara spoke up. Is there anything you would want, sister? Shocked at hearing him ask, Temari shook her head with some tears in her eyes. Then grabbing both of them into a hug, she answered with a wide grin. No. I've got everything I need right here. Letting them go, she calmed down, and when they all finished eating, she stood up and told them to bring their dishes to the sink. While they were in the process of washing them, there was a knock at the door. Temari turned to them and said, go answer the door, Kankuro. I'm gonna go put some clothes on. With that, she left while Kankuro and Gaara went to answer the door. Opening the door, they saw it was Baki who knocked. Baki-sensei, what brings you by? Kankuro asked. I have some things to discuss with you all, he answered. Looking around, he asked, is Temari here? Kankuro nodded and said, yes. She's upstairs getting ready. Come on in while you wait. Agreeing, Baki walked in and they went to the living room to take a seat and wait on Temari. While they were waiting, Baki noticed how calm Gaara seemed and hoped this news would seem him back into his old habits. After a few minutes, Temari walked down and, noticing him, greeted Baki-sensei. Good morning. He nodded and replied, good morning, Temari. Taking her seat, she asked him, what did you need to see us for today? At this, Baki started wringing his hands, trying to find the best way to tell them. I'm not sure if I'm more scared of Temari's or Gaara's reaction, he thought. Taking a breath, he started. So you know how we surrendered to Konoha after failing the invasion and finding we were betrayed by Orochimaru? Grimacing, all three of them nodded their heads. So Suna and Konoha have been negotiating on a truce, and since we lost, we are having to pay the majority of the reparations, Baki said. Seeing they understood, he continued, the council came to a decision of what we can do, and we just got back word this morning that Konoha approved the terms. Seeing that Baki was having a hard time trying to say what he needed, the three siblings had a sinking feeling they weren't going to like it. Sighing, Baki finally said, the deal was a marriage contract, and you are the bride, Temari. Silence. No one said a word, trying to process the words he said. Then all of a sudden Temari jumped up and exploded. What? What do you mean I'm the bride? Trying to placate her and her siblings. Gaara especially seeing some sand start to slip out of his gourd. Baki replied, we had to show Konoha that we were serious about atoning for our mistake. The council came to a unanimous decision that a marriage contract was the best idea, and you were chosen because you are one of our best kunoichi and you had the blood of a Kage. Deflating a little, Temari argued, so that's it. I'm shipped off to be a sacrifice for the village after everything I've done. Looking apologetic, Baki said, I'm sorry, Temari, but this was our only path to peace. If I saw any other option, I would take it. This will secure our alliance for a long time and will help bring our village to new heights. Temari slunk back into her chair and sat there unmoving, trying to keep the tears at bay. None of the others said anything, unable to find any words that would comfort her. After a couple of minutes, she asked, do you at least know who my husband is to be? At this, Baki reluctantly nodded and said, yes. It was already decided and he has the full approval of the council. When he said this, Temari started to think who it could be. They'll most likely give me to one of the clan heirs. I don't even want to think about it being someone way out of my age range. Thinking back on the Chunin exams, she drew up a mental list. Sasuke Uchiha is the most likely choice. I don't know much about him besides that he's the last of his clan and is a supposed prodigy. He doesn't look bad, I suppose, but from what I saw he seemed extremely gloomy, and whatever that black chakra was gives me the creeps. Moving on to her next candidate, she thought Niji Hyuga is a possibility as well. He's supposed to be the most talented Hyuga in ages. However, I did not like his fixation on fate and how cruelly he beat down his own cousin in the preliminaries. He got what was coming to him when that kid won against him in the finals. Plus, I'm not sure if he could be chosen considering he's a branch member for their clan. That Nara brat could be chosen, she thought with a grimace. I still haven't forgiven him for basically beating me and then just given up. Otherwise, he doesn't seem anything special besides his clearly brilliant strategic mind. He's super lazy though, and I definitely don't like people who just give up at the first sign of trouble. Finishing up, she thought, that was everyone who stood out to me. I suppose they could pick someone else like the heirs of the Akimichi, Inazuka, or Aburame clans, but I know next to nothing about any of them. Hearing Baki clear his throat, she snapped out of her thoughts and gave him her full attention. Seeing that she was listening, he said, "They have chosen Naruto Uzumaki, the last of known member of the Uzumaki clan." Silence once more reigned in the house. Baki saw all three of their faces morph into different expressions. Temari looked confused and even a little scared. Kankuro seemed to be torn between disbelief and wanting to laugh. However, Gaara's expression scared him the most. He appeared calm and even had a small smile on his face. Temari tried to sort through the thoughts in her mind. They chose Naruto, and it was unanimous. Why? He seemed like such a loudmouth and nothing special. Although he did manage to beat Niji, which was pretty impressive. Plus, how could I forget his fight with Gaara? Summoning the boss toad to fight him and win even when Gaara transformed into the Ichibi was insane. Remembering something else, he had some kind of special chakra at some points too, didn't he? I don't know what it was, but it was scary and somehow even darker than Gaara's. Also, didn't Baki say he was the last of his clan? I didn't even know there was an Uzumaki clan. Naruto just seems like a walking contradiction to me. Before she could get lost in her thoughts anymore, Kankuro bursted out laughing. Unable to hold it in anymore, he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! They chose the shrimp for the groom. What were they thinking?" Turning towards Temari, he tried to contain his laughter. "I really am sorry for you, Temari, but you have to admit it is funny. We're giving away our strongest kunoichi to the wimpiest guy they have." Temari started getting angry and was about to hit him when Gaara's voice shocked everyone. "I approve," he said. Everyone turned to Gaara, stunned that he would say that. After a moment, Temari asked, "What do you mean you approve, Gaara?" "Exactly what I said," he answered. "Naruto Uzumaki is the best choice for you." Temari opened and closed her mouth a few times before stammering out, "BB, but he beat you, Gaara. Aren't you mad about that?" Inside her head, she also thought, "Plus, if he was strong enough to defeat Gaara, who knows what he might do to me?" Shaking his head, he denied, "No, it is precisely because he beat me that I approve. Through his actions, I was able to see a better way to live and changed to follow his example." Sensing Temari's unsaid worries, he added, "Do not worry, sister. He will not harm you. Rather, he will fight for you and protect you from harm with all his being because you will become precious to him. I know this because he not only told it to me with his words but also his actions. When we fought, he gave everything he had to save everyone in his village that was precious to him. Not only that, but he even gave his all to save me, his enemy." Shocked at his passionate defense of Naruto, Temari couldn't help but to throw her arms around Gaara and hug him. With tears gathering in the corners of her eyes, she cried out, Thank you, Gaara." Calming down, Temari let go of Gaara and wiped the tears from her eyes. Seeing her better, Baki sighed but spoke up, "I'm sorry, Temari, but there's a little more you need to know." Turning to him, fearful of what he might say, she gave a nervous nod. Baki continued, "Even though they agreed to our proposition, Konoha added an extra clause to the contract. It states that even though you will be married to Naruto Uzumaki, he will be taking another wife from Konoha." Shocked and frustrated, she exclaimed, "What? Why are they doing this? Are they just trying to make me a trophy wife or something?" Shaking his head, Baki denied, "No, that is not why they are doing it. They are actually still allowing you to be a kunoichi, even if it's under their banner, so you're not just a trophy wife to them." At this, Temari let out a soft sigh of relief that she would be able to at least keep her pride as a shinobi. As for the reasoning of a second wife, I have a few theories. Baki folded his hands before saying, "First, I'm sure they want someone to keep him tied to Konoha since he has no family there. After all, they wouldn't want all his closest family to have deep ties to Suna even if we are allies again." Feeling a slight pang at being reminded Naruto had no family, Temari nodded. Seeing she understood, Baki continued, "The other reason ties into what I said before about him being the last Uzumaki. I'm sure they want to use him to rebuild his clan and probably wish to use another wife to speed the process up. After all, having too many children would put a bigger strain on you." Slightly uneasy at remembering what her other duties would require, she gave a shaky nod. Before she could ask anything else, Kankuro interrupted, "But we've never even heard of the Uzumaki clan. Why are they such a big deal?" Baki nodded and said, "It somewhat makes sense why you wouldn't. They were almost completely wiped out years ago with their village of Yuzushigakure being destroyed. They were greatly feared for their massive chakra capacities and brilliant knowledge of Fuinjutsu that the nations of Iwa, Kiri, and Kumo all banded together to crush them." Seeing the shocked look on their faces, he continued, "They were truly formidable, and they had strong ties to Konoha. The first Hokage was married to an Uzumaki, and the spiral on the Konoha uniforms is actually in homage to Yuzu. We were actually surprised to find that Naruto truly was an Uzumaki. We thought he might just have the name as a way to honor the Lost Clan. He doesn't have their trademarked red hair nor the Fuinjutsu ability they were known for." Letting all his words sink in and how special this union with Konoha could become, he finished, "There is also one or two more reasons Konoha might have chosen a second bride, but they are classified for now and you must have Konoha tell you their reasoning." Trying to control her breathing, Temari willed herself to calm down. When she finally did, she asked, "Do you know who they have chosen as the second bride?" Nodding, Baki said, "They chose the Hyuga clan heiress, Hinata Hyuga. She's the one who was beat badly by her own cousin," she thought, lowering her head. Although she at least seemed fairly capable and likely only lost because she fought a prodigy who was also 1 year her senior. It's a lot better than those pink and blonde fangirls that could barely manage to tie with each other. I don't know how I would live with either of them without ripping my hair out. I am surprised they chose to give up the heiress of the most prestigious clan in Konoha though." Raising her head, Temari reluctantly asked Baki, "Is that everything?" "Yes, that should be it," he answered. "There are some basic details to go over such as what you will be allowed to do and your status in both villages, but that can be gone over in Konoha." Sighing, Temari nodded and asked, "When are we leaving?" "In 3 days," he replied. "It will also take 3 days to travel to Konoha. In the meantime, get all your affairs in order before we leave." With a softer tone, he said, "I have also gotten permission for us to bring Kankuro and Gaara on the trip." With a slight smile, Temari answered, "Okay, Baki-sensei." With his duty done, Baki muttered a quick goodbye and left the mansion so the siblings could come to terms with everything. As he was closing the door, he heard a strangled sob come from inside and hung his head, continuing on his way. While Temari was preparing for what was to come, her future husband was currently snoozing away, sprawled all over his small bed. Restless, he kept rolling in place until he rolled too far and fell off onto the floor. Letting out a loud ouch, he pulled himself up. Seeing that it was morning, he went to the bathroom. After he finished, he headed to the kitchen to prepare his breakfast, nightcap still on his head. In his kitchen, he got out one of his packs of instant ramen. Since that was all he knew how to make, he started preparing the stove for it and put it on. Watching it cook, he began to chant ramen, ramen, ramen. After 3 minutes it was done and he put it in a bowl and took it to his table. Taking the first bite, he exclaimed, "Hot, hot, hot." Running to the fridge, he got out some milk to cool off his tongue and let out a big sigh of relief when it did. Taking the milk with him, he started eating his ramen again and hummed happily that it was cool enough. Finishing up his meal, he started taking the plate to the sink when he heard a knock on his door. Setting down the plate, he walked to open the door and saw an umbu with a cat mask waiting. "Naruto Uzumaki, you are to report the Hokage's office immediately," said the umbu. Without waiting for a reply, they shined away. Squinting his eyes, Naruto asked himself, Wonder what Lady Bachan wants? Shaking his head, he went to his bedroom to throw his orange jumpsuit on. After he was dressed, he headed to his door and turned off the lights. Be back later, he said to the empty apartment. Ignoring the pang in his heart, he took off towards the Hokage Tower. Arriving at the tower, he entered and told the secretary he was summoned by the Hokage. She glared lightly at him but let him through. When he got to the office, he knocked before throwing the door open. Entering in, he saw Tsunade sitting down in her chair and Jiraiya leaning against the wall. Grinning, he exclaimed, "Morning, Lady Bachan." "Morning, pervy sage." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and turned to Tsunade. "Lady Bachan?" Tsunade sighed and replied, "It's a work in progress." Addressing Naruto, she said, "Next lesson, after you knock, wait until the person inside tells you to come in before you do." "And what did I say about lowering your voice?" Naruto deflated a bit but still saluted and said quieter, "Understood, Lady Bachan." After that he relaxed and asked, "So what did you need me for? Is it a mission? 'Cause that would be cool, but I just got back and Sasuke and Kakashi aren't out of the hospital yet." Shaking her head, "No, it's not a mission. Actually, your team will not be doing missions for a little while because of a few reasons. However, Kakashi is going to be released later today, so maybe you and him can get started on that training he mentioned tomorrow." Seeing Naruto nod and grin at the thought of training, she chuckled. Turning serious again, she folded her hands together and spoke, "Me and Jiraiya actually have several things to tell you today." With that, she activated the silencing seals on her office. Knowing it must be serious if she needed to do that, Naruto gulped and stammered, What is it?" Sighing, Tsunade replied, "The first thing we need to tell you is about your parents." With that, a shock was sent through Naruto's body. Standing straight up, he stuttered, My parents? What about them? Did you know them?" Raising her hand up, Tsunade interjected, "Yes, we both knew your parents. Although Jiraiya knew your father a lot better than your mother, and I really only knew them in passing." Seeing she had Naruto's full attention, she continued, "We'll talk about your mother first. She was a fiery redhead by the name of Kushina Uzumaki." Naruto looked down and muttered, "Kushina. Finally, I have her name," he thought. Jiraiya chuckled and Naruto looked at him. "She was a real firecracker, that one," he said. "She was always the type to answer with her fists instead of words. She was a terror on the battlefield as well. With fierce kenjutsu, unparalleled fuinjutsu, and massive chakra reserves, she became known as the Red Death. However, your father said that she had a tender side, although I rarely got to see it." Smiling softly, he finished, "Your personality reminds me of her a lot." With tears dripping down his face, Naruto grinned the widest he had in a long time and exclaimed, "She sounds awesome. I'll do everything I can to make her proud." Tsunade beamed and said, "I'm sure you already do, Naruto." When he had calmed down, she continued, "Now that you know your mother, it's time we tell you about your father. Before we do though, know that you won't be able to tell anyone the identity of either of your parents for now." Seeing Naruto's pouting look, she explained, "Both your parents had many enemies, your father especially, and if they knew they had a child, nothing would keep them from trying to seek revenge through you." When she saw Naruto nod and understand what she was saying, she motioned for Jiraiya to continue. Jiraiya sighed and began, "Your father was my student and greatest pupil. His name was Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage." As soon as those words left Jiraiya's mouth, Naruto froze. After a moment, Naruto stammered, "T to the fourth Hokage. But that doesn't make any sense. If I was his son, why was I left alone for so long?" Jiraiya tried to soothe him. "It's true, Naruto. Trust me, you look just like him, and that's the problem." Running a hand through his hair, he sighed and said, "You had several clan heads wanting to adopt you when they found out you were his son. Even I wanted to take you with me. However, we were all shut down because if word ever got out that a kid who looked just like Minato was adopted by a clan or me, it could have started a war." Crying at the fact that people wanted him, he asked, "If I was his son, then why did he seal the QB in me? Why would he subject me to that torment? Did he just not love me?" When he said that, Tsunade jumped up and started to hug him, whispering, "Of course, he loved you, Naruto." Nodding, Jiraiya agreed, "Yes, both your parents were so excited to have you. They were constantly talking about how they couldn't wait. However, It was because you were his son that he had to seal it inside you. Naruto looked at him, obviously confused. Jiraiya answered him, I should probably start with that your mother was the container for the Kyuubi before you. Naruto gasped and Jiraiya nodded, continuing, it's true. She inherited the Kyuubi from Mito Uzumaki after she was unable to contain it any longer. See, since the Kyuubi is the strongest of the tailed beasts, only in Uzumaki's immense chakra can hold them. Turning somber, he said, no one knows what happened the night you were born, but whatever it was, Minato wasn't able to seal the Kyuubi back into Kushina. Seeing it dawn on Naruto, Jiraiya said, this left you as the only available Uzumaki to contain the Kyuubi. I'm sure Minato didn't want to do that to you, but you were the only choice. After all, the Hokage has a duty to protect his village, even against his own wishes. However, he told Sensei you were to be seen as the hero that saved the village from the Kyuubi and had complete faith that one day you would be able to control his power. Naruto just continued to cry in Tsunade's arms. After several minutes, he calmed down and separated from her, sniffling while he did so. He wiped his face and put on a grin to say, I understand. I'll do my best to live up to their expectations and dreams. Punching his fist into his palm, he exclaimed, and one day I'll control the Kyuubi's power just like my father thought I could. Seeing Jiraiya and Tsunade's proud looks, he bowed and said, thank you both for telling me about them. It means the world to me. Jiraiya and Tsunade were both shocked that Naruto would bow to them. However, after a few minutes, they just smiled and Jiraiya replied, don't mention it, kid. You deserve to know. Tsunade nodded but then became more serious. She said, Naruto, we called you here for several reasons. One of those was your parents, but there is something else we have to tell you. Naruto looked confused and asked, what? What else is there? Jiraiya answered for her, it's something that will shape your whole future. It was actually originally planned to tell you who your parents were on your 16th birthday, when you were hopefully strong enough to defend yourself. However, new circumstances have required us to inform you early, which is why we told you now. Naruto piped up, okay, but what happened? Tsunade sighed before saying, you know how Suna invaded? And they surrendered after finding out Orochimaru betrayed them and killed their Kage. Naruto nodded and asked, yes, I know. But what does this have to do anything? I'm getting to that, Tsunade replied. Anyways, we have been seeking ways to make peace with Suna and reforge our alliance. After all, we don't want to have a war that would leave us both weak. Therefore, Suna had the idea to broker peace in a unique way by using a betrothal contract. Naruto tilted his head and asked, what does that mean? Tsunade answered, it means that they are sending one of their kunoichi here to get married to someone from our village. This ensures that the villages have strong ties through the union of the ones chosen. And Suna has elected to send Temari Sabaku as the bride. Thinking for a moment, Naruto exclaimed, I remember her. She's Gaara's sister. Grinning, Naruto continued, she was pretty cool. She had that huge fan and could use some powerful wind attacks. Tsunade nodded and said, that's right, which makes this deal so lucrative. She is not only a powerful kunoichi but also the eldest child of the last Kazekage. So she has valuable genetics and is a powerful political asset. Regretting what she was about to say, Tsunade continued, so with Temari as the bride, Suna requested a certain someone for the groom. And the one they chose was you, Naruto. What? Naruto exclaimed. What do you mean they chose me? I mean, what do I even have? Why wouldn't they choose someone like Sasuke? Tsunade held up her hand to calm him down and replied, they specifically asked for you and no one else. As for the reason, we believe they chose you because they figured out who your father was. Naruto sputtered, but what would that matter? Oh, Tsunade nodded and said, yes. Being the son of the fourth Hokage has many perks. Not only will it ensure access to his techniques, but it also carries a lot of political weight. Plus, IWA is Suna's greatest threat, and being tied to the son of the fourth Hokage would make IWA think twice before attacking. Also, since you and Temari are both children of Kages, any children you two have has the very high potential to be great. Seeing his face scrunch up at that, she continued, even if Suna didn't figure out your father, you still have a lot of positives. After all, more people are figuring out you're a true Uzumaki. This means they know about your high chakra reserves as well as the inherent fuinjutsu abilities of the Uzumaki, both of which you can pass down to any children you have. So you are a very enticing option for any marriages. Naruto tried to argue, still, you're the Hokage, so what you say goes, right? You can choose not to accept it. Tsunade shook her head and said, it's not that simple. It's true I could reject it, but it would have major ramifications. Not only would it require a better solution to be found, but it would put heavy strain on my relationship with both Suna and our own council. And since I just took office, that is a major risk since I don't have much sway with either yet. That is why this marriage is the best option for both of our villages. Seeing Naruto's downcast look, her face softened and she said, I'm sorry, Naruto, but I have already accepted and the message has been sent. I'm sure they have gotten it by now. Temari is expected to be here sometime within the week. Looking towards the floor, Naruto softly muttered, I understand you were put in a hard position, but it's not fair. I thought I would be able to choose who I get to love. Jiraiya sighed and replied, I know, Naruto, but life is never fair. You know that more than anyone. Besides, even if you don't love each other now, there is always the possibility of it happening later. After all, I'm not sure you would have ever gotten the affection you wanted from Sakura. To his surprise, Naruto nodded and said, I know. I've always had a feeling she would never like me, but I thought I could change her mind. But yesterday, even after I helped bring someone to heal Sasuke for her, she never even gave me a second look. Getting a little bit louder, he exclaimed, but that still doesn't make this right. Me and her don't even know each other, so how can we be expected to get married? And it's wrong to trap her with me. Putting a hand on his stomach, he whispered, after all, I'm sure she'll come to hate me after she learns what I really am. When I saw her, she was always scared of Gaara after all. When he said this, they both gave him a sympathetic look and Tsunade spoke up. I know it's wrong, but we have to work with the hand we're dealt. When you become Hokage, you'll have to make difficult choices as well. She then grew a small smile and said, don't automatically assume she'll hate you for being a Jinchuriki either. You have a way of growing on people. Plus, you won't be getting married straight away either. It will be put off until you're at least 16, so you will have some time to get to know each other. Relieved that he wasn't getting married straight away, Naruto then asked, if we're waiting several years, then why am I being told all this now? Tsunade replied, we figured it was best to inform you so you could grow used to the idea. Also, even though you won't be getting married now, it would look bad on our alliance if you started attempting to date other girls than the contract allowed. So telling you would help you to not get attached to a woman you weren't marrying. Seeing that he understood, she continued, there is also the matter of Temari's living accommodations. Seeing as how she is going to be an important guest, it would not bode well if we put her up in some hotel. Therefore, we decided to give her a home. However, it would be somewhat pointless to have her live in a house for just a few years and then have to move somewhere else when you get married. So she will be living in the home we are building for the two of you, and you will be living with her. Ha! What do you mean I'm living with her? Naruto shouted. You heard me, Tsunade replied. You've been living in that lousy apartment for too long anyway. If Suna got word that you were in such lousy conditions, they could possibly raise a stink about it. You'll be living with the girl in the future anyway, so you might as well learn now. Tsunade then got a smirk on her face. Besides, based on the reports I saw from the Chunin exams, Temari seemed to be a pretty tough kunoichi. So, I'm sure I could trust her to straighten you out if you don't act right. Naruto gulped and paled when she said that, imagining her big fan she wielded and what kind of damage it might could do. Seeing this, Jiraiya laughed. Ha ha, it won't be all bad, kid. After all, it will just be the two of you living there to start. Jiraiya's grin widened and he said, just imagine all the things you could get up to living with such a beautiful girl. Why, if I were you, I would. Tsunade punched Jiraiya, sending him to the ground. She huffed and told Naruto, don't listen to him, Naruto. He'll only put bad ideas in your head. Naruto nodded and replied, don't worry, Lady Bachan. I never want to turn out pervy like him. Good, Tsunade said. Anyway, your new house is going to be located by the Namikaze compound, but it's not done yet. It should be finished in another couple of days. Naruto tilted his head and asked, I didn't know there was even a Namikaze compound. It's fairly recent, Tsunade answered. See, whenever someone becomes Hokage, they have the option to start a clan if they're not already part of one. Your father had plans to start the Namikaze clan and revive the Uzumaki clan, but he wasn't able to do so before he died. Therefore, his ambitions fall to you. Okay, but why can't we just live in the compound instead of building a house? Naruto asked. And are you expecting me to revive the Uzumaki clan too? Isn't that going to be a lot of work? You can't live in the compound yet because your lineage isn't known yet. We can waive off concerns of living in the house, saying we're planning on building more houses there, and yours is just the first one. But if you were actually living in the compound, it would raise a lot of questions. Besides, the compound would be far too big for just a few people anyway. It likely won't be used for a good many years until your family gets much larger and the space is needed. Tsunade waited a moment before continuing. As for the other matter, we are expecting you to revive the Uzumaki clan as well. There is a good amount of space on that side of the village. Besides the Namikaze clan compound, there is only the Hyuga clan compound. So there will be room to build a compound for the Uzumaki clan as well. That way, both the Namikaze and Uzumaki clans can grow side by side. Naruto nodded and smiled. That makes sense. Plus, we're close to the Hyugas. That means me and Hinata can be neighbors. That's pretty cool. As if sensing a moment he could turn perverted, Jiraiya had woken up and giggled. You'll be close all right. The best kind of neighbors. Trying to ignore him, Tsunade added, you're right that it will be a lot of work though to revive two clans. That's why there is something else added to the contract that is supposed to help you. Jiraiya started giggling harder and said, oh, Naruto is going to be working hard all right. I'm sure he won't have any complaints about the kind of help that they're going to be providing. Having had enough, Tsunade got up out of her chair and punched Jiraiya into the wall hard, creating an imprint of him there. Satisfied with her work and returning to her seat, she wrote down a reminder to have her wall fixed. Naruto, who paled as soon as he saw what happened to Jiraiya, stood up straighter when Tsunade's gaze turned to him. Clearing her through, she said, now where was I? Continuing as if nothing had happened. Oh yes, reviving your clans. Anyway, when it was decided to have you revive both your clans, there was a few problems that came up. As I said, it would take a lot of time to revive both clans, and the high number of children could put a great strain on Temari. At this, Naruto turned a bright shade of red, just now realizing what reviving his clans would mean. Ignoring this, Tsunade said, there was also some members worried that having a wife from another village could cause your priorities to shift, and you would have greater ties to Suna than Konoha. When she said that, Naruto denied it. I wouldn't do that, Lady Bachan. I love this village and want to become its Hokage. Tsunade smiled but still said, I know that, Naruto, but they don't. Besides, if you do end up falling in love with Temari, she would be a high priority for you. She may become the most important thing to you, and that causes some worry for the council. Naruto remained silent, seeing what she meant. After all, even though he wanted to become Hokage, his dream of having a family to come home was even older. In many ways, it was more important to him, even if he didn't voice it often. Therefore, a clause was added to the marriage contract. They hoped it would be a solution to both of these problems. Taking a breath, Tsunade reluctantly told him, the condition was that you would take a second wife from Konoha to help rebuild your clans. 2 wives. You're marrying me off to 2 different girls. How is that even supposed to work? I thought you could only have 1 wife, Naruto shouted. Wincing from his loud voice, she answered, it is true that you're only supposed to marry 1 woman, but there are certain laws that bypass it, such as the starting and reviving of clans. As for how it would work, each girl will be the matriarch of one of the clans. Through them, you will revive each clan. However, even though the girls will be helping lead different clans with you, it is best if you all get along. After all, it is better for the clans to coexist peacefully since they will be living together in the village and protecting it together. Besides, you wouldn't want to be trapped in a marriage with 2 girls that hate each other, do you? When you get married, you will all be living together and you want it to be a happy home. Feeling light-headed from everything, Naruto asked, how do I even do this though? I know nothing about being a husband or starting a family. It would be hard enough with just 1 girl, but 2. I'm not sure if I can make this work. I think you can, Tsunade said firmly. Feeling sympathetic to him but knowing he needed encouragement, she continued, You might not know what it is to be a family, but you have greater love than anyone I know. Even after everything you've been through, you still try to smile and make people happy. I'm sure if anyone can make this work, it's you. Besides, you won't be alone. You'll have 2 wives who can help whenever you stumble, and you can do the same for them. That's what marriage is about. Still unsure but feeling slightly better, Naruto nodded. I can give you a few tips to help you though, Tsunade added. Seeing Naruto's pleading look, she said, you need to treat each girl like she's special. Be careful not to treat them like they're the same person, because they're not. They're both unique and they will like and dislike different things. Seeing Naruto nod his head rapidly, she continued, however, even though you won't treat them the same, do not treat one better than the other. It is asking for a disaster if you pick favorites. The other one will feel neglected and it could ruin the whole marriage, which would be terrible since our whole alliance is based on your marriage. Feeling the pressure on him, Naruto gulped. Sensing that she was scaring him, Tsunade said, that is all the major advice you need for right now. The rest is standard for relationships, like being attentive and listening to your partner. You also need to show how much they matter to you, both through your words and actions. There are a few other things you should know, but they can wait until you're older and have use for them. Anything else, you and your partners can figure out as you live your lives together. Naruto bowed and said, thank you, Lady Tsunade. I appreciate your help. Feeling bashful, he added, I also appreciate your belief in me. Stunned that Naruto not only bowed to her again, but also referred to her formally, she waved him off. Don't worry about it. I want to not only have this marriage work, but for you to be happy with it. So anytime you need help with it, don't hesitate to come to me. Naruto beamed. Thank you. Thinking for a moment, he asked, also, do you know who is supposed to be my other wife? Tsunade nodded and said, yes. The council has chosen Hinata Hyuga. Surprised, Naruto blurted out, Hinata? Why her? Raising an eyebrow, she replied, there were several reasons, the main one being her high political standing as the Hyuga clan heiress. This would let her have the knowledge to help you establish your clans and provide counsel with you and Temari. Do you have a problem with her? You seemed to get along fine with her yesterday. No, I don't have a problem with her, Naruto denied. I like her a lot. She's always been very nice to me. I'm just not sure that she could like me enough to marry me. She always looks away whenever I look at her and is always so quiet around me. I'm also not sure if she would be healthy enough, because she always has a red face around me and faints whenever I get too close. Tsunade sighed and shook her head, thinking, I hope these girls can break that denseness from his head. She cleared her throat and answered, well, if that's all, I don't think you have to worry. I think she'll go along with the marriage just fine. I believe she likes you more than you know. She probably just has trouble expressing it because of her shyness. Naruto seemed to cheer up and asked, do you really think so? Tsunade nodded and said, yes, I'm sure of it. As for your worries about her health, it should be fine. She had her latest physical not too long ago, and she is very capable of bearing your children. She chuckled at causing his bright red face. After a moment, she said, Hinata will play her part as your wife just fine. It does please me to see you so worried about her well-being though. Naruto grinned and replied, well, I care about all my friends. They're my precious people and I would do anything for them. Seeing Tsunade's pleased look, he asked, does Hinata already know about this? I sent an umbu to inform Hayashi that I was telling you about the arrangement. So she did not know when you saw her yesterday, if that is what you are asking. However, she will likely be informed sometime today, she answered. I understand, Lady Bachan. Is that everything? Naruto asked. She nodded and said, yes, that is all. Remember, this is all confidential right now until your 16th birthday. So you can't tell anyone that doesn't know. However, you can discuss it with me, Jiraiya, the council members, and your fiancés once Temari gets here and Hinata is informed. Also, I will be telling Kakashi of your status once he leaves the hospital, as he is your sensei and needs to know about this. Kurenai will be told as well, due to being Hinata's sensei. Okay. Thank you, Lady Bachan, he replied. May I be excused now? Yes, you may, she answered. As he started to leave, Tsunade interrupted, Naruto, I would just like to say I'm sorry for not being able to do anything about this. I am proud of how you're taking it though, and I do believe this can make you happy in the long run. Naruto just grinned and nodded, leaving the room. Sighing, Tsunade slumped into her seat muttering, "I need some sake." Well, that went better than expected. Tsunade jumped hearing Jiraiya's voice, forgetting he was still here. Calming down, she said, "Yes, but I think he's hurting inside. He's always been good at hiding his pain from what I've seen." Jiraiya nodded, "I agree. I think I know someone who could help. I'll get him to talk to Naruto." "Good. Go ahead and do that," she replied. Seeing him leave, she deactivated the silencing seals and summoned an Umbu agent. "Retrieve Shikamaru Nara for me. I have Chunin exam results I must relay," she told them. They nodded and disappeared to do their task. Seeing as she was alone, she muttered, "Time for the most important matter of the day." Taking a deep breath, she bellowed out, "Shizun, get me some sake." She heard a crash in the next room and a hurried "Yes, ma'am," before relaxing into her seat. Across the village, at the Hyuga compound, two shinobi were locked in combat. Both were glaring at their opponent, one with white pupils and one with lavender. Each had their Byakugan active and were waiting for their opponent to make the next move. As if by some unspoken call, they leapt into action at the same time. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. With their respective stances, Neji and Hinata started attacking each other with their gentle fist taijutsu style. Using the tips of their fingers, they attacked tenketsu located in both the arms and body of their opponent, shutting them down. Seemingly deadlocked, they both continued to try to close as many tenketsu as they could. However, Hinata seemed to slow down and Neji smirked, "Nice try, Lady Hinata, but you still cannot do the full 64 palms." Pressing his advantage, he attempted to strike Hinata after her jutsu ended. However, to his surprise, she twisted her body and he missed. Continuing on, he ended at the same result. Growing angrier, he started attacking faster. And so the dance continued with Neji striking out against Hinata and her contorting her body to dodge every attempt. Finally, at the 57th strike, Neji connected and, with Hinata's focus broken, he landed the rest of his blows. When he had finished, Hinata fell down onto the training mat exhausted. At that, Hayashi, who had been viewing the match, cleared his throat and announced, "That is enough." Looking at Neji, he said, "You continue to excel in the gentle fist. However, be wary of your anger. It can make you act rashly just as much as it can hone your focus." Neji bowed and replied, "Yes, Lord Hayashi." Turning to Hinata, Hayashi said, "You still need practice since you are unable to do the 64 palms." Hinata lowered her head, ashamed at herself, until Hayashi's voice brought her out of her thoughts. "However, you are improving, as your 32 palms was flawless this time. I was also very intrigued by what you were attempting to do there at the end, trying to avoid Neji's attacks. Explain what this was to me." Nervous at being put on the spot, she bowed and answered, "Well, I knew I was unable to do S64 strikes. And my body also seems to be poorly suited for the rigidness of the G-gentle fist. So I've been trying to find a style that would suit my B-body better and allow me to dodge hits while I work up to performing the 64 palms." Cursing herself for stuttering, Hinata kept her bow while waiting for his reply. Noticing her stutter but not commenting on it, Hayashi replied, "Very well. I approve of this experimental new style and will allow you to continue to improve it. It still needs work, but I can help you while we train in the future. You will still be expected to learn all the gentle fist techniques, however." Hinata just nodded, stunned that he approved and would allow her to follow her new style. Hayashi turned and said, "We are done for today. You are free to go, Neji, but meet me in my office, Hinata." With that, he walked off, leaving a confused Hinata in his wake. Noticing Neji approach, she shook it off and gave him a small smile. Neji bowed and said, "You are improving rapidly, Lady Hinata. You will catch up to me in no time." Hinata shook her head and replied, "No, I will never be able to catch up to you. And any improvement I show is thanks to you." Neji smiled and said, "You are much too kind, Lady Hinata. I will continue to believe in you and let your progress speak for itself." Turning away, he said, "I will see you for more training another time. Have a good day, Lady Hinata." "Goodbye, Neji," she replied. He nodded and walked off, leaving her alone. Sighing, she gathered her courage and walked to her father's office, wondering what he could want. Arriving at the door to the office, she knocked and waited for him to allow entry. When she heard him say enter, she went inside. Have a seat, Hinata. We have some matters to discuss, Hayashi said. Hinata bowed and then sat down in front of his desk. She fidgeted under his gaze but waited for him to explain why she was here. After a moment, Hayashi spoke. I have called you here to discuss your place in the clan and your future role in it. At this, Hinata had a sinking feeling in her stomach but didn't say anything. As of now, Hanabi will be the clan heiress. She will be raised to someday lead the clan and be taught all the knowledge needed for that role. When he said this, Hinata lowered her head in shame. I expected this to someday happen, but it still hurts. Now I'll be branded and thrown away. But at least Hanabi will be safe from the seal, thought Hinata. However, his next words caught her attention. This isn't a punishment for you, Hinata. Her head shot up at that, shocked that it wasn't because she was a failure. I did say we would be continuing your training, didn't I? It just so happens that an opportunity has arisen for us, he said. Seeing her confusion, he continued, Hanabi has always been more suited to lead the clan, but I've put off declaring her the heiress due to not wanting to have you sealed. However, recently matters have come to my attention that there is a role you can play better than anyone else, and it will allow you to remain unsealed. Stunned that she would not be sealed, Hinata stuttered, What role is that, father? He folded his hands before explaining. As you know, Suna surrendered to us after their failed invasion. As a gesture of good faith, with the hopes of rekindling our previous alliance, they offered a marriage contract. They are sending the Kazakage's daughter, Temari, to marry a shinobi from our village to keep the peace. Hinata was confused at what this had to do with anything, but she nodded anyway. Knowing that she was following him, he continued, Suna made the choice for the groom, and we agreed after some deliberation. He is the last heir to 2 clans, meaning he will be leading 2 clans in the future and will become very influential. Hinata started thinking, who could he be talking about? The only person that comes to mind is Sasuke, but as far as I'm aware, he is only heir to the Uchiha clan. I don't know anybody else that would fit. Hayashi cleared his throat, catching Hinata's attention. Seeing her listening, he said, anyway, the council had some concerns since he would be starting 2 clans. They were worried that Temari would have a great strain put on her trying to revive 2 different clans. There were also concerns that, by having a bride from another village, the groom could have his loyalties shifted towards Suna. He took a breath before continuing. Therefore, the council came up with a solution. To help revive both clans and keep his loyalties to this village, he would take a second bride. One from Konoha who can assist him in leading his clans. The one chosen was you, Hinata, Hayashi finished. Hinata's expression changed into a grief-stricken look, and she could almost hear her own heart breaking. No, I can't. He can't. I want to choose who I marry, the one I love. It can't turn out like this. No, father. I won't do it. Seal me instead. Just don't marry me off to some stranger, she shouted. Hayashi held a hand up, stopping her. Inside his mind, he was smirking. It seems there's some fire in her yet. The matter has already been settled. You are now engaged to the heir of the Namikaze and Uzumaki clans. Naruto Uzumaki, he stated. Hinata's mind stopped. Then it restarted just to stop again. Finally, she was able to have a coherent thought. And a Naruto-kun? And a Naruto-kun. I'm getting married to Naruto-kun. How is this possible? I thought I would never be able to get his attention, and here I am already engaged to him. Trying to snap her out of her silence, Hayashi asked, does this mean you are unhappy with the union? Do you still wish to be seal? And oh, Hinata interrupted. Calming down, she continued, I wish to marry Naruto-kun. I am just confused as to how this can happen. Seemingly amused, Hayashi answered, well, I suppose I should start with his lineage. It was not released to the public, but Naruto is the son of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. Hinata gasped and Hayashi nodded, saying, yes, he is the son of the 4th Hokage. That means he has high potential with both Uzumaki and Namikaze blood. We assume this is why Suna chose Naruto as the suitor. We believe they figured out the identity of his father and the benefits it would bring. Hinata's face slightly fell. That's right. I'm not going to be his only wife. He's getting married to Temari as well. Remembering something else, her expression dropped more. He didn't choose me either. He's being forced into this and doesn't have any love for me. Shaking her head of those thoughts, she grew determined. That doesn't matter right now. What does matter is the chance I've been given. I can become closer to Naruto than I ever have before. Even if he doesn't love me now, he can always grow to love me in the future. And even if he doesn't, I can do everything in my power to make him happy like he deserves to be. If all I have to pay for that is to share him with another woman, then I will gladly pay it. Hayashi was watching her face go through different expressions and was glad when she appeared to be determined. He then said, "Anyway, though both you and Temari will be marrying Naruto, the news of the engagement and his lineage won't be announced to the public until his 16th birthday. So even though he is your fiancé, you won't be married for several years." Hinata nodded, knowing that even if she wanted to, she was still too young to be married. "Temari will be here in a week's time," Hayashi continued. "Although you will have to keep your relationship secret, it is expected for you to get to know both of them in the meantime. It will help everyone ease into the marriage better and will also give you the chance to guide them in the process of leading a clan." "Father, does Naruto-kun already know of the marriage?" Hinata asked. He nodded and replied, "Yes, Lady Tsunade sent me a message earlier saying she would be informing him today. Also, I assume you know of the Namake's compound that is located nearby." Upon hearing Hinata confirm she does, he said, "Good. The Uzumaki compound will be built near it so that both clans can grow together. This also helps us have good relations with them since we will be close." Hinata smiled, happy that she would not be far from her family. "On that note, there is something else that I should mention," Hayashi said. "It has been decided that Temari will live in a house currently being built by the Namake's compound. And due to his poor living conditions, it was ruled that Naruto would be moving in there with her." Hinata felt conflicted. She was happy that he would be living better and no longer alone. Plus, he would be close by her. However, she was slightly upset Temari would be able to have so much alone time with him. "Will I be living with them as well, father?" she asked. Raising an eyebrow at her boldness, he shook his head. "No. You will be staying here until your engagement is announced. It would cause too many rumors if it was revealed you were no longer living at the compound." Seeing Hinata's falling face, he added, "However, you will be able to visit them frequently. It is imperative you build good relations with them after all. Besides, it will become your house as well when you are married." Grimacing, he reluctantly said, "And, on occasion, I may let you stay the night with them." Hinata perked up and he hastily said, "You are expected to be on your best behavior, however. There will be nothing inappropriate happening or I will put a stop to it." Slightly red, Hinata nodded and said, "Yes, father. Thank you." Smiling slightly, she thought, "It's not the best, but it's a lot better than I expected. And this way I'll still be able to watch over Hanabi for a little while longer." Satisfied, Hayashi finished, "Very well. That is everything I wish to discuss. Upon Naruto Uzumaki's 16th birthday, your engagement will be announced, and we will select a date for you to be married to him. You will assist him in starting and leading his clans and, along with Temari, bear his children for the clan's revival." Just now realizing what her other duties would entail, she turned bright red, thinking, "And Naruto-kun's BB babies." With this thought running through her head, she fainted, slumping down into her seat. Seeing this, Hayashi sighed, muttering, "I guess I should just be proud she made it until the end of the meeting. I hope that this marriage can break her of that habit, though." Chapter 4. Heartfelt Meetings and Awkward Greetings. The bell rang at Konoha Academy, signaling the end of classes. In Irika Yumino's classroom, students started getting up, excited to leave. They had the day off of school tomorrow, so many were making plans with each other. While this was happening, the loudest kid in the class was causing a ruckus. "I'm telling you, Moegi, Udon, I've got the greatest idea for a new prank. I'm gonna repaint the Hokage monument," exclaimed Konohamaru Sarutobi, grandson of the late third Hokage. "That prank has already been done," Konohamaru deadpanned Moegi. "You're just copying Big Brother Naruto." Konohamaru shook his head. "No, I'm not. I'm going to do it even better. I'll paint both my face and his face on the monument." You might get in trouble for that," Konohamaru replied Udon. Adjusting his glasses, he said, "After all, the new fifth Hokage might not be as lenient on you as your grandfather was." Konohamaru's face fell and he whispered, fifth Hokage? Moegi nodded and said, "That's right. Lady Tsunade is the fifth Hokage. She arrived in the village yesterday. She started this morning, although we haven't had her ceremony yet." With stars in her eyes, she exclaimed, "It's like a dream come true. The first female Hokage, and she's the slug Sannin that kunoichis everywhere look up to." "They can't do that," Konohamaru yelled. With everyone's attention on him, he continued, "They can't replace Grandpa like that. Not after everything he's done for the village." With tears in his eyes, he ran out of the classroom, Moegi and Udon following after him calling his name. Seeing this, Irika sighed thinking, "I hope he comes to understand why this had to happen." Looking up, he was surprised to see he wasn't the only one left in the room. Still sitting in her seat was Hanabi Hyuga with a worried expression on her face looking where Konohamaru left. Upon noticing Irika's gaze on her, she jumped up, started gathering her things, and began leaving. She stopped near the door to bow at Irika saying, "Have a good day, Irika-sensei," before she left in a hurry. Shaking his head, Irika left out a chuckle. It's like history is repeating itself. Maybe it will turn out differently with how much more confident Hanabi is than Hinata. Although, anytime she's alone with Konohamaru, that confidence seems to go away, and she resembles her sister more than ever. Irika went back to grading papers. He noticed that everyone was doing about the same, with Hanabi at the top of the class and Konohamaru near the bottom. When he nearly finished, someone walked in the classroom that distracted him from his work. Blinking in surprise at seeing Jiraiya, he got up to bow and said, "Master Jiraiya, I didn't expect to see you here." Jiraiya waved his hand and said, "Relax, Irika. I'm just here to ask a favor from you." Irika nodded and asked, "What can I do for you, Master Jiraiya?" "It's to do with our little blonde student," he replied. Jiraiya then proceeded to tell Irika of the circumstances Naruto found himself in. When he was done, Irika leaned back into his chair and ran a hand through his hair, saying, "Naruto never makes anything simple, does he?" Jiraiya chuckled and answered, "No, he does not." "But what do you need me for?" Irika asked. "I don't see how I can help with his situation." Jiraiya sighed and said, "I know how Naruto is. He's acting like he's fine and it doesn't bother him, but I'm sure he's broken up and confused inside. He probably feels lost and doesn't know what to do. That's why I would like you to talk to him." Irika looked confused and asked, "I understand, but would I really be able to help him? Wouldn't it be better to come from you or Kakashi?" Jiraiya shook his head and said, "No, you're the best choice. Naruto probably wouldn't take my advice seriously, and Kakashi isn't the best person to have a deep emotional talk with. However, Naruto values your opinion. On our trip together, he spoke very highly of you." Irika blushed and scratched his cheek, saying, "Oh, I didn't know I meant that much to him." Straightening up, he agreed, "Very well. I will go and see if I can help Naruto." Jiraiya nodded, "Good. I believe in you. Also, it goes without saying, but you are to keep the details of this conversation secret besides from me, Tsunade, and Naruto." Seeing he understood, Jiraiya asked, "Do you need me to help you find him?" Irika chuckled and shook his head. "No. I think I know where to find him. You doing okay, Naruto? You're only on your second bowl of ramen when normally you be at 5 by now." Naruto shook off his thoughts and looked up to see Ayam looking at him concerned. Giving a grin, he replied, "Yeah, I'm doing fine. I just got some stuff on my mind." She didn't look convinced but relented. "Okay. But I'm just going to be in the back, so if you need anything, call me." Naruto nodded and she went on. When she left, Naruto's grin fell and he went back to staring at his ramen. Before he knew it, someone had slipped inside the restaurant and patted him on the back. Surprised, Naruto shot up to see Irika sitting beside him. Grinning, Naruto said, "Hey, Irika-sensei." "Hey, Naruto," he replied. "How are you doing?" Naruto grew excited and said, "I'm doing good, Irika-sensei. Did you hear about my awesome mission?" Irika shook his head and answered, "No, I haven't." "How about I order my food, and then you can tell me all about it while we eat?" Naruto nodded rapidly and waited for Irika to finish. When he was ready, Naruto started telling Irika about his mission to retrieve Tsunade. Irika quietly ate his food and listened to Naruto's story. When he finished, Irika said, "Wow, that sounds like it was quite an adventure, Naruto. You also seem to get stronger every time I see you. Naruto beamed at his praise before Iruka continued, so what are you doing now? Got anything planned going on? At this, Naruto's smile fell before he quickly put up a fake one and replied, oh, nothing in particular. Just training to get stronger. Iruka caught his change in expression, however, and it confirmed Jiraiya's suspicions. Getting up, he told Naruto, come on, I want to show you something. He then turned to pay for their food, saying, don't worry, Naruto. It's on me today. Naruto grinned, thanking him, and they both turned to leave after saying goodbye to Ayam. Walking through the town, Iruka made sure Naruto was following him. He chuckled as Naruto kept questioning where they were going, but Iruka just told him to be patient. When they started climbing to the top of the Hokage monument, Naruto went silent. Finally, after several minutes, they arrived at the top of the fourth Hokage's head. Turning to Naruto, Iruka asked him, what do you think? It's a pretty nice spot, right? Naruto nodded and looked out towards the village. He could see everywhere in the village, even where his apartment would be located. The Hokage Tower stood above everything, and the glow from the setting sun bathed everything in crimson. It's breathtaking, he said. Iruka grinned, I thought so too. You'll have to remember this place for the future. I will, Naruto replied. Then, looking around once more, he spotted the Hyuga compound. From there, he saw what was likely the Namikaze compound and construction happening around it. His smile fell slightly when he was reminded of what that meant. Iruka saw this and asked, do you hate him? Naruto turned to him with a bewildered look. The fourth Hokage, Iruka replied. Do you hate him for sealing the Kyuubi in you? And oh, Naruto exclaimed. Calming down, he continued, no, I could never hate him. I don't like what he did, but I know he had no other choice. He was just trying to do what he thought was right, and I could never blame him for that. Iruka ruffled his hair and said, you're a strong kid, Naruto. It's amazing how forgiving you are even after everything that's happened to you. Bashful. Naruto drew in the dirt with his foot, muttering, I'm not that great. Iruka chuckled at the uncharacteristic shyness but didn't comment on it. Then his expression grew serious and he said, Master Jiraiya told me what's been going on with you. Naruto was surprised before he grew a sad smile. I see. Tell me what you're feeling, Naruto, Iruka pleaded. Naruto just shook his head and sighed. I really don't know what I'm feeling, Iruka-sensei. Everything's jumbled up in my brain. I don't know what to think or do about anything. Let's talk through it then, Iruka replied. How are you feeling about your parents? Naruto's grew a small, more genuine grin and he said, I'm still coming to terms with it, but I'm mostly happy. It helps a lot knowing they loved me and wished the best for me. He got a little bit louder and continued, It's also cool that they were such strong shinobi. I mean, everyone knows how strong my dad was, but my mom was super strong too. Iruka chuckled and said, Yes, your mom was a fearsome lady. I never met her, but there were always tales of the exploits she got into when I was young. It was said that she was a contender to be Hokage before your father was chosen. Naruto looked at him with stars in his eyes. She's so cool. That she was Naruto, he replied with a smile on his face. Then he became more serious and asked, Okay, if it's not your parents that's got you down, it must be this marriage situation you've found yourself in. Naruto's smile fell and he looked out towards the village again before answering, Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I know why it has to happen. Lady Bachan and Pervy Sage both explained it to me, and I really do want to help my village. But I just can't help feel like I'm being taken advantage of. Iruka put his hands on Naruto's shoulders and crouched down to his level. Looking him in the eyes, he told him, I understand, Naruto, and you have every right to feel like that. In a lot of ways, you are being taken advantage of. I know you might not be able to stop this, and it might make you feel like you've lost. But you can also take this opportunity to turn your life into what you've always wanted. Seeing Naruto's questioning look, he continued, I know you aren't getting to choose who you live your life with, but you are getting someone to do that with now. In fact, you're getting two people to share it with, one of which you'll be starting to live with immediately. Think of it. By this time next week, you won't be coming home to an empty house anymore. Naruto's eyes widened at this. I didn't even think of that. I can finally have someone to welcome me home. His eyes then dimmed somewhat before he said, But just because we're living together doesn't mean Temari will like me. It might make it worse since she has to be reminded all the time that we're supposed to get married. Iruka sighed and said, I won't lie to you, Naruto, that is a possibility. Naruto started to tear up a little before Irika continued, however. The opposite is also possible. Living together could help you get closer to her, and she might end up growing fond of you. Naruto started to look hopeful and Irika added, besides you have Hinata to help you too. She's always been nice to you, hasn't she? Naruto nodded rapidly and replied, Hinata is like the nicest person ever, even if she is a little weird. Irika softly bonked him on the head and deadpanned, word of advice, Naruto. Don't call your fiancé weird. It might hurt her feelings. Oh, I didn't think of that. I don't want to make her feel bad, Naruto said worriedly. But what if this makes her hate me? I feel like I'm taking away her future. Irika patted him on the back and replied, It's nice you're so worried about her, but I think it will be fine. What you need to do is talk to her about it. Talk to her? I can't do that, Naruto exclaimed, waving his hands around. I'm way too nervous and I don't know what to say. Have you ever though? She might feel the same way, Irika asked. Seeing Naruto freeze up at that, he continued, I'm sure she has all kinds of nerves too, seeing as how she's going to be leaving her clan to marry you. Naruto's eyes widened and Irika added, Temari might be even worse. She's going to be leaving her whole village and everything she's ever known to come here and marry you. A guy she's never known in a village that for all she knows could treat her like a prisoner. Naruto looked guilty and he replied in a sad voice, I'm sorry, Irika-sensei. I didn't even think of what they could be going through. I don't want them to be miserable with me. I know, Naruto, Irika said. He smiled. I'm not trying to admonish you. I know you're going through a lot too. I'm just trying to help you and make things easier for you. It would be bad if you ignored what Hinata and Temari are feeling. That's why I'm telling you now, so you won't do that. Naruto wiped the tears from his eyes that had started to form. He then nodded and gave Irika a big smile saying, You got it, Irika-sensei. I'll do my best to help them and make them happy. Good, Irika said proudly. What you want to do first is talk to Hinata. You don't have to overwhelm her with everything right away. Just make conversation with each other, and when you're both comfortable, talk through any worries the two of you have. Seeing Naruto nod seriously, Irika continued, Do the same thing with Temari when she gets here. She might be not as receptive to you at first, but it's most likely because she doesn't know you like Hinata and she feels alone. Don't rush her with anything and be there when she is ready to talk. Looking to make sure Naruto understood everything, he said, When you've done that, then you can try to bring both of them together. Talk through everything between the three of you. The girls might not like each other to start with since they have to not only live with you but also each other. But try to power through it and bring the three of you together. See if they have anything in common and help them to get along with each other. Naruto gulped at all the responsibility but said, Okay, Irika-sensei. I'll try my best. I know you will, Naruto, Irika chuckled. And if you ever need any help, remember my door is always open to you. Now you should get going. It's getting pretty late. Naruto looked over to see the sun had almost set. He gave Irika a quick hug saying, Thank you, Irika-sensei. I really appreciate all your help. He then started to run off but turned back around before he got too far and yelled, Hey, Irika-sensei. I didn't know you were so good with girls. Why don't you have a girlfriend yet? Naruto then ran back towards his home, leaving a sputtering Irika behind. As soon as Naruto arrived at his home, he changed into his pajamas and went to bed, exhausted from the day's events. He fell asleep almost immediately upon hitting the bed and had a dreamless sleep. Next thing he knew, he heard a tapping sound. Waking up, he noticed that it was already daylight. Yawning, he got out of bed to check on the noise. He promptly fell back down in shock, seeing that it was Kakashi tapping on his window. Frustrated, Naruto jumped back up and threw open the window, yelling, Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing waking me up this early? And why can't you use the door like a normal person? However, Kakashi just eye-smiled like it didn't bother him and replied, Now, don't be mad. I've just come to tell you that since I'm out of the hospital now, we've got practice this afternoon. It will just be you and Sakura since Sasuke is still in the hospital. Besides, it's almost lunchtime already. As soon as he said that, Naruto's stomach growled. Blushing a bit, Naruto muttered, I must have been more tired than I thought. Kakashi gave him a sympathetic look but didn't comment on why that might be. Well, practice starts at 1 o'clock, so don't be late. See you later, he said before jumping away from Naruto's window and going on his way. Naruto just muttered, "Yeah, like you'll be there on time." He then brightened up and talked to himself. Well, since it is already almost lunchtime, I might as well head to Ichiraku's. As he started to get ready for the day and began to leave, he remembered, oh right, all that stuff happened yesterday. He had a small frown on his face but quickly shook it off and said, no, I can do this. I just have to follow Irika's advice and take things one at a time. He then opened the door and turned the lights off, saying, goodbye. Be back later. The empty room still did not answer him, but the pang in his heart it caused seemed lighter today than usual. Naruto started walking down the streets, taking his usual route to Ichiraku's. He always walked back roads whenever he could so he could avoid most of the people and the harshness in their gazes. He was distracted by his thoughts of ramen and how he was going to talk to Hinata, so he wasn't really watching where he was going. As he turned a corner, he crashed right into someone, sending them both to the ground. Ow, what did I hit? Naruto said, getting back up. He looked over and noticed who he ran into and exclaimed, Konohamaru. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to where I was going. Konohamaru got up and gave a small smile, replying, it's all right, boss. I've got a hard head just like you. Naruto chuckled and asked, so, I haven't seen you in a while. What have you been up to? Oh, just school and pranks. The usual stuff, Konohamaru said with a forced smile. Naruto saw through it and threw an arm around Konohamaru, asking, all right, what's wrong? You can tell your big bro Naruto, you know that, right? It's nothing, boss. Just me being stupid, replied Konohamaru, shaking his head. It's not nothing if it's bothering you so much. I had someone help me with my problems and now I want to follow their example and help you, Naruto said passionately. Konohamaru looked at him in slight awe before nodding slightly and saying, it's just, I keep hearing about this new Hokage. Everyone's talking about how awesome she is and how much she'll help our village. Naruto looked confused and answered, Lady Bachan? What's she got to do with this? I mean, she gambles and drinks a lot, although she is really strong and a great medic. Plus, she did help me out a lot and can be pretty nice at times. So I guess she's pretty cool. No, she's not, Konohamaru yelled. Naruto jumped in surprise before asking, what are you talking about? She's not that great, Konohamaru exclaimed back angrily. I bet they're all lies that people are saying. My grandpa was so much better than her. She can never measure up to him. Naruto got a scowl on his face before he replied back strictly, you shouldn't talk about her like that. I loved your grandpa too, and so did everyone in this village, but that's no excuse to talk slander about her. You don't understand, Konohamaru yelled back. Then his voice grew softer. Grandpa has to be greater. If not, then people will start to like the new Hokage more and they'll forget all about grandpa. When he finished, tears started to gather in his eyes and he started to sniffle. Naruto's expression softened and he put his hand on Konohamaru's head. He ruffled his hair before saying, that's stupid. Seeing Konohamaru about to argue, he continued, no one could ever forget your gramps. He did amazing things for this village. He was Hokage for longer than everybody else. Naruto got a sad smile on his face and said, the fourth Hokage didn't rule for very long and your grandfather took over after he died. But you don't see anybody forgetting him, do you? Konohamaru shook his head. No, everyone loves him and calls him a hero. Exactly. See, your grandfather's the same way. Everyone thinks he's a hero for saving us so many times. Heck, we've got his whole face on a mountain so we don't forget him, Naruto exclaimed. Konohamaru nodded his head and wiped his tears away, saying, yeah, you're right. Everyone loved my grandpa. And I'm gonna do my part to make him proud and make sure everyone remembers him. That's the spirit, Naruto agreed. And as for Lady Bachan replacing him, what did your grandfather say was the most important thing? Konohamaru looked confused before answering, the people in the village? That's right, Naruto answered. And the people need a Hokage to protect them. So don't think of Lady Bachan replacing him, but more as her continuing his dream of protecting the village and its people. Just like the will of fire that he was always talking about. Konohamaru nodded and grinned brightly, saying, okay, boss. I'll do just that. I'll meet this new Hokage and see how she can protect the village just like my grandpa wanted. Good, Naruto said. She can protect the village and its people now just like your grandfather. And when it's time for you and me to be Hokage, we can be ready to protect the village just like them. You're so cool, boss, Konohamaru said, looking at Naruto with stars in his eyes. I'm gonna be just like you, so I can take the hat from you when you step down. Naruto laughed and replied, I appreciate it, but you might be waiting a while for that to happen. I look forward to the day it does though. Naruto then turned to head towards the Ichirakus saying, Come on, Konohamaru. I'm gonna get lunch and I want you to come with me. I'll even pay for you this one time, my treat. Konohamaru saluted and started walking. Right behind you, boss. You're the best. With those words said, the two of them started walking off together, unknowingly on the path to collide with another duo. Hinata was in a great mood. After waking up from the meeting yesterday and confirming that everything she heard was real and not a dream, she had a constant smile on her face. Even as she was somewhat sad about the circumstances it was happening under, she couldn't deny that having one of her biggest wishes granted was a major source of bliss. To top it all off, she even got permission to take Hanabi out to lunch today, so she continued walking down the street with a skip in her step and Hanabi at her side. While they were walking, Hanabi kept glancing at Hinata with a confused expression. What in the world has her so happy? She's always been nice and smiled at me, but I've never seen her look so carefree. I don't get what could make her smile so big and so often, she thought. Then her smile turned mischievous. I wonder if it has anything to do with him. Clearing her throat, Hanabi spoke up, Sister, what has you in such a good mood today? Hinata looked at her before answering. Well, I suppose it's just such a nice day out. Plus I get to take my cute little sister out for lunch, which I don't get to do very often. Hanabi gave a small smile, thinking, that almost makes me feel bad for what I'm about to do. Putting on a big smile, Hanabi asked innocently, Oh really? So it doesn't have anything to do with that boy you like? What was his name again? Hinata froze and her mouth started floundering. She turned a bright red before stuttering, What do why you mean? How do you know about Naruto-kun? Oh, so his name is Naruto-kun, Hanabi said with a smirk. Seeing she was caught, Hinata started to stutter, trying to find the words to say. Hanabi just started laughing. Oh, sister, you are too easy. Practically everyone knows about your crush on him. He's the only thing that could get you to look this happy. Seeing she was made fun of, Hinata puffed her cheeks out and said sternly, That's not nice, Hanabi. My feelings for Naruto-kun are my business alone. And to think I was trying to treat you today. Hanabi stopped laughing and looked up at Hinata with big doe eyes. She pleaded, I'm sorry, big sister. I was just trying to have fun with you. Can you ever forgive me? Hinata crumbled instantly. She patted Hanabi's head and said, Of course I forgive you. Now let's get going so we can get something to eat. Hanabi agreed and she started tugging Hinata ahead with a smirk on her face, thinking, Too easy. I'm coming, Hanabi. You don't have to go so fast, Hinata said, slowing them down. Here, follow me, I know a place we can go to. Hinata then took the lead with Hanabi following close behind. As they turned the corner, Hinata hit something and closed her eyes before falling onto the ground. She felt something fall on top of her and let out a soft ouch, before she heard a voice saying, Ow, why does this have to happen again? When she heard that, her first thought was, I know that voice. Eyes opening in surprise, she was met with Naruto's face an inch away. She turned bright red before stuttering, Naruto-kun. Meanwhile, Naruto was grimacing in pain at having run into someone for twice the same time. He didn't know who he hit, but all he thought when he landed on them was so soft. Naruto-kun. As soon as he heard that, his eyes opened in surprise and he saw Hinata's pale eyes. He should have jumped up, but all he could think was, I just now noticed that she has lavender in her eyes. Have they always been this pretty? Before he could think anymore, he noticed that Hinata was turning more and more red and she was starting to hyperventilate. Jumping up above her, he pulled her up and started stammering, Hinata, I am sorry for running into you. You're not hurt, are you? Hinata's thoughts were running a mile a minute. Naruto-kun is here. He was on top of me. We were so close that we could have kissed. He's worried about me. He's holding my hand. Everything was too much for Hinata and she fainted, slumping down into Naruto's arms. Naruto started panicking and said, Hinata. Oh no, what did I do this time? I told Lady Bachan she had health problems and she didn't listen to me. He started looking around for anyone to help him. Konohamaru was looking at him confused, but there was another girl that looked like Hinata and seemed to be struggling not to laugh. "Oi, mini Hinata! Come help me out here," he exclaimed. Slightly peeved at being called a mini Hinata but still highly amused, she walked over to them. She got close and whispered in Hinata's ear, "Wake up, Hinata. There's a 2-for-1 sale on cinnamon buns." As if by magic, Hinata sprang up out of Naruto's arms and started shaking Hanabi. "Where are they? Where are the sweet rolls of life?" Meanwhile, Naruto was looking at her in surprise. "I've never seen her like this. I don't know if I've ever not heard her stutter either. I guess she must really like cinnamon rolls. She's just like me with my ramen," he thought. In between her bouts of shaking, Hanabi told Hinata that there are no cinnamon rolls. "I lied." Hinata stopped shaking her and said with a betrayed expression, "How could you do this to me? I'll never recover from this betrayal." "Oh, stop pouting, big sister," Hanabi said. "I had to wake you up or you would be laying in your boyfriend's arms all day." She then whispered, "Although you might like to spend your day like that." Hinata turned red and then turned around quick as lightning. She saw Naruto staring at her and everything came rushing back. She had to fight the urge to faint again and stuttered out, "Ena Naruto-kun, you're here." Naruto scratched the back of his head and replied, "Hey Hinata, I'm so sorry I ran into you. I hope I didn't hurt you." Hinata shook her head and said, "And no, it's fine. Why you didn't hurt me? I am sorry I ran into you." "Oh, it's fine. I've got a hard head, you know," he replied grinning. Konohamaru took this moment to interject. "Hey boss, is this your girlfriend? She's really pretty. A lot better than that pink-haired chick you were with last time. Hopefully, she's nicer too." Both of them blushed and started stammering. "I'm not / I'm not. She's not / he's not. We're not / we're not." Unable to say anything, they both looked away, red in the face. Konohamaru just looked confused while Hanabi was snickering. Naruto and Hinata looked back at each other and each had a small smile on their face. Naruto's eyes then widened and he thought, "That's right. Hinata's supposed to be engaged to me now." He then saw Hinata look like she remembered something and then quickly averted her eyes. "And it seems like she knows now too. What am I supposed to do about this?" he thought. It was then that he remembered Irika's advice to talk to her and help make her comfortable. Naruto grew determined, thinking, "I don't know if I can do it right, but I have to try. I have to help Hinata with this." Clearing his throat, he nervously asked, "Hey Hinata, me and Konohamaru were about to go get some lunch at Ichiraku's. Would you and your sister like to come with us?" Hinata's head shot up in surprise. She blinked at him, thinking, go to lunch with Naruto-kun. Is he asking me on a date? Her thoughts then became dejected. No, it can't be, he still likes Sakura. Plus we have Konohamaru and Hanabi, so it can't be a date anyway. He's probably just being nice. She then saw that Naruto was still looking at her, growing more nervous. She started getting frantic, thinking, I need to answer him. He's gonna think I'm weird if I just keep silent. Besides, it doesn't matter if it's not a date. I can spend time with him and try to get him to like me more. I just have to say something. Naruto was starting to get dejected, thinking she didn't want to go. He was about to tell her it was fine, and she didn't have to accept when he heard her yell out, I'd love to. All three of them looked at her in shock, and it took everything for her not to ment. Taking deep breaths, she calmed down and said, I mean, me and Hanabi W would love to join you for lunch. We were actually heading to get some when we ran into you. Naruto grinned and exclaimed, That's great then. Come on, follow me. I'll show you where the best ramen place in town is. Naruto then grabbed Hinata's hand, leading her to Ichiraku's with Konohamaru and Hanabi running to catch up to him. Hinata, meanwhile, was using all her mental strength to focus on keeping up with Naruto and not the feel of his hand holding hers. Arriving at the restaurant, Naruto entered and called out, Old man, I'm here. Tsuchi came out from the back and greeted him. Hey Naruto, good to see you. And it looks like you brought some customers with you. Naruto nodded and looked back towards them. He noticed Hinata was flushed but had a slight smile on her face and kept a tight grip on his hand. Meanwhile, Konohamaru and Hanabi were hunched over, panting from the exertion of running after Naruto. He looked sheepish and offered an apology, sorry guys. He then held up Hinata's hand saying, This is my friend Hinata. She's super cool and strong. Hinata blushed harder but bowed and said, It's nice to meet you, sir. Tucci grinned at their still connected hands but just replied, Nice to meet you too, young lady. Naruto pointed at Konohamaru next and said, That's Konohamaru. He's like my apprentice. Konohamaru grinned a wide grin. Boss is the boss. Tucci just chuckled at that, seeing a mini Naruto in his place. Finally, Naruto gestured to Hanabi saying, That's Hinata's sister, Mini Hinata. I don't really know her, but she's probably like Hinata, just smaller. Hanabi puffed her cheeks out and huffed. She stomped her foot saying, My name is Hanabi, and I'm not just like Hinata. I'm totally different. I'm way prettier for one. Naruto just scrunched his lips together and replied, I don't think that's true. I mean, have you seen Hinata? Both girls turned red, one from embarrassment and one from anger. Before it could devolve into an argument, Tucci spoke up chuckling. All right, it's nice to meet everyone. Why don't you all take a seat at the booth over there and I'll get Ayam to come take your orders. They all nodded and walked towards the booth. Naruto and Hinata finally let go of the other's hand, to the displeasure of both. Konohamaru and Naruto sat together on one side, while Hinata and Hanabi sat together on the other. After a moment, Ayam came out and walked towards their table. Naruto, it's good to see you again even though I saw you just yesterday, she said with a grin. After looking around at the table, she grew a smirk saying, And you've even brought a girl with you. You didn't tell me you had such a pretty girlfriend. Hinata started feeling lightheaded again. She felt like her blush would be a constant thing today. Meanwhile, Naruto had a light blush as well but spoke up, Ayam, stop teasing her. This is my friend, Hinata. Besides, we're not alone. We've got Konohamaru and Mini Hinata with us too. Ayam chuckled seeing his reaction and the grin grew seeing Hanabi admonish him once again. Although her mind started to wander seeing Hinata's slight disappointment at being corrected on being his girlfriend. Maybe I can help this girl out a little, she thought, stopping another fight from breaking out. Ayam spoke up, Okay, well, it's too bad she's not your girlfriend. She's a pretty little thing. Still, you can always feel free to bring her again in the future. Maybe just the two of you. Hinata eeped and hid her face in her coat thinking a real date with Naruto-kun? I doubt he'd agree to that. However, she was elated when Naruto nodded and said, Sure, I'll definitely do that sometime. Knowing that Naruto didn't know what he agreed to, Ayam smirked. Hook, line, and sinker, she thought. Seeing Hinata swooning again, she decided to give the girl a break. All right, I think it's time to take everyone's orders. So what do you all want? Hanabi and Konohamaru both ordered a beef ramen, while Hinata ordered a miso ramen. Naruto ordered miso ramen as well, although it was 5 bowls. With extra Naruto, of course. Ayam nodded and left to prepare their food saying she would be back in a little bit. With her gone, the table fell into an awkward silence. Naruto and Hinata kept giving the other awkward glances and didn't know what to say. Hanabi had finally had enough of it and turned to Konohamaru asking, So Konohamaru-kun, I noticed you left class yesterday upset. Are you feeling any better now? Konohamaru nodded and answered, Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. Big brother Naruto talked to me and helped me through it. He really knows his stuff. Naruto blushed and looked away muttering, It wasn't really a big deal. Konohamaru shook his head and replied, No, it was. It meant a lot to me. He turned to Hinata and said, You should have heard him, big sister Hinata. He was so cool. Hinata tilted her head and questioned, Big sister? Yeah, boss is big brother Naruto and your boss's girl. So that makes you big sister Hinata, Konohamaru answered. Hinata turned a deep shade of red before squeaking out, HH his girl. Before Naruto could admonish Konohamaru, Hanabi spoke up, Oh really? Maybe I should start calling him big brother Naruto then as well. At that, both Naruto and Hinata turned away having a hard time looking at each other. Meanwhile, Hanabi and Konohamaru were laughing their hearts out. Anyway, how have you been, Hinata? Naruto questioned, trying to change the subject. Have you been training hard? Learned any new jutsus? Grateful for the distraction, Hinata answered, I've been good, Naruto-kun. I'm taking my training as seriously, so I'm not as much of a burden in battle. I haven't learned any new jutsus yet, but I've been working on one and refining my taijutsu style as well. Hanabi was about to speak up when Naruto interjected. You're not a burden, Hinata. You're super strong and I would be glad to fight with you at my side anytime. Hinata averted her eyes, blushing, and managed to utter a soft, thank you, Naruto-kun. Naruto nodded and said, no problem, Hinata. Maybe you can train with me sometime. I've actually got training after this lunch. Do you want to come? I'm sure Kakashi-sensei wouldn't mind. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but I can't. I have to take Hanabi home after this and then I have my own team training with Kurenai-sensei, she replied. Upon seeing his disappointed look, she hastily added, maybe I can come train with you tomorrow though. I don't think I have anything in the morning. Naruto nodded excitedly. That sounds great. Hinata, we can both get stronger together. You can show me that stuff you're working on and I can show you that new jutsu I was talking about. I'd love that, Naruto-kun, she said with a soft smile. Hanabi and Konohamaru were looking at the two of them, feeling like they were intruding on them. Konohamaru then glanced at Hanabi, who blushed and turned away when she noticed. Konohamaru just stared at her in confusion and thought, girls are weird. Before he could ask something, Ayam arrived at the table with their food. Setting the plates in front of everybody, she grinned and said, please enjoy, everyone. Thank you, they all replied with a smile. Afterwards, they started to dig into their meal. Naruto, of course, finished his first bowl in rapid time. When he did, he looked around to see how everyone was enjoying theirs. Konohamaru was going at a fast pace like him, clearly enjoying his ramen. Hanabi was eating at a normal rate, although she had a pleased look on her face. However, when he looked over at Hinata, he was surprised. Hey, Hinata, where's your ramen? He asked her. In front of her, there was just an empty bowl, although there were signs that it contained something earlier. Did they mess up and bring you a bowl that was left over from another customer? Seeing everybody's attention on her, she flushed red and answered, no, Naruto-kun, I already ate mine. It was really good. Flustered, she thought, oh no, I should have paced myself, but I couldn't help it. It tasted so good. But now Naruto-kun is gonna think I am a fat slob. While she was panicking on the inside, everybody else had a different reaction. Hanabi just shrugged it off, used to how she could eat so fast. Konohamaru looked at her in amazement, as if it was some achievement. Naruto was staring at her with an unreadable expression. She ate her bowl even faster than me. I didn't even think someone could do that, he thought. Shaking out of his daze, he took one of his extra bowls and pushed it towards Hinata. This brought her out of her thoughts and she looked at his bowl in confusion. He answered her unspoken question with a grin. Here, you can have one of my bowls too. You seem like you enjoyed it a lot and I wouldn't want you to be hungry. Hinata looked at him in shock, thinking, he's sharing his ramen with me? I thought Naruto would never share his ramen with anybody. I don't want to take his food, but I am still hungry. And that ramen was really good. Making up her mind, she took the bowl, uttering a soft thank you while she did. She then proceeded to eat, although she made sure to pace herself more this time. She couldn't stop the pleased expression from taking over her face though. Naruto was watching her eat with a small smile on his face. Seeing her enjoy the food sent shivers through his spine. Why am I watching her eat like this? Why does it make my heart full to see her healthy and smiling, he thought. Sensing his eyes on her, Hinata looked up from her food and gave him a shy smile. He returned it and went back to eating himself, thinking, I'm not sure why, but I want to keep seeing her like that. After a little while, they all finished their meals. Hinata started getting up to pay when Naruto stopped her. I got this, Hinata. I invited you all here to eat after all, he said. Why, you don't have to do that, Naruto-kun. I can pay for myself and Hanabi, she replied. Naruto just shook his head. Don't worry about it. It's no problem. If you really want to pay me back, just come eat with me again sometime. I really enjoyed this today. He then gave her a grin and went to pay, frog wallet in hand. Did he just ask me on a date? She thought, turning red. No, it's just two friends eating like today. Still, I wouldn't want to miss any opportunities to have it be a date. Naruto finished paying and they all left the restaurant. When they stepped outside, Naruto asked, Hey Hinata, mind if I could talk to you for a minute? Hinata looked apologetic and said, I am sorry, Naruto-kun, But I can't leave Hanabi alone. Plus, I have to get her home as soon. He just waved off her concern and replied, don't worry, it'll just take a minute. And as for leaving them alone, I have a solution. Naruto then created a shadow clone and proceeded to get out his wallet and hand him some money. See, I can have my shadow clone watch over them. I gave him some money and he can take them to get some ice cream while we talk, he said, folding his hands behind his head with a grin. Hinata nodded. That seems reasonable. Okay, we can talk. But just for a few minutes. Great. Let's go, Naruto exclaimed, grabbing Hinata's hand and leading them away while his shadow clone took Konohamaru and Hanabi to an ice cream shop. Naruto and Hinata arrived in a secluded clearing a few moments later. After stopping, Naruto let go of Hinata's hand and turned to face her. Hinata, who was blushing from the hand-holding and the privacy they now had, asked, Naruto-kun? Why are we here? Seeing Hinata's expectant look, he tried to calm himself. Okay, you have her here alone. Now all you gotta do is talk to her. Try to understand her and her feelings, he told himself. Taking a deep breath, he started. Well, I figured we needed to talk about something important. Has your dad talked to you already? He saw her eyes widen and then she turned her head away. Why, yes, he informed me why yesterday, she squeaked out. Naruto, nervous because she couldn't seem to look at him, said, oh, okay, good. So you already know about the marriage then? Hinata was unable to say anything and simply nodded, feeling dizzy. They both stood there for a moment, unsure of what to say. Hinata was about to speak up when Naruto blurted out, I'm so sorry. She looked at him surprised and he took the opportunity to continue. I'm sorry you're being forced to marry me. I feel like I'm taking away your choice and the chance for you to be with who you love. Instead, you're being forced to be with someone like me, who has nothing to offer you. I can't even stay faithful to you because they're forcing me to take another bride. And who knows how badly you'll be treated after the village finds out you're associated with me. He finished his speech with tears in his eyes, looking down at the ground, unable to continue expressing his sorrow for the pain he might cause her. He felt a soft hand cup his face and bring it back to eye level. He took in the sight of Hinata, with tears running down her own face but a determined look on it, and was struck silent. Listen to me, Naruto, she said sternly. You have done nothing wrong. You've treated me just as nicely as you always have. And you're being forced into this too. You won't have the opportunity to find who you love either. You don't have to apologize to me for something you have no control over. Naruto was stunned into silence at her bold declaration, and she continued, yes. It is unfortunate that I won't be the only lady in your life, and maybe one of us won't be a good match for you or even like each other. But I'm willing to work through it. I'll do my best to help you and Temari, so we can be happy together. And who cares what the village thinks? The only opinions that should matter to me will be my husband's and my fellow wife. She felt unnerved by how much she had shouted, but she stood by her resolve. Even as she revealed too much of her feelings, she didn't regret what she said. After a few moments of silence, Naruto asked, but why would you go so far for me? Hinata simply gave him a dazzling smile and replied, because I cherish you, Naruto-kun. You are one of my most important people and I like you very much. At that, Naruto was unable to hold back anymore and bolted forward to hug Hinata. Squeezing her soft form against him, he exclaimed, thank you so much, Hinata. I promise, I'll do my best too. I'll always protect you and cherish you as well. I'll try everything to give you the life you deserve and make it so you never regret marrying me. Hinata was brightly blushing but smiled brightly and said, I know you will, Naruto-kun. I will never regret this. Naruto just hugged her tighter and softly said, I don't know how well this can work out, but I do know I'm happy you'll be by my side, Hinata-chan. I'm so lucky to have such a cute little wife. Hinata's whole body turned red thinking, he feels so good holding me like this. He called me Hinata-chan and said he's happy I'm gonna be by his side. He called me his cute little wife. It was too much for Hinata and she fainted, falling limply in his arms. Naruto started panicking again, yelling out, Hinata-chan, Hinata-chan, I didn't kill you, did I? I hope I didn't squeeze you too tight. Scooping her up in his arms, he left towards where his shadow clone should have taken Hanabi and Konohamaru. being careful to avoid people who might question why he was carrying an unconscious girl. He arrived and saw Hanabi and Konohamaru sitting on a bench eating ice cream with the clone watching over them. "Mini Hinata, please help. I killed Hinata-chan again," he exclaimed, running over to them. Upon seeing that he was no longer needed, the clone dispelled himself. Naruto jolted from the rush of information but paid it no mind due to the situation with Hinata. Hanabi just rolled her eyes and stood up saying, "Here, lay her on the bench. I'll wake her up again." After Naruto laid Hinata down, Hanabi proceeded to whisper something in her ear, and she woke up frantic again. Shaking Hanabi, she repeated, "Where are they? I need the cinnamon goodness." Naruto just laughed and approached them saying, "I'm glad you're all right, Hinata-chan. I was worried that I had hurt you from hugging you too hard." Ignoring Hanabi's growing smirk, she stuttered, "Oh yes, I am fine, Naruto-kun. I'm sorry I worried you." "Don't worry about it, Hinata-chan. I'll be more careful from now on," he stated with a grin. Hinata blushed but stood up and told Naruto, "Me and Hanabi need to be going now. It is almost tea time for me to have her home." Naruto nodded and replied, "Okay, Hinata-chan. I'll see you tomorrow for our training. Just come to Training Ground 7 whenever you can. I'll be there in the morning sometime." "Okay, see you tomorrow, and Naruto-kun. Have a good day, Konohamaru," she said. Hanabi piped in, "Goodbye, big brother Naruto. See you tomorrow, Konohamaru-kun." Konohamaru waved, "Later, big sister Hinata. See you tomorrow, Hanabi." "Bye, Hinata-chan." By Mini Hinata, Naruto finished, waving at them. As they were walking away, Hanabi leaned towards Hinata and asked with a grin, "So, Hinata-chan, huh?" Hinata blushed fiercely but replied back teasingly, "And what about it? Besides, I thought I heard you say Konohamaru-kun." This time Hanabi blushed red and started shaking her head, denying it. Meanwhile, Naruto and Konohamaru were watching them walk away. They saw them both whispering and blushing. Upon seeing Hanabi shake her head furiously, Konohamaru turned to Naruto and stated, "Hey boss, girls are weird. I don't really understand them." Naruto laughed and replied, "Me neither, Konohamaru." Sending one last glance at Hinata, his gaze softened and he said, "They are pretty great though." Snapping out of it, he addressed Konohamaru, "Alright, I got training, so I gotta get going. I'll see you later, Konohamaru." "Okay, see you later, boss. Thanks for today," he said, starting to run away. Naruto started to walk towards his training ground thinking, "It wasn't exactly what I had planned, but I think things went even better than I could have hoped." He grinned, picturing Hinata's face before finishing. Things are really looking up though. I can't wait to see what the future brings. Chapter 5. Kakashi actually teaches something. Naruto was making his way to Training Ground 7 with his hands behind his head and a wide grin on his face. It was so fun hanging out with Hinata-chan. Maybe after we train tomorrow we can have lunch again, he thought. Approaching the training ground, he saw Sakura sitting down, leaning up against one of the posts. She seemed to be engrossed in a book and didn't notice him approaching. "Hey Sakura, good afternoon," he greeted. Jolting slightly, she looked up to notice Naruto looking down at her smiling. With an annoyed expression, she exclaimed, "Naruto, don't sneak up on me like that. Plus you're late." His grin dropped some, and he replied, "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I figured you heard my footsteps." His smile reappeared before he stated, "Besides, Kakashi-sensei isn't here yet, so I'm not actually late." "That's no excuse," Sakura countered. "What reason would you even have for being late?" Naruto enthusiastically answered, "I was with friends. We had lunch together and it was real fun. You should come with us next time, Sakura." Sakura had a confused expression, thinking, friends? I didn't know he even had any friends. What would he even hope to gain from lying about that? Maybe he wants to trick me into going to lunch with friends, when really it would just be him and he could call it a date. "Nice try, Naruto, but I'm not going on a date with you," Sakura stated angrily. She thought he would look sheepish at being found out or even hurt. Instead, he just scowled and said, "Geez, you don't need to bite my head off. I was just trying to be nice and invite you." He then walked to the other side of the training ground and put his hand out in front of himself. She watched confused as he seemed to be trying to gather chakra in his hand, but it kept coming out wobbly. Shrugging it off, she went back to reading her book. After a while, she reached a good stopping point in her book. Putting it down, she glanced to Naruto, who was still struggling. She could tell now that he was trying to form some kind of ball with his chakra, although for what purpose she had no idea. Even though it was obvious he was trying to form a ball, he couldn't seem to maintain it. She was just about to get up and ask him what he was doing when a poof of smoke drew both their attention. After the smoke cleared, they saw Kakashi standing there with his usual Ika book in hand. He looked at them and I smiled. "Good afternoon, you two. Ready for some training?" The two of them just puffed up in anger and shouted, "You're late." Kakashi nonchalantly replied, "Oh, I had to help a little old lady with her groceries, and since it's a weekday, I had to take the long way around." Seeing their disbelieving looks, he continued, "Well, the important thing is that I'm here now, so we can get started." Naruto nodded excitedly, but Sakura asked, "So you are feeling better now, Kakashi-sensei?" "Yes, Lady Tsunade is the best healer in the world. She managed to patch me up in no time," he answered. Turning to Naruto, Kakashi said, "Thank you again for helping bring her back, Naruto." Naruto sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck. "It was no problem, Kakashi-sensei. I'm just happy Lady Bachan was able to help." Sakura looked at them in confusion. "Lady Tsunade? Who's that? Huh? What are you talking about, Sakura?" "You already met her," Naruto replied, trying to figure out what she meant. "She was the one that woke up Sasuke, the blonde doctor lady in his room when you came the other day." Looking to Kakashi for confirmation, he nodded. "Yes, Lady Tsunade is a world-renowned medic and won the legendary Sannin. She is also our new Hokage." Shocked, Sakura stuttered, "Enen new Hokage. I didn't know she was so important." Shamefully, she thought, "I didn't even really pay attention to anyone in that room when I noticed Sasuke-kun woke up. I guess I should find this Lady Tsunade and thank her." And from the sound of it, Naruto helped bring her back to the village. Turning to Naruto, she said, "Thank you, Naruto, for bringing her back and helping Sasuke-kun." Naruto was caught off guard by her apology. He quickly recovered and waved his hands in front of him. "It was nothing. You don't have to thank me. Sasuke is my friend too, so of course I wanted to help him. Plus, both Kakashi-sensei and Bushy Brows needed her help too." Sakura smiled. "Well, thank you all the same. All right, now that everyone's all caught up, let's begin your training," Kakashi interjected. He then made a hand seal and a shadow clone poofed into existence beside him. Seeing their confused looks, he stated, "I'm going to be teaching you different things today. Using a shadow clone, I can focus on both of you." Addressing Naruto, he asked, "You know how to water walk, right, Naruto?" Naruto nodded. "Pervy Sage taught me." "He knows how to water walk? When did he learn to do that?" Sakura thought in shock. "Who is this Pervy Sage?" she asked, cringing at the name. "Oh, just some old pervert that teaches me stuff sometimes," Naruto answered nonchalantly. "He taught me water walking and was the one that let me sign the toad summoning contract. I also learned the Rasengan from him recently." Looking to Kakashi for an explanation, he sighed and said, "He's talking about Master Jiraiya, one of the Sannin and Lady Tsunade's teammate. The Rasengan is the fourth Hokage's original jutsu. It's very difficult to learn and, as of now, there are only 3 people that know it: Naruto, Master Jiraiya, and me." Naruto was trained by one of the Sannin and learned the fourth Hokage's jutsu, one that only 2 people knew before him. How in the world did Naruto turn from the dead last into this? Sakura thought, raking her brain trying to find an answer. Something stuck out about what Kakashi said though. "You know the Rasengan, Kakashi-sensei?" He nodded and replied, "Yes. Lord Fourth taught it to me as I was his student." "Did I not mention this to you?" Sakura deadpanned, and he continued, "Huh. I guess Naruto really was telling the truth about not bringing it up." Ignoring Naruto's indignant, "I told you so," he held his hand out and gathered chakra in it. After a moment, he had formed a Rasengan. "Wow. It's pure condensed chakra in your hand," Sakura stated in awe. Kakashi nodded and said, "Yes, it's the highest form of change in shape in chakra manipulation. However, it has a very high chakra cost. That's why you've never seen me use it before. I actually based my Chidori and lightning blade off of the Rasengan." Naruto perked up at hearing that. He was about to ask something when Sakura beat him to it. Does the Chidori and Lightning Blade not take as much chakra as the Rasengan? Curious to know the answer, Naruto spoke up. Yeah, why do you use them and not the Rasengan? He then got excited and exclaimed, and can you teach me the Chidori and Lightning Blade? Kakashi shook his head and answered, the Chidori and Lightning Blade both cost a lot of chakra. Don't get me wrong. However, they're easier for me because they share my elemental affinity, lightning. I still can only use them a few times per day though. Addressing Naruto, he said, as for teaching you the jutsus, I don't think it would be a good idea. Seeing Naruto's pouting look, he elaborated, for one, you don't have the Sharingan. Both of those jutsus require moving at a high speed, and the Sharingan is almost a necessity to keep track of your surroundings while using it. Also, I doubt you have the right affinity to use it. Sakura gained an understanding look and asked, is that why you taught it to Sasuke-kun? Yes, he meets both the requirements, Kakashi replied. He has the Sharingan and I tested him on his affinity. He has lightning just like me. Naruto piped up, Kakashi-sensei, what are these affinities you're talking about and how do I know mine? Kakashi sighed and shot him down. We're getting way off track, Naruto. I'll teach you about affinities soon, but not today. Naruto was about to protest when Kakashi continued. Besides, you already know the Rasengan and are working at getting better at it, right? Between that and what I'm going to be teaching you today, you should be busy for a little while. Naruto didn't look too pleased but nodded reluctantly. Sakura took that time to interject. Is that why you're splitting us up today? Because he already knows the Rasengan and you're going to teach it to me? Kakashi saw Naruto's eyes widen at that and watched as he grew an unpleasant expression on his face. Before Naruto could say anything, Kakashi replied, no, the Rasengan is not right for you. You don't have enough chakra and I doubt you will ever grow enough to do it reliably. Naruto visibly relaxed at that and Kakashi thought, I'm sure Naruto also wants to keep it contained in his family. It is his legacy after all. That's why I won't teach it to Sasuke either, he continued. Even though he has more chakra than you, he'll still be like me and not have enough to use it well. The Chidori fits him much better in that regard. Naruto, however, is the perfect user for it. He has immense chakra so he can use it reliably. That's why he can also make so many shadow clones and not feel much exhaustion afterward, Kakashi finished. Sakura gave Naruto an appraising look, like she didn't realize what he was capable of until now. Refocusing on Kakashi, she asked, so what are you teaching us today then? I smiled and answered, why I already brought it up. I'm going to be guiding you through how to water walk. That's why I'm splitting you up, because Naruto already knows it. Upset because he was ahead of her, she huffed out, well, what are you teaching him then? However, Kakashi was undisturbed by her tone and replied happily, I guess you'll just have to find out when he learns it. Sakura growled and Kakashi's shadow clone took her away to the part of the training ground that had a lake. After she was gone, Naruto spoke up, thanks for that, Kakashi-sensei. I don't really know why, but I don't want Sakura to know the Rasengan. I understand, Naruto. You're under no obligation to teach it to her, Kakashi said. It's your jutsu by birthright, so you can determine who learns it. I won't teach it to anyone you don't want to know it. Naruto grinned brightly and Kakashi continued. Speaking of the Rasengan, how's your training coming? Naruto deflated some and answered, I'm trying, but I still can't get it. I'm just not able to get both the rotation and compression down at once. Kakashi looked sympathetic. Well, just keep at it. I'm sure you'll get it in no time. It's an incredibly difficult jutsu after all. So you've made great progress already. Hearing that he was doing good, Naruto's face broke into a smile. Kakashi grew a more serious expression and he asked, how is it going, Naruto? I meant to check on you, but I wasn't able to yet. Have you been getting along okay with everything you've been told? Naruto had a small smile and nodded. I'm still getting used to it, but I'm doing better. I talked with Irika-sensei and Hinata-chan, and they both helped me with everything. Kakashi giggled. Hinata-chan? Blushing slightly, he scratched his cheek and said, yeah, I had lunch with her before this. She's really cool, Kakashi-sensei. She said she really cares about me and wants to help me with all this stuff we've been thrust into. Well, I'm glad you're happy about that, Naruto, Kakashi chuckled. It sets my heart at ease knowing you're doing okay. If there's anything you need, just let me know. Naruto nodded and asked, by the way, I invited Hinata-chan to train with me. Is that all right with you if she comes sometimes? I have no problem with it as long as Kurenai doesn't, Kakashi answered. She could be a good influence on you after all and help you in your training. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto exclaimed. Straightening up, Kakashi said, All right, we've been delayed enough. Let's start your training. Follow me. With Naruto's cry of, yeah, training, they walked over to the part of the training ground that had targets. Upon arriving, Naruto turned to Kakashi looking confused. Why are we at the target area, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi just smiled because this new jutsu is going to be practiced using targets. I think it's one that'll fit your skill set well and was in fact invented by the third Hokage. At this, Naruto's face became slightly crestfallen and he muttered, old man, before perking back up. Looking at Kakashi with determination in his eyes, he exclaimed, I'm ready to learn. Kakashi-sensei, watch closely, Kakashi said jovially. Standing in front of a target, Kakashi drew a shuriken from his pouch. Concentrating, he threw it towards a target and then made a few hand signs saying, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Immediately, the shuriken multiplied into 10 and they all sailed towards the target, each one landing with a thunk. Satisfied, Kakashi turned to Naruto to see his expression. Instead of the look of amazement he was expecting, Naruto instead had a quizzical expression. Naruto said, that's cool and all, Kakashi-sensei, but how will this really help me? I mean, can't I just throw multiple shuriken instead? Kakashi chuckled. Well, you can use multiple shurikens, but this jutsu has a few upsides compared to that. Seeing that he had Naruto's attention, he continued, for one, this takes less time than throwing more shurikens. You only have to throw one and then do the hand signs while the shuriken is in transit instead of taking the time to throw multiple. Waiting to make sure Naruto understood so far, he said, this is also cheaper and takes up less space than having more shurikens. You don't have to carry as many with you if you learn this jutsu, which means spending less money. This is especially true if you decide to use chakra metal shurikens, which can be combined with elemental jutsus for more potency, but the cost would skyrocket if you had to buy so many all the time. Naruto started to get excited at the prospect of combining elemental jutsus with his shuriken. He exclaimed, that sounds pretty cool. Kakashi-sensei, is there anything else it can do? Kakashi put his hand on Naruto's head and ruffled his hair. When Naruto started to grumble, he answered, the great thing about this jutsu is the flexibility of its chakra cost. You can make more or less shuriken based on how much chakra you use. I made 10 when I used it and the chakra cost was on the lower side for me. So if someone like you uses it, who has an extraordinary amount of chakra, then you could easily spawn a hailstorm of shuriken anytime you want. Naruto's eyes began sparkling and Kakashi finished. This is why I think this jutsu is perfect for you. Not only could you use it by yourself to great effect, but you can also do it in conjunction with your shadow clones. With the amount of clones you can make, and if each one used this jutsu, the number of shuriken you make would be uncountable. Starting to hop in place, Naruto asked, is that everything, Kakashi-sensei? Can we get started now? Calming him down, Kakashi said, a few more things, Naruto. First, while this jutsu is called the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, it can be used with kunai as well. We're going to be practicing with shuriken first though, since they're cheaper and smaller. Because they're smaller, they will be harder to target with your chakra. So if you can do this jutsu with shuriken, it will be a lot easier to adapt to kunai. Scratching his head, Kakashi mentioned, now that I think about it, your dad actually used this jutsu with his own kunai sometimes. Naruto grew excited when his dad came up and Kakashi continued. He would use this jutsu to multiply his Hiraishin kunai and spread them across the battlefield. The Hiraishin, Naruto said slowly. That's the jutsu my dad was famous for, right? The one he used to end the Third Shinobi World War. Kakashi nodded yes. He would be able to teleport to anywhere on the battlefield thanks to his ceiling marker attached to the kunai. Naruto grew a hopeful grin and asked, so can you teach me the Hiraishin too? I can't, Kakashi replied, shaking his head. I don't know how to do it. It's one of the most complicated jutsus to learn. From what I know, everyone has to have their own seal formula that's unique to them. It requires the highest level of Fuinjutsu mastery available, and to this date, only Lord 2nd and Lord 4th have been able to do it. Minato-sensei also taught his guard platoon the jutsu, but they are only able to use it in conjunction with each other, and can't use it in quick succession like him. His mouth wide open, he said in a "Wow, that's awesome. So Lord Second and Dad must have been extremely strong." Thinking for a moment, he inquired, "Does that mean Old Man Third didn't know the Hiraishin?" Kakashi opened his mouth to speak and then closed it back. After a moment of silence, he replied, "I'm not sure actually. It said that Lord Third knew all the non-clan jutsus in the village. However, he was never seen using the Hiraishin. So I don't know if he never learned it or he just didn't or couldn't use it for some reason." Naruto grew a wide grin and exclaimed, "Well, I'm going to learn it just like my dad. I'll surpass him and all the other Hokages." Kakashi just patted his head and said, "I believe you, Naruto, but it will take you a while to do so. In the meantime, let's get started on teaching you this jutsu." Naruto's face slipped into a determined look and he nodded. Kakashi started, "Okay, I'm going to teach you the hand signs you need for this. There are two things to be aware of when learning this jutsu. First is the matter of targeting the shuriken with your chakra. Since you're using chakra on something separate from your body, it can be difficult to start with, especially with how small the shuriken are and how fast they'll be moving." Kakashi paused to make sure Naruto was following. Seeing that he was, Kakashi continued, "Next is your accuracy. While you're concentrating on your chakra, you also have to make sure you don't miss your target. After all, it's no good if you successfully multiply your shuriken, but they are all thrown off target since you put all your focus into performing the jutsu." "I understand, Kakashi-sensei. I'll keep your advice in mind," Naruto said. With an eye smile, Kakashi replied, "Good. All that you have to do after that is get a feel for how much chakra to use for the amount of shuriken you want and getting your hand seal speed faster. Both of these will come as you practice. That's enough explanation from me. So let's see you in action." After showing Naruto the hand seals one more time, Kakashi stepped aside. Naruto drew a shuriken and took his stance. After a moment, he threw the shuriken and performed the hand signs, shouting, "Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu." Instead of multiplying like Naruto expected, the shuriken just continued to sail towards the target and hit the outer ring with a dull thud. Embarrassed, Naruto turned to Kakashi and said hesitantly, Nothing happened." Kakashi just smiled and stated, "That's right. I did tell you how difficult it is to target the shuriken with your chakra. I won't be expecting you to actually multiply your shuriken for a while." Glancing at the target, he added, "It looks like your shuriken throwing needs work too. You need it to hit the center of the target and much harder and faster as well." Naruto looked away and bitterly said, "Yeah, Sasuke was always better than me at throwing weapons in the academy." Looking at Kakashi with fire in his eyes, he exclaimed, "Just watch me. I'll get this jutsu down in no time and hit the bullseye every time." When those words left his mouth, he took out another shuriken and started again. "Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu." Kakashi continued to watch with a grin on his face, thinking, "Well, he might not have the pure talent of Sasuke, but he has more determination than anyone I've ever seen. I'm sure he'll be able to live up to all the expectations Minato-sensei and Kushina had of him." Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Those words and the thunks of shuriken against the target were all the sounds heard from the clearing for several hours. With the sun starting to dip down, Naruto could be seen bent over, panting and trying to catch his breath. Kakashi was reading his Ika while watching him from the corner of his eye, wondering when he would eventually pass out. Naruto straightened up and breathed out, "One more time." Clearing his thoughts, he took out a shuriken and adopted his stance. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply. As if by some unknown declaration, his eyes shot open and he flung the shuriken forwards. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The shuriken was engulfed in smoke and cleared to reveal two shuriken which embedded themselves near the center of the target. Naruto was silent for a moment before his eyes widened and he started to jump up and down, shouting, "I did it! I did it! ID-dash!" In the middle of his celebration, his eyes started to droop and he started plummeting towards the ground. Before he could fall all the way though, Kakashi's hand caught him. Gently, Kakashi propped him up against a tree. Looking at Naruto's snoozing face, he commented, "He never does anything halfway, does he? Refusing to stop training until he progresses even if it exhausts him completely." He then winced as he felt a rush of memories into his brain. It seemed the training session with Sakura went well according to his shadow clone. She had made good progress on water walking and would likely have it down tomorrow. Of course, she was none too pleased with his clone after she spent a good hour getting wet. However, that anger was quickly forgotten as she got exhausted. Not having the insane stamina as Naruto caught up to her and his shadow clone carried her back home. Kakashi then started to giggle as he got the memories of his clone reading his latest copy of Ika Ika since it had some free time. "Oh Makoto, you dirty girl. Offering to wash Ren's back in the public bath. I didn't know you had it in you," Kakashi thought with a nosebleed. Shaking his head, he bent down to put Naruto on his back. After gathering him, Kakashi took off to Naruto's apartment. When he arrived, he put Naruto on his bed after taking his shoes off. With a gentle smile, Kakashi left the apartment intent on arriving back home so he could spend some time continuing his book. While Kakashi was carrying Naruto to his home, another team was finishing up their training for the day. At Training Ground 8, Kurenai was overlooking her team as they finished their most recent spar. Kiba was holding his side, trying to stay upright while facing Hinata. She was panting but remained locked in her stance and seemed ready to continue. Kiba shifted his weight and then winced before saying, "Geez, Hinata, what's gotten into you? You didn't even hesitate sparring with me today." Shino, who had been watching from the sidelines, piped up to add his opinion. "It may have been caused by your derogatory remarks about Naruto earlier." "Why?" "Because after hearing he returned, I believe you said, so what if he got some training with some hotshot? I bet he's just the same loser. Dead last as always." Upon being reminded of Kiba's words, Hinata's face changed into a scowl before it went back to her neutral expression. Seeing her quick change in expression, Shino added, "However, there is something different about Hinata today, although I do not know what caused it." Kiba was about to raise his voice again when Kurenai interjected. "All right, that's enough. Training's over for today." Turning to Kiba, she said, "You need to start thinking before you speak. After all, you shouldn't be speaking ill of your Leaf comrades, as they might one day hold your life in their hand." Accepting Kiba's begrudging apology, she nodded and said, "All right, you're dismissed. You've got tomorrow off and then we'll have some more training the day after." All three bowed at her and replied, "Yes, Kurenai-sensei." They all started to gather their things and begin to leave. Before they could get too far, Kurenai called out, "Hinata, wait a moment. I wish to speak to you." Kiba and Shino looked interested but shrugged it off and left saying their goodbyes. When they were gone, Hinata tilted her head and asked, "What did you need me for, Kurenai-sensei?" Kurenai sighed and replied, "Lady Tsunade has informed me of the position you've been thrust into. As your sensei, it is my duty to watch over you. So tell me, Hinata, how are you doing?" Hinata blushed and stuttered, "I am doing okay, Kurenai-sensei. Why, you don't have to worry about me." "I always worry about you, Hinata," Kurenai said with a smile. "I may be your sensei, but you're more to me than just a student. You're almost like my little sister, and I want to be sure you're not suffering in silence." Hinata looked at her with tears gathering in her eyes and smiled widely. "Thank you, Kurenai-sensei. It means a lot that you think that, and I love you like a sister too." Hinata took a moment to wipe away the tears before continuing, "I'm not suffering with the decision they've made. It's not how I wanted it to happen, but it's allowing me to pursue one of my greatest dreams." Kurenai shook her head and chuckled. "I figured you would be happy about that, knowing your crush and all." She took a moment to watch the way Hinata turned redder before saying, "I would have thought you would be crushed not being able to be his only wife though." Twiddling her fingers, Hinata muttered, I still am not over it. However, I am trying to be positive about it. Besides, Temari didn't ask F for this either. So I shouldn't hate her for something out of her control." Hinata grew a fierce expression before she stated, "That doesn't mean that I'll just roll over for her though. I finally have Naruto-kun in my grasp and I won't let her take that away. And if she tries to make his life miserable, then I will personally see to it that she fails." Kurenai blinked, taken aback by Hinata's fierce declaration. She took a minute to gather her thoughts before replying, "That boy definitely changes you, Hinata. Whenever it comes to him, you seem to have no fear. Why, I've never seen you fight so fiercely as I did today against Kiba." Hinata blushed slightly but narrowed her gaze. He shouldn't have disrespected Naruto-kun like that. I know they insult each other a lot, but I won't have anyone calling Naruto-kun a loser anymore. I might have overlooked it before, but I need to be better. After all, what kind of wife would I be if I let someone talk about my future husband like that and not stand up for him? When she finished speaking, she felt a hand in her hair. Blinking, she looked up to see Kurenai patting her head with an amused expression on. Well, looks like I might be worried over nothing. If you're already like this now, I can't imagine how you'll be when you're actually married to him. At Kurenai's words, Hinata's expression fell back into her usual timid one. She started poking her fingers together and seemed to mutter something. Kurenai laughed. There's the cute girl I know. Naruto better realize how lucky he is with the kind of girl he's getting. Hinata blushed but then remembered something. Looking at Kurenai, she asked, Sensei, and Naruto-kun asked me if I would like to tea-train with him. Is that alright with you? Kurenai nodded and answered, of course. I have no problem with it. As long as you keep up with your current training and show up to our practice, I won't stop you. I think it could be good for you, in fact. Thank you, Kurenai-sensei, Hinata said with a smile and a bow. Thinking on something, Kurenai grew serious and she told Hinata, now you have to tell me if he tries anything with you or Temari that neither of you want. I'm sure having two wives can lead to all kind of ideas in his head. I don't want you agreeing to something that you don't like. Getting mental images of what Kurenai was implying, Hinata's face reached a level of red Kurenai had never seen. Trying to stay calm, she replied, I am as sure and Naruto-kun's and not L like T. He's very respectful of me. However, inside of her mind, Hinata was having very different thoughts. You should be more worried about what ideas I have. There's not much I would say no to if he asked me. I might still not be happy about Temari now, but it does allow me the possibility for a few fantasies I never thought I could act out with Naruto-kun. Finally, having overloaded her brain, Hinata fainted. Kurenai caught her as she fell back and observed the wide grin on Hinata's face and the streams of blood pouring out her nose. Kurenai sighed. I should have known that would happen. I don't know whether I should kill Naruto or pity him. Picking Hinata up and putting her on her back, Kurenai started heading towards the Hyuga compound. Hinata, meanwhile, had blissful dreams of sun-kissed hair and the future it might bring. The next morning, Naruto could be seen sprawled out on his bed, drooling on his pillow. When the sunlight started to pour inside his room, he groaned and opened his eyes. Taking a few moments to adjust to being awake, he sat up on the edge of the bed. Rubbing his eyes, he thought, when did I get here? The last thing I remember is training with Kakashi-sensei. Trying to piece what happened together, he had an epiphany. I must have passed out from training and Kakashi-sensei brought me home. That's kind of embarrassing, but at least I finally managed to multiply the shuriken. Satisfied with that fact, he got up and headed to the bathroom. He turned on the shower and got in it, intent on washing away the grime from yesterday. As he was cleaning, he was lost in thought, what should I do today? I don't know if we have training today since I passed out and I haven't seen Kakashi-sensei or Sakura yet. I could visit Sasuke, but I don't know if I could deal with him yet. Naruto continued to think on what he could do until he stood ramrod straight. Smacking himself in the head, he thought, I can't believe I forgot that I have training with Hinata-chan. I should hurry up and get ready. I don't want to leave her waiting. With a spring in his step, Naruto quickly finished showering and throwing his clothes back on. He rushed to finish getting ready and a few minutes later appeared in the kitchen. He quickly made some toast and put it in his mouth before opening his door and leaving the apartment. He started running through the village, taking bites of his toast whenever he could, trying to make it to the training ground as fast as possible. When he finally arrived, he slowed down and finished the rest of his breakfast. He walked towards the clearing looking for Hinata and froze when he saw her. In the middle of the training ground, he watched as Hinata was going through katas for her taijutsu. Mesmerized, he thought, wow, that's some pretty cool moves she's got. Has she always been that graceful? I don't think I ever really noticed. He kept watching and was confused when she seemed to shift in her style. Is she attempting something different? Before she seemed rooted in one place, but now she's flowing around everywhere. I don't know what it is, but she's strangely hypnotic like that. Realizing he was staring, Naruto shook his head. I shouldn't be staring at her like that. She'll think bad of me and I don't want that. Head clear, he started making his way towards her. Hinata, hearing the approaching footsteps, turned towards where he was walking from. When she saw him, she froze and a blush creeped up on her. "Hey Hinata-chan." "Good morning," Naruto greeted with a smile and wave. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Hinata softly smiled back and replied, "Gee, good morning, Naruto-kun." Upon reaching her, Naruto said, "I'm glad you showed up. I'm looking forward to training with you." Trying to resist the urge to faint, Hinata stammered, "Oh, of course, Naruto-kun. I wouldn't miss it for the W world." With those words, Naruto's grin grew wider. After a moment, he asked, "Hey Hinata-chan, I was wondering what you were doing earlier? I mean, I recognized the first fighting style as your normal one, but I've never seen the second one before." Embarrassed at being seen, Hinata pushed her fingers together before answering, "Well, it's a W work in progress." "Why, you're right, that the first stance W was my Gentle Fist." Before she could continue, Naruto interrupted. "Gentle Fist is that thingy where you poke people and close chakra points, right?" Hinata puffed her cheeks at that. "I don't just poke people." Realizing she raised her voice, she continued in a timid manner, "It does close chakra P-points though. I use my Byakugan T to see a P-person's Tenketsu, and I can use the Gentle F-Fist to close them." "Whoa, that's awesome, Hinata-chan. If you can use such a strong taijutsu style, why are you working on another 1-inch?" Naruto asked excitedly. When he said that, Hinata looked down shamefully. In a small voice, she stated, I am no good with the Gentle Fist. Everyone else in the C-clan can use it much better than me. Eniji is a prodigy W with it, and my younger sister is a much faster learner than I am. Because of this, I am trying to make my own taijutsu style that will complement me better. But I don't know if I can be as successful." She finished with a few tears in her eyes. "That's dumb." Naruto's voice shook her and her head shot up to look at him. He took her hands into his and said, "I don't believe for 1 second you're no good. I saw you fighting against Niji in the Chunin exams and you were amazing. Even if you didn't win, you never gave up, and that counts for more than anything in my book." Seeing the amazed look in her eyes, he said softer, "If you want to make your own taijutsu style, then go for it. You might not believe you can do it, but I do." Naruto grinned widely, one of his true smiles he rarely gave, and stated, "Show your clan and everyone else just how awesome I know you can be, Hinata-chan." Hinata couldn't take it anymore. She shot forwards and threw her arms around Naruto, burying his head in his neck. Sniffling, she cried out, Thank you Naruto-kun. Why you believing in me makes me so happy. I'll do my best to do you proud." Naruto squeezed her tighter and replied, "You're welcome, Hinata-chan." After a minute, Hinata stopped sniffling and slowly separated from him. When she pulled away, Naruto smiled and asked, "Are you feeling better now?" Hinata blushed, realizing how close she had been to him, but nodded regardless. "Good. I'll help you anytime you need me to." Naruto then got an idea and he said, "Maybe I can help you with your new style. I don't know much about taijutsu, but I can at least be a testing dummy. Even if I'm not very good, you might can learn something with a spar against me." Reluctant to hurt him, Hinata bit her lip. "I don't know, Naruto-kun. Are you sure? I don't want to hurt you." However, Naruto waved her concerns off, stating, "Don't worry. I can take your hits. And I can always make a shadow clone, so I won't get hurt if you need to test something." Feeling slightly better, Hinata agreed. "Okay, Naruto-kun. Great. We'll both get stronger together," Naruto exclaimed. "With you sparring with me and Kakashi-sensei's new jutsu, I'll be better in no time." Hinata tilted her head and asked, "New jutsu?" "Yeah. Let me show you," Naruto brightly said. He quickly pulled Hinata over to where the targets were. Placing her behind him, he pulled out a shuriken and focused on the target. Throwing it, he shouted, "Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu." As the shuriken was flying through the air, a puff of smoke engulfed it. Out of the smoke, 2 shurikens emerged and sailed towards the target, hitting the edge. Naruto turned towards Hinata and puffed his chest out. "That's my new jutsu I learned yesterday. It lets me make shadow clones of my shurikens and kunai." He deflated a little before admitting, although it's supposed to make more than just 2 and my aim still needs work. Hinata just gave him a shy smile and softly said, I think it's great. And Naruto-kun, you learned how to do it in just 1 D-Day. Rubbing the back of his head, he sheepishly replied, thanks Hinata-chan. Pumping his fist, he exclaimed, just watch me. I'll get it down in no time. She giggled in response to his determined declaration but did not contradict him. Like a light bulb going off, Naruto shot up and said, oh yeah, I need to show you that cool jutsu I promised you. Not waiting for her response, he formed a shadow clone and the two of them each put a hand close together. After a moment of the clone rotating his hand, a ball of chakra formed in Naruto's hand. When it was finished, he proudly held it up to Hinata and declared, this is the Rasengan. It's an A-rank jutsu that Pervy Sage taught me. Hinata was entranced by the power of the chakra she felt coming off the ball. Activating her Byakugan, she gasped when she got a look at it. It's pure chakra, perfectly compressed in his hand. I've never seen such a jutsu. I can only imagine the things this could do. So beautiful, she thought in wonder. Before she could continue gazing at it, Naruto cut it off and started looking straight into her eyes. Embarrassed, she turned off her Byakugan and asked Naruto, what are you staring at me for? Naruto just leaned back and grinned. I was just getting a good look at your eyes. I've never got a close-up look at them with your Byakugan active before. Hinata threw her hands over her eyes and looked away. Downcast, she replied, they're ugly, aren't they? People have always said how creepy they look. Seeing that he upset her, Naruto started waving his hands back and forth in front of him. No. They're not ugly, I think they look cool. It makes you look fierce with your Byakugan active, he stated frantically. Slowly lowering her hands, she gave Naruto a disbelieving look. Are you sure? Why you're not just telling me that to make me feel better, she hesitantly asked. Naruto nodded his head rapidly. Of course. I think your eyes are really pretty. Turning red, Hinata covered her face again but managed to squeak out, thank you, Naruto-kun. Inside her mind, she was a mess. He said my eyes were pretty. Does that mean he thinks I'm pretty? No, that's not possible. He just said I looked fierce. I can't be both fierce and pretty. Oh, what do I do? What do I do? Unaware of her private thoughts, Naruto just tilted his head. So what do you think of my jutsu, Hinata-chan? He questioned. His question stopped her thoughts from derailing anymore. She managed to tear her hands away from her face and took a deep breath. After deciding she was calm enough to answer, she replied, I think it's a really neat jutsu, Naruto-kun. Do you know how your teacher came up with it? Naruto grew a small smile and looked to where the Hokage monument was. Following his gaze, Hinata was confused until he spoke. Pervy Sage was the one who taught it to me, but he didn't make it. The inventor of the jutsu was actually the 4th Hokage. Chuckling at her stunned look, Naruto continued, yeah, my dad made it. He really was a genius for making such a cool jutsu. That's why it's so important to me, because it feels like I have part of his legacy. This jutsu helps me feel closer to him in a way. Hinata gently grabbed his hand and brought it up to hold it between her hands. Seeing Naruto turn to look at her, she gave him a kind smile and said, I think it's wonderful, Naruto-kun. But remember, even if this jutsu is his legacy, so are you. In fact, you are the greatest legacy he could have, and I am forever grateful for it. Naruto didn't know what to say but settled for giving her a genuine smile. He then took his hands to grasp hers softly and said, thank you, Hinata-chan. It makes me very happy to hear you say that. After a moment, Naruto had an idea that he started to like the more he thought about it. Deciding to ask her, he spoke up, hey Hinata-chan? With her focus on him, he asked, would you like me to teach you the Rasengan? Not expecting that, Hinata recoiled back as if struck. Sputtering, she tried to give voice to her thoughts but was unable to. Taking a second to calm herself, she finally managed to stammer, teach me. But that's why your father's jutsu. Shouldn't it stay with you? Shaking his head, Naruto denied her protests. It is my father's jutsu, but it was entrusted to me. I don't want it to just be given out to anybody, but you're not just anybody. You're going to be my family and I want you to know it too. I'm sure my father would be happy to know his jutsu is in your hands and helps to protect you. Hinata turned more red with every word he spoke and struggled to not start hyperventilating. Hearing him say she was going to be his family gave her more joy than she could ever express. She was about to answer him when she thought of something. Somewhat reluctantly, she replied, I would love to Naruto, but I think we should wait. Seeing him about to question her, she continued, it's not just me you're marrying, but Temari as well. I shouldn't get so much favor from you when she doesn't even have an opportunity to learn it as well. You should wait until she's here to ask her as well. Slightly disappointed but understanding where she was coming from, Naruto nodded his head. I understand, Hinata-chan. I want you to have it to protect yourself, but I shouldn't forget about Temari either. Besides, I want her to be able to keep herself safe as well, Naruto said, getting a little happier towards the end. Trying to cheer him up a little more, Hinata added, don't worry. I'm sure she would like to learn as well. Besides, I'll learn it when you ask her, no matter what she chooses. Perking back up, Naruto grinned and nodded. All right, we'll set that aside for another day then. Naruto then asked Hinata, Hey Hinata-chan, can you help me with something? Of course, Naruto-kun, whatever you need, she replied eagerly. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment and said, So you saw the Rasengan I made, but the truth is I haven't really mastered it. You're supposed to be able to make it with one hand, but I can only do it with a shadow clone. I've tried to do it with one hand, but I just can't seem to do it. Tilting her head, Hinata asked, I understand. But how am I supposed to help you? Naruto grinned and answered, Well, I thought you could use your Byakugan to help. It lets you see chakra, right? So I figured you can watch how I form it with and without a shadow clone and see what I'm doing wrong. That's a wonderful idea, Naruto-kun. I should be able to see the fluctuations. So maybe I can point out what you need help with, Hinata replied excitedly. Activating her Byakugan, she focused on Naruto's hand and said, Whenever you're ready, Naruto-kun. Summoning a shadow clone, Naruto repeated the process of creating the Rasengan. After letting it linger for a second, he dissipated it and looked to Hinata. Did you get that? Seeing her nod in the affirmative, he then began to attempt it without a shadow clone. He started to create the ball of chakra using only one hand. However, when it almost reached the normal size, the ball started to wobble and he dissipated it before it could explode, grumbling while he did so. He turned to Hinata and waited to see what she would say. She stayed silent for a second before turning off her Byakugan and answering his unspoken question. I think I see what you're doing wrong. When you use your shadow clone, you have one take care of the rotating and the other taking care of the compression. Naruto nodded and said, That's right. I just found it too hard originally to do both at the same time. The idea of the shadow clone was so we could each focus on one task. However, with only one hand, your focus was split. The problem came because you were doing both actions at different times. It seemed like you would rotate your chakra and then push it down, switching between the two constantly. Maybe if you tried rotating it at a slight angle, that would take care of the compression for you. Naruto pressed his lips together before replying, I could try that. It wouldn't hurt at the very least. Holding his hand back out, he attempted it again, rotating his chakra the way Hinata recommended to him. The ball formed slower but seemed to be more stable than last time. When it had almost reached the right size, it started to wobble again and Naruto stopped the jutsu. Hinata had a crestfallen look on her face and she said, I am sorry, Naruto-kun. It seems that I was wrong. And maybe you should keep trying your way. What are you talking about, Hinata-chan? That was great. Hinata's eyes shot up towards Hinata, who was looking at her with a toothy grin. Sure, it wasn't quite stable, but it felt a lot closer than what I had been doing. I'm sure with a little more practice I can get it down in no time. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, he crossed the distance between them in no time and gathered her into his arms. Jumping up and down with her in a hug, he exclaimed, It's all thanks to you, Hinata-chan. You're the best friend a guy could ask for. Hinata was sporting an atomic blush and felt like she was fighting the hardest battle ever, trying not to faint. He's so happy. He called me his best friend. And he feels so good holding me. I wonder if he would hold me like this all the time if I asked him to. trying to control her thoughts before they got too out of control. She breathed deep and gave a small smile. When Naruto finally stopped jumping around and let her go, she happily said, "I am glad I was able to help you, Naruto-kun." Naruto pumped his fist into the air and yelled, "All right, you helped me. Now it's time I help you. Let's try out that new taijutsu of yours." Right now? But it's not already," Hinata stuttered. "And maybe another D-Day will work." Shaking his head frantically, he shot her down. "Nonsense. The best way to improve it is in a good, heart-pounding spar. So come at me with everything you've got." Hinata still looked reluctant but eventually nodded. "Okay, Naruto-kun. If why you're sure." "You bet I am," he exclaimed. Running back to get some distance from her, he turned to face her. He watched as Hinata slipped into her stance and grew a smirk before making 3 shadow clones. "Hope you're ready, Hinata-chan. Because here I come," he yelled out before rushing to her with the thought of the glorious spar they were sure to have running through his mind. Chapter 6. The Weight of Friendship. Naruto groaned from where he lay. He didn't know what happened, but he felt the cold, hard ground beneath him. Trying to roll over, he grimaced when he felt pain shoot through his gut. Inching his eyes open, he had to take a moment to adjust to the bright light coming from the sun. When he finally opened them all the way, he took notice of a pair of lavender-tinted eyes looking down at him worriedly. Feeling everything rushing back to him, he jumped up and shouted, "Hinata-chan." However, he realized his mistake when he felt pain shoot through him again from getting up so suddenly. As he was hunched over, Hinata came rushing back to his side, fretting over him. "Are you all right, Naruto-kun? I didn't mean to hurt you like that. It was just our reflex when you came charging in." Trying to reassure her, Naruto stood back up straight and patted her hand. Giving her a grin, he said, "I'm okay, Hinata-chan. You have nothing to worry about. I should have known better than to run straight at you like that." He grew a wide smirk before continuing, "I was right though. Your pokes sure do pack a mean punch." Hinata puffed her cheeks out before digging a finger into his side. She watched as he winced before saying, "It's not poking, Naruto-kun. It's very serious taijutsu." Her expression then changed into a soft smile. "I'm glad you're okay though, Naruto-kun. I was worried I might have seriously hurt you." Naruto chuckled before rubbing her hand soothingly. Ignoring the growing blush on her cheeks, he replied, "I told you not to worry. I'm super tough and can take a hit or two." He then looked away slightly before admitting, "Although it is pretty embarrassing you took me out straight away." Seeing Hinata open her mouth again to apologize, he interjected, "Well, let's go again and I'll do better this time. Although I don't think I can move quite as well straight away, so I'll just make a shadow clone for you to practice some of your moves first." She didn't look convinced but nodded all the same. "Okay, Naruto-kun, but don't overdo it. You still need to rest a little before sparring again," she said, fixing him with a stern glare. However, Naruto merely thought, "Cute," before agreeing, "Okay, I promise, Hinata-chan." With that, Hinata's gaze softened and Naruto formed a shadow clone. He then went to sit back down against a tree and watch them practice. Hinata waited until Naruto was sitting back down and then turned to face his shadow clone. Shifting into her stance, she watched as the clone became prepared for her assault. After a moment, Hinata launched forward and began to strike at the clone. She threw jab after jab at the clone, who proceeded to hit them off course by knocking her arms away. When he found an opening, the clone proceeded to throw a right hook towards Hinata's side. It seemed Hinata expected that, however, and leaned away, avoiding it. The clone kept trying to press his advantage and threw more punches. Hinata just kept avoiding them, twisting her body in different ways to make the clone miss. When the clone finally got frustrated, he aimed to hit her in a straight-on blow. However, Hinata jumped backwards to dodge it and then brought her foot to slam in the underside of the clone's chin. The clone grunted in pain and then dispelled after receiving such a strong hit. While this was happening, Naruto had been watching Hinata with eager eyes. She really is graceful like this. I can tell that while her style isn't complete, she is already working on it pretty hard. The way she dodges those attacks are unlike anything I've ever seen, he thought with amazement. He continued to watch, fascinated, until Hinata landed her final blow. When the clone dispelled, Naruto flinched and seemed to recoil as if he had been struck. In his mind, he saw the moment Hinata hit his clone and he thought, what was that? It was almost like I was the one fighting her, but I know it was my clone. Are you okay, Naruto-kun? Naruto jumped a little at Hinata's voice and shook off his thoughts. I'll worry about that later, he thought before giving Hinata his attention. Giving her a smile, he answered her question, of course, Hinata-chan. I was just thinking how cool your fighting was and I was out of it for a second. Hinata blushed but nodded. If you're sure Naruto-kun, then okay. Naruto replied that he was, and she was about to ask something when Naruto interjected. Alright, I think I'm rested enough to face you myself again. I don't know Naruto-kun. Maybe why you should rest a little more, she answered worriedly. However, he shook off her worries saying, it's fine. I can go again. I'll be able to help you more than a shadow clone anyway since I won't dispel after a hit. Hinata looked like she wanted to argue still but relented. Okay, Naruto-kun. But let's take it slower this time. Naruto agreed, not wanting to make her mad, and then backed up from her and watched as she slid into her stance. He mentally prepared himself and gave her a small smile to show he was ready. When he did that, she returned the smile before charging at him. Infusing the tips of her fingers with chakra, she focused on his arms, trying to close the chakra points she saw. Naruto did his best to block her, but he still felt the occasional sting from a stray hit. When he found a moment to do so, he leapt back and took the opportunity to form a shadow clone. It took a moment longer to do so because of his chakra being blocked slightly, but he was able to do it. After the clone was formed, they split up and tried to attack Hinata from two different sides. They both charged her at once, fist cocked back ready to clobber her. Just when it seemed like they might hit her, she dropped to the ground and the two Narutos both hit each other in the cheek. They both staggered back, the clone dispelling after and Naruto bringing a hand to his face, wincing at the pain. Naruto just chuckled though and said, that was a good one, Hinata-chan, but I'll be paying more attention now. Naruto made two more shadow clones but waited for her to approach this time instead of rushing her. Knowing that he was trying to bait her, but interested in what he could pull off, Hinata ran towards him, palm outstretched. Instead of trying to block like last time, Naruto leaned back and one of his clones grabbed her arm that was trying to hit him. With the clone holding her back, the other one took the opportunity to try to sweep her off her feet. The clone swung at her legs with one of his own but was taken off guard when she jumped while still having one of her arms constricted. Taking advantage of the clone's surprise, she used her legs to kick each of the clones while she was in midair. She had forgotten about the original Naruto, however, and he took that opportunity to lean forward again and headbutt her in the stomach since she was unable to escape in the air. She was pushed back and winced from the pain in her gut. Meanwhile, both of Naruto's clones popped out of existence, being hit by Hinata's attack. Hinata straightened back up and giggled, slightly cringing from the pain. You really do have a hard head, Naruto-kun? Naruto smirked back and replied, that's what Kakashi-sensei always says. Get ready, Hinata-chan. I'm not done yet. He was about to begin running towards her when the sound of approaching footsteps caught both of their attention. Turning towards where it was coming from, they met the gaze of a curious Sakura approaching them. When Sakura had reached them, she was quiet for a moment before asking, what's going on here? Naruto and Hinata both relaxed before Naruto replied, hey Sakura, me and Hinata-chan are sparring together. I'm trying to help her with her new taijutsu style, and she's helping me with my Rasengan. Hinata turned red at the admission but nodded that it was true. Sakura meanwhile had a whirlwind of thoughts. He's training with Hinata? I didn't know he even knew she existed, much less was practicing together with her. She then grit her teeth slightly. And why is she helping him with the Rasengan when Kakashi-sensei said neither me or Sasuke-kun could learn it? Giving voice to her thoughts, but trying not to be mean, she said, oh? She's helping you with the Rasengan? I thought Kakashi-sensei said that only 3 people knew it and she wasn't one of them. Hinata flinched slightly and frowned, but Naruto didn't seem to catch her hidden meaning. Instead, he just grinned, saying, she doesn't know it, but she's helping me by using her Byakugan. She can see the flow of my chakra and tells me how to best control it. Sakura watched as Hinata brightened from his praise and felt ashamed at herself. Good going, Sakura. You just indirectly made fun of the nicest girl in the world, and she was only trying to help Naruto. Of course, she would do anything for the guy she has a huge crush on. Trying to make amends, Sakura turned to Hinata and asked, "Oh, you can do that, Hinata. Would you mind trying to help me with my water walking then? I've almost got it down, but I could use a pointer or two." Naruto frowned at the thought of Sakura taking Hinata away, but Hinata was happy to help her friend. Maybe if I help Sakura, then Naruto will be happy, she thought with a wistful smile. Nodding her head, Hinata said, "Oh, of course, Sakura. I will gladly help you." She looked back to Naruto and gave him a sad smile. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but let Emi help Sakura for a little bit. It shouldn't take long and why you should be okay without my advice for the moment." Naruto had a hard time saying no, especially when she was giving him puppy dog eyes. Caving immediately, he sighed, "Okay, Hinata-chan, if that's what you want to do. I'm sure Sakura would appreciate the help." Hinata brightened and let Sakura lead her to the lake, giving Naruto a shy wave. He returned it with a big wave before letting his hand drop and sighing loudly when she was out of sight. "See something you don't like, Naruto?" Upon hearing those words, Naruto spun around and was met with the lazy stare of Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, how long have you been there?" he asked, trying not to appear nervous. Kakashi just gave an eye smile and replied, "Oh, you know, I had to rescue some villager's cat and it just happened to like climbing the trees in this area. So once I caught it, I figured I would watch you and Hinata since I was already here." Naruto got mad and shouted out, "So you've been watching us this whole time?" Kakashi wasn't shaken by his tone, however, and merely stated, "Of course. I think it's great you're getting Hinata to help you. She already seemed to have given you good pointers on the Rasengan, and the sparring I saw could help both of you tremendously." Seeing that he was calming Naruto down, Kakashi added, "It also helps you and her get closer, so that's always an advantage for your situation." When he mentioned that, Naruto turned red and looked to the ground. Kakashi chuckled but then grew more serious. "That's why it's important not to have any miscommunications here. I saw your reaction when she left with Sakura. I don't want you to be upset with Hinata already on something trivial." Instead of getting upset, Naruto just looked confused. "Huh? I'm not upset with Hinata-chan. Why would you think that? She's great and I feel like I would have a hard time being mad at her for anything." After he finished speaking, Naruto dropped his gaze and sighed again. "Honestly, I'm not sure why I'm unhappy. Sakura just asked for Hinata's help, the same as I did. It's not like I don't want Sakura to improve, because I do. But for some reason, I didn't want Hinata to leave. It's weird, but I felt like I wanted to keep her here with me." To myself, Kakashi just grinned beneath his mask. "Heh, you're already smitten and you don't even know it. I suppose that will make things easier in the long run, but I should just let it play out by itself for now. After all, there's no need to rush this." Patting Naruto on the shoulder, Kakashi replied, "I see your problem, Naruto. I don't think you have to worry though. I have a feeling Hinata doesn't want to leave your side either and she'll fight to stay there." Naruto just appeared more confused by what he said and Kakashi decided to mess with him a little and not elaborate anymore. Instead, he changed the subject. "By the way, when I was watching your spar, I noticed some interesting things." Catching Naruto's attention, he continued, "It was good for where you're at right now. I have a few things I want to go over later, but for now I want to address something. Your greatest assets are your unpredictability and your clones. You try to confuse your opponents with clones and get in to hit them hard." He waited until Naruto nodded before saying, "However, you have a few flaws with that. For starters, you're not nearly fast enough to take advantage of some openings. Like when you tried to sweep Hinata's legs, but she was able to jump up and dodge you." Naruto winced slightly but stayed silent. Taking that as a cue to continue, Kakashi said, "The other problem is your strength. You're trying to land a knockout blow, but you currently don't have the oomph behind your strikes. You're not super weak by any means, but you don't have the strength you should either." Looking disappointed, Naruto mumbled out, "I understand, Kakashi-sensei." Wanting to cheer him up, Kakashi ruffled his hair and stated, "Don't worry, Naruto. I know of some ways we can fix this. There are a few other things to correct, but we'll work on that later, like I said. For now, I have an idea of how to fix both your speed and power at once." Naruto looked at him intently and kept inching his head forward, impatient for an answer. Deciding he waited enough, Kakashi answered with a single word, "Weights." "Huh, weights?" Naruto asked confused. Like bushy brows uses? Smiling, Kakashi replied yes and no. You are going to be using weights like him, but not in the same way. Lee uses weights almost solely on his legs, up to an absurd amount of weight. This allows him to be extremely fast when he loses them and can outpace almost anybody. However, he doesn't use nearly as much for his arms because if he did, then the extra muscle mass from it would slow him down more. That's why when he fights, he uses his legs to hit almost as much as his fists. Pausing to make sure Naruto was following, Kakashi continued when he saw he was, "Don't get me wrong. Lee still packs a mean punch with his hands. However, a lot of that comes from the sheer speed he's hitting you with. I don't think that will work as well for you, however. Instead, you're going to be using weights on both your legs and arms, not up to the level of Lee, of course. This will allow you to increase both your speed and power." Kakashi watched as Naruto became excited and had to temper his expectations a little. You won't be as fast as Lee or as strong as Lady Tsunade. However, you will be formidable in both areas and will really help your shinobi career in the long run. Of course, this will take a long time to come into effect. You can't start out at the craziness of Lee after all. You have to begin with small amounts like 5 pounds for each limb and slowly creep your way up. It will take a while to see any results, but in few weeks or months you should start to see a small increase. Naruto deflated a little at having it take so long, but quickly grew determined again and agreed with fire in his eyes. "I'll do it, Kakashi-sensei. Anything to help me get stronger and protect my precious people." While Naruto couldn't see it, Kakashi grinned a wide smile and patted his head, proudly saying, "I'm glad, Naruto. I'll get the weights for you later today and give them to you tomorrow." A light bulb went off in Naruto's head and he asked, "Kakashi-sensei, shouldn't you get weights for Sakura and Sasuke too? And should I tell Hinata-chan about it as well?" However, Kakashi shook his head. Weights wouldn't be the right thing for Sakura. She doesn't have the muscle mass required for it, and I don't know if she ever will with how little she eats. As for Sasuke, they could work, but it's probably easier for him with his Sharingan. After all, it provides him a way to both copy other fighting styles and observe them mid-combat. So he can look for gaps in his foes' stances and exploit them that way. He would probably much rather build up his speed and power naturally and use that effort to study other things instead. Naruto grumbled something about lucky jerks and their fancy eye powers. Trying to avert his attention elsewhere, Kakashi said, "As for Hinata, I don't think it would be right from her either. She seems to be adapting a style where she uses her natural flexibility to avoid attacks. While she could appreciate the speed from weights, it would probably be to her detriment. After all, the extra weight on her limbs could make it harder for her to bend the way she wants to. She should be focusing more on strengthening her core to allow her to more easily do the motions required of her." Naruto nodded to show he understood and Kakashi finished. The extra power wouldn't be very helpful for her anyways. Since she uses the gentle fist, she is more focused on precision than strength. Plus, extra muscle would make her bigger, which goes against what she is aiming for. Since being petite like her means there is less for the enemy to hit and makes it easier to move her body like she wants. Of course, if she takes after how her mother was, she won't be petite in all areas. It might make it harder on her to adapt it into her form, but I'm sure she'll get it down. Plus, I'm sure Naruto won't be complaining about it once he gets older and wises up, Kakashi thought with a little giggle. Naruto eyed Kakashi strangely when he started to giggle but didn't say anything. Upon realizing that he was being stared at, Kakashi shook out of it and coughed. "Well, like I said, we'll have to start with that tomorrow. For now, why don't you go back to practicing your Rasengan and Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu?" Nodding, Naruto went to where the targets were to begin practicing with his Shuriken. He started throwing his shuriken and calling out the move while Kakashi kept a lazy eye on him, although his hands seemed to itch to take out his book for reading. When Sakura had finally reached the lake, she turned around to face Hinata, who stopped as well. She gestured towards the lake and said, "Here we are. I was practicing here yesterday afternoon and almost have the water walking finished." She then grew a tick mark before saying, "Although Kakashi-sensei could have warned me about the possibility of getting wet." Hinata gave a slight giggle and asked, "Should we get started then?" However, Sakura shook her head. "No. First I want to ask you something." Tilting her head, Hinata gave Sakura a go-on gesture. Sakura grew a sly smile. "So how long have you and Naruto been so buddy-buddy?" From what I saw, you two seemed awfully close. Hinata blushed so hard that Sakura thought she might pass out from all the blood rushing to her face. She managed to calm herself though and stuttered, What or why you talking about? Emmy and Naruto-kun are just FF friends. We're just helping each other with P practice. Sakura didn't look convinced, however, and squinted her eyes. Oh really? So you and Naruto just decided to hang out with no prior communication? When did you even get the time to set this up him? After all, I didn't know if you would ever talk to him about that huge crush you have on him. Looking down at being told of her crush, Hinata reluctantly said, We ran into each other yesterday, and Naruto-kun invited me to have lunch along with my sister An Konohamaru. While we were eating, Naruto-kun suggested training tea together and I agreed. I guess he wasn't lying about eating with friends yesterday, Sakura thought shamefully, upset with herself that she didn't believe them. Although I feel like she's not telling me the whole truth. There's something else going on here, but I don't know what. Oh well, I suppose it'll come up later, she thought with a shrug. Well, I suppose it works out either way. You get to spend time with your crush and I get to have him off my back. Maybe now he'll take a hint and stop asking me out, Sakura scoffed. She regretted those words as soon as they left her mouth and she watched Hinata flinch and look down sadly. Of course she wouldn't want to be reminded that Naruto keeps asking me out all the time. Now I went and made her sad. Again. Today's really not my day, Sakura thought remorsefully. Trying to cheer her back up, Sakura let out a nervous laugh. I'm sure that he's getting over that. I mean, he hasn't even asked me out today. He'll probably be all over asking you for a date before you know it. Hinata perked up slightly at that, but still had a sad smile on her face. Sakura, wanting to change the subject, asked, So how about we get started then? Do you already know how to do the water walking exercise? Distracted, Hinata nodded and replied, Why yes. The tree walking and water walking are standard P procedures of Hyuga clan training. They are good for teaching chakra C control, which is needed for P precise use of the gentle fist. Sakura raised her fist into the air and cheered. Alright then, you already know what my chakra is supposed to look like when I'm doing it then. That will make this even easier. Let's not waste any more time. With that declaration, Sakura started to walk out onto the water, shakily maintaining her balance. Meanwhile, Hinata activated her Byakugan and gave her the tips she needed to more accurately control her chakra. Back with Naruto, he was still practicing his Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. After several tries, he had managed to make another duplicate, bringing his count up to 3. However, it went way off course and missed the target completely. He didn't let that deter him though and continued to try improving his technique. After a while, he started to hear the footsteps of someone approaching. Turning around, he saw Hinata and Sakura approaching him. His face brightened and he dropped what he was doing to run and meet them halfway. Hinata-chan, you're back. Did it go well? Naruto asked when he stopped in front of them, excited to see Hinata again. Hinata blushed at all the attention on her, but Sakura just huffed from being ignored. Of course it went well. With Hinata's help, I was able to get it done in no time. And I didn't even fall in and get wet this time, Sakura said, answering for the both of them. Naruto grinned and replied, That's great. I'm glad you finished it, Sakura. He then grabbed Hinata and hugged her, exclaiming, You're the best for helping her, Hinata-chan. Hinata started getting faint from the hug, and Sakura admonished Naruto, Idiot! You can't just grab a girl and hug her like that. Seeming to realize what he did, Naruto let Hinata go and said, Oh, I didn't know that. I'm sorry, Hinata-chan. I can stop hugging you if you don't like it. Upset that he would suggest a thing, Hinata thought, No, I don't want him to stop. Why did Sakura have to go and say that? I need to let him know it's okay. Hinata was struggling with what to say and Naruto started getting dejected, thinking she didn't like it. Just as he was about to apologize again, she blurted out, You can hug me any time. Seeing both of them look at her shocked, she felt like dying from embarrassment, but managed to squeak out, I mean, I don't mind if you hug me, Naruto-kun. It actually feels really nice. Naruto gave her a blinding smile and said, I'm glad, Hinata-chan. Hugging you feels really nice too. Meanwhile, Sakura just watched as they continued talking. She saw how Naruto would gesture wildly saying something and Hinata would listen intently, looking at him with big adoring eyes. Ugh. They're so sappy it almost makes me sick, Sakura thought, grimacing. However, when she saw Naruto quiet down and whisper something to Hinata with her whispering back, she smiled, although they are pretty cute together like that. I'm sure it makes Hinata happy as well. Besides, I would like to be like that with Sasuke-kun. At the thought of Sasuke, her demeanor grew somber, remembering how he hadn't responded to anything since he woke up in the hospital. Before she could get lost in her thoughts anymore, a loud growl echoed through the training ground. Sakura blinked and looked at Naruto and Hinata, who both had stopped talking. Coming to her own conclusion, she said, exasperated, "Naruto, are you really that hungry? It's only barely lunchtime now." "That wasn't me, Sakura. Don't blame me for it," Naruto yelled back angrily. Hearing that caused Sakura to gain a confused look on her face. She looked around before focusing on Hinata, who seemed to be shrinking in her coat with her face on fire. Eyes widening, Sakura asked, Hinata, was that you?" Hinata looked down and tapped her fingertips together, mumbling, I didn't have much for breakfast tea today." Upon confirmation that it was her, Sakura had a dazed look, thinking Hinata really made a sound like that? "I thought she was like the ultimate noble lady, and she's so small that she couldn't eat much." Naruto, meanwhile, had a different reaction. When he heard Hinata admit it, he gasped and got closer to her. Grabbing her hands, he asked worriedly, "Are you hungry, Hinata-chan? Come on, I'll feed you. It's my duty to make sure you eat well." Overwhelmed from his closeness and his apparent eagerness to feed her, Hinata could do nothing but timidly nod. Naruto cheered, and Sakura thought, why is Naruto so happy to feed her? It seems weird, and the fact that he said it's his duty just seems off. Like, why would Naruto have to watch over Hinata like that? A hand waving in front of her face shook her out of her thoughts. Following the hand to where it led to Naruto, she met the gaze of him and Hinata looking at her expectantly. Realizing she missed something, she blushed slightly and asked, "Sorry, what was that?" "I said me and Hinata-chan are gonna go get some lunch," Naruto answered for her. "Do you want to come with us?" Sakura took a moment to think before replying, "Normally I would say no, but since Hinata is going to be there, I suppose it's okay. After all, I have to make sure you don't take her somewhere she could get sick." Naruto scowled at the thought of doing that to Hinata, but nodded anyway. Taking Hinata's hand, he started to walk away, saying, "Come on then, Sakura. Let's get going." Addressing Hinata, he added, "I'll get you fed real quick, Hinata-chan. Trust me." Before Hinata could respond to his embarrassing attention, he started to rush off, pulling her along. Sakura shook her head and followed after them, thinking, seriously, something is going on with them. I don't know what it is, but I'll figure it out. After a moment, she had a stray thought. When did he start calling her Hinata-chan? That line of thinking brought upon another one. And when did he stop calling me Sakura-chan? Not knowing how she felt about that, Sakura continued to try to keep up with the pair ahead of her, ignoring the pit in her stomach. Naruto was making his way through the village wearing a bright smile on his face, pulling Hinata along with him. Hinata had a bright blush on her from the close contact but still maintained a cheery expression. Sakura was following them at a brisk pace, but became frustrated when she saw the direction they were heading. Quickening her pace, she caught up to them and put her arm up in front of Naruto, stopping him and yelling, "Oh no, you don't!" When they turned to look at her with a confused expression, she elaborated, "You were gonna take us to that ramen place, weren't you? Well, I don't want to go there, and I doubt Hinata does either. Besides, didn't the two of you go there just yesterday?" Upset at his favorite restaurant being insulted, he bit back, "What? Don't be stupid. Ramen is the food of the gods. How could you not like it? I'm sure Hinata-chan loved it yesterday." "Oh please, she probably just ate it because she didn't want to upset you. I'm sure she would rather go somewhere else if given the choice," Sakura argued. Faltering a bit, Naruto thought, is that true? Was she only trying to be nice and didn't like it? But she ate it so fast and even ate some of mine, so I'm sure she must have loved it. Just as he was about to give voice to his thoughts, Sakura spoke up, "Plus, ramen is super unhealthy for you. I'm sure you don't want to feed Hinata something unhealthy, right?" He froze as soon as she pointed that out and looked down guiltily. Feeling defeated, he sighed and said, "Fine. Show us where you want to go. Pleased that she got what she wanted, Sakura nodded her head and started walking towards the restaurant she had in mind, chatting about it all the while. They reluctantly followed after her. But Hinata looked at Naruto with her big doe eyes saying, "We don't have to jigo Naruto-kun. I am perfectly happy with ramen." He just smiled sadly and took her hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. "No, Sakura's right. You shouldn't have to eat ramen all the time like me. You need to eat something healthy too." Hinata wanted to say that wasn't the real issue but decided to stay quiet and continued to follow Sakura. After a short walk, the trio arrived in front of a small restaurant. Sakura turned to them and said, "I come to this place all the time. It's nothing fancy, but it's got good food and the people are super nice." She then looked to Hinata and said with a smile, "They've got good options to keep us on our diets as well." Hinata just sweat dropped and thought, "I'm not on a diet though, and I'm pretty sure you shouldn't be either since you're training to be a shinobi." However, she didn't have the courage to correct her, so she just gave a nervous grin back. Hinata then looked towards Naruto and was confused when she saw he had a nervous look on as well. Sensing her gaze, Naruto glanced over to her and tried to shift his expression back into a jovial one. Before Hinata could ask what's wrong, Sakura interrupted, "Well, come on. Let's go inside." Sakura opened the door and they entered, walking towards the hostess to grab a table. When the hostess noticed them, she gave a big smile seeing Sakura and Hinata. However, it dropped once she saw Naruto. Giving Sakura her full attention, she said, "Good day, ma'am. Will you be dining with us again today? Do you need a table for two?" Sakura gave her a confused look and answered, Yes. We will, but I need a table for 3, not 2. The hostess did not like that answer but hid it behind a forced smile very well. "Follow me and I will show you towards your table." They followed behind her and were led towards the back of the establishment. There, they were directed towards a table where they all sat down. "Your server will be here soon," the hostess said. "In the meantime, please look over the menu to decide what you would like." Then she turned on her heel and left before they could make any reply. It's strange. Usually she's much nicer than that. "I wonder what's going on," Sakura questioned, putting a finger on her chin. Meanwhile, Hinata had a sinking feeling in her gut and looked over to Naruto, who seemed to be busying himself in the menu, almost trying to hide behind it. Trying to take her mind off it, Hinata started to look through her own menu for what she wanted. However, the more she read, the less things she saw that would satisfy her hunger. Eventually, she just decided on what looked to be the most filling and left it at that. Hinata was about to ask what Naruto was getting when a waitress walked up towards them. The waitress had a wide smile on and greeted, "Hello, ladies. I'll be your server today. What can I get you?" Hinata frowned at the greeting while Sakura looked confused again. Shrugging it off, Sakura started, "I'll have the house salad with my usual specifics." Hinata watched as the waitress wrote it down and then gave her order. I would like the fish special and a glass of water, please." The waitress nodded and wrote her order down as well. When she finished, she said, "All right, I'll have your orders ready in no time." Before they could say anything else, she turned around and hurried off. Sakura huffed. They totally forgot to take Naruto's order. She then had a thought and said it aloud. "You know, they've actually been ignoring him the whole time." Turning to Naruto, she asked, "Do you know why that is?" Naruto started sweating and getting more nervous. Laughing awkwardly, he answered, "Oh, I targeted this place with one of my pranks before. I'm sure they're still mad about that." Shaking her head, Sakura told him in an angry tone, "I told you your pranks would get you in trouble one day. Now you have to suffer the consequences of your actions." However, in her mind she had a different thought. Still, it seems awfully harsh to ignore him totally just for a prank. Meanwhile, Hinata saw the fake story for what it was, and her heart broke for him. "Oh, Naruto-kun," she thought, trying to figure out how to cheer him up. Gathering her courage, she spoke up, But that's not our right, Naruto-kun. Why, you shouldn't have tea to go hungry because of it." Naruto was grateful she stuck up for him but shook his head. "It's all right, Hinata-chan. I can always grab something from Ichiraku's later." Hinata wanted to argue that it wasn't all right and he didn't have to suffer like this, but she couldn't form the words. Instead, she made a vow in her mind. "I'll look after you, Naruto-kun. You won't have to go hungry ever again while I'm around." With that, the table fell into silence and they all waited with different thoughts in their head. After a little bit, the waitress appeared with their food and set it down before them. Just as she was about to leave, Hinata timidly spoke up, "Excuse me, miss?" Seeing that she had the waitress's attention, Hinata continued, "Why you forgot to take my friend's order?" The waitress scanned their table with a cold look and replied, "I don't see another person here besides you two." Ignoring Hinata and Sakura's shocked looks, she turned on her heel and hurried off. Naruto was downcast and looked away, trying to hide the shame he felt. Sakura was the first to recover and said angrily, "What in the world was that? That was beyond cruel for just retaliation of a prank. They won't be getting any kind of tip from me, that's for sure." Hinata just looked at Naruto and her sorrow grew. She pushed her plate towards him and grabbed his hand. Seeing his shocked look, she said, "Don't worry, Naruto-kun. We can share my meal." He gave her a smile and squeezed her hand, saying, "You don't have to do that, Hinata-chan. I'll be fine without it. Besides, weren't you super hungry?" "It's not fine," Hinata replied, shaking her head. "You need to eat too, and I'll make sure you do. There should be enough here for both of us, so please, just eat with me." Naruto wanted to argue but couldn't deny her, pouting, "Okay, Hinata-chan. I'll share with you. Thank you for being so kind." Hinata beamed when he agreed, and he thought it was worth it just to see her smile. "I'll just eat slow so she can be sure to have enough," he told himself. With that, the two of them began to eat the meal, each taking turns taking bites to seemingly make the other one eat. Even though it wasn't much, both of them had soft smiles while they did so. Sakura was only half paying attention to what they were doing. She was absent-mindedly eating her salad, still going through reasons for the treatment Naruto just received in her mind. "I've never seen the people here be so harsh before," she thought with a frown. "Every time I come, they always have the biggest smiles for me." Sure, Naruto said he pranked them, but is that really true? Her frown then deepened as another thought struck her. Come to think of it, he always gets strange looks from people, even when we're doing missions in the village. He couldn't have made everyone angry from his pranks. Could he? I always see him take back roads to get everywhere, but I just thought he disliked crowds. Now it seems like he's avoiding them for another reason. She then started to feel some shame bubble up in her stomach. Is that why he was so nervous to come eat here? Because he knew he would get this kind of treatment and that ramen place is the only one that treats him normally? Now I feel bad about dragging him here. Before she could get any more depressed from her thoughts, a hand waving in front of her face shook her out of it. Sitting up straight, she blinked and looked over to Naruto and Hinata, who were looking at her worriedly. Well, more like Hinata looked worried and Naruto was just curious. "Yo, Sakura, you alright? You've been staring into space for a while. Me and Hinata-chan already finished our food, and you've just been scrapping your empty plate with a fork?" Naruto asked with an eyebrow raised. At that, Sakura looked down and saw she had indeed eaten all her food already. Cheeks tinted blink. She nodded and said, "Yeah, I was just thinking about some stuff." Naruto looked like he wanted to ask more but shrugged and let it go. Breathing a sigh of relief, Sakura spoke up to change the subject. "Well, since we're done, how about we go ahead and leave? I'll pay for it this time since it was my idea." Happy that he didn't have to pay, Naruto nodded excitedly. Surprisingly, Hinata didn't have any objection and just let Sakura go pay, while Naruto practically dragged her outside with him. When Sakura had finished paying, she left, getting even more confused when the person taking her money was super nice to her again. Upon exiting the restaurant, she went over to Naruto and Hinata, who were once again talking to each other in soft voices out of the line of sight of most people. Sakura sighed but then had an idea. When she reached the two of them, she said, "Alright, now that we're out of there, I just want to apologize to you too. I didn't know they would be like that when we went." As soon as she finished talking, she bowed to both of them. Naruto's eyes widened and he frantically waved his hands around in front of him. "No, you don't have to apologize, Sakura. Like I said, it's just because of a prank I pulled. It's my own fault, so if anyone should apologize, it should be me." Sakura didn't feel like that was true, and judging by the sour look on Hinata's face, neither did she. However, she let it go and replied, "Well, let's just put it behind us and say that it was no one's fault." They both nodded at that, and she then asked, "Hey, Do either of you have anything else going on today? Naruto shook his head while Hinata answered, I am free F for a little while. Although I have training W with my clan in a few hours. Sakura clasped her hands together and smiled, saying, Great! Then the two of you can come with me to see Sasuke-kun. Maybe he'll feel better with some more visitors. Hinata agreed with a soft smile. Oh, of course. I've been wanting to check on him again. Naruto looked slightly reluctant but shrugged, saying, Sure. Why not? We can't let him just mope around all day in a hospital bed. Thank you both so much, Sakura replied with a grin. Let's not keep him waiting any longer. I'm coming, Sasuke-kun. With that exclamation, she bolted off, leaving the two of them in the dust. The both sweat dropped and thought, I guess some things stay the same no matter how much everything else changes. Glancing at each other, they communicated silently and then took off chasing after her.